no an individual room or something.
Yeah.
So you stay there, you eat together, like,
True.
and you spend the entire time, like off day or like working day.
Yeah.
It's good time.
It's good team bonding. It's
good team bonding.
similar to a boot
We
camp.
win.
Yeah. Yes, the worst is you take the 20-hour trip to Brazil, lose in a best of 3. Well,
It's not 20 hours, is it?
that was fun.
Like 12?
Well,
It's not that long.
I don't think there's any direct flights that you can get. Unless you get
I
unless you have Wizard team powers.
I was told 19 hours.
Okay.
Oh, really?
That's just like total travel time from like
Yeah, because you have a
Of
layover.
course.
So we fly to like probably like we fly to the other end of America because like South and North America are like this.
Yeah.
Like we're on this side and this is where South America is. So like you have to fly like this and then down.
I see. I guess it is that long.
It'll take a while.
routine change.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Also, you're just not playing in like your comfort anymore.
Yeah.
And not playing in comfort is when you have probably nerves
Yeah.
and other things just...
And it's a skill that you need to develop, which maybe is an advantage for both of you because you both have the exact same rosters that went to Worlds and MSI last year. So fingers crossed that you guys are able to do some work against the Brazilian teams who won't be having to do that because they're playing it in their home studio, basically. They're not having to do that large amount of travel. Fearless, we've talked about a decent amount. Something that I thought about today is that even in the 2-0s, where it doesn't feel from a viewer perspective like Fearless is making that big of a difference. Do you know of any pros that have actually disliked Fearless? Because I've heard that it might be way more fun just to practice, like, because you're not on the same champion all day in scrims. Has that been an extra part of Fearless that has made it more interesting to just practice more fun now?
I personally like it a lot. It makes... I'm not playing Calista Vars Ashe every single game, so it definitely is like a big change.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's very nice.
Yeah, it's fun. Way more fun, and then especially in solo queue too. Now you know whatever you play solo queue can be actually played. Like can be really useful.
Find a window.
Yeah. So I think Fearless is the future.
You want it to stay for practice because
I like it.
Well, the one fear that I would have because when I started thinking about this, if you're trying to add a champion to your pool, back in the day, sometimes you would just like hard force that champion 3 or 4 scrims in a row.
Yeah.
But that's actually not possible now because you guys are all doing Fearless scrims. So you would only get to, like if you're trying to add Senna, you can do it once a day, if that, unless the other team takes it first.
Yeah.
Doesn't that make it much harder to add champions into your pool?
So that's where I think that individuals just have to keep playing the champion and learning its win condition on their own and then sharing their ideas.
Yeah.
I just think that you just have to be a lot sharper and adapt faster. It is how it is with one champion being OP.
Not really a concern for you guys either. Just practice it
I
on
like
your
it a
own
lot
and then
more. I
fit it in.
mean, one thing I'll say is like I'm excited for best of 5s in Fearless because I think when you're at a point where there's like 4 champions out, right? Because you're game 3, you're entering game 3. Like that's when you can be like, if I ban 3 champions straight, they don't know that I'm blind picking this. Because I've been thinking about that. You know, I've been thinking like game 4, like what? I'm sitting there like, I'll name the champion. I mean, he's on my arm. Yeah. I'm like, what can I set up for Gangplank? Because we've lost against Sinan, and I was like, fuck, we need a long range 80 character for like figuring out like to counter this shit. Like, cause when they blind this shit, it's like that's not legal. Because I'm a Gangplank player. In my blood, I don't allow it. It's like someone blinding Jinx or like Jinx Hui already on the 4-5. It's like my blood's boiling. You know, it's like ooh, don't know if that's legal, guys. I don't know if that's legal. You know. Already you're looking for like Gragas, you're looking for Gangplank. And then like my point is like, I start immediately thinking like, how many bans do I need to get the Gangplank going? What needs to be out for me to blind him here? That to me is exciting as hell.
Nice.
And in general, I think that's a layer of competitive like uniqueness that we've never seen. Because like, it has to be the perfect storm. Like Garen, for example, coming out blind, it would never happen in game 1 if all champions are open. If game 2 went on, there were no Fearless bans and all the same characters in the game, I would never blind Garen like that. I would pick the champion that is named Cassante instead. Because why would I ever blind Garen when I could blind Cassante and do similar things, right? That's why I like it a lot.
There's an award for most Fearless player, actually.
Oh yeah.
It's literally just whoever plays the most unique champions in all of Split 1. Oh. So you kind of have to make the finals to just get raw number of
That's true, yeah, that's true.
But
who has the most Pokemons right now?
Showmaker?
No, it's Isles.
Huh? Oh?
He's not going to win. He has 7. And then there's 10 players with 6.
Wait.
So he just plays a different champ every game?
Oh, 7 for like only LTA.
Well, he's played 7. He's played more games than anyone else because he played last week and this week.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 7 Pokemons? Okay.
But he would have had to do a unique one every game because it's 2-0,
Yeah.
2-1, 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he's gathering Pokemons. He's abusing.
Oh.
All 5 players on 100 Thieves have played a different champion every game.
Really?
But they've only played
5.
6
6
because they had
games.
the
Okay.
tiebreaker game as
Sure.
well.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, how many champions do I have?
Probably 6.
How many games did I play?
Yeah,
7?
6. I just got told 6.
How many
6
games do I have?
champions.
7?
I need to start thinking of some Pokemons.
Now it's
Like 8
competitive.
games.
8 games, I see.
Yeah.
The full season period.
No,
Yeah.
interesting.
We should make it.
Shoot for the award, accidentally throw the finals because you're like, I can't play Jinx again. I have to play.
I need this award. I need this award.
Oh, it's fun, yeah.
Last question: who do you think is the favorite to win the Americas playoffs?
Flyquest, thank you.
Okay.
I have full confidence in my team. I think the level that we're operating at is 50 or 40%.
I think I need to make a rule then for both of you because you're just going to say, TL, you're going to figure out your issues, you're going to win.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a good reason. I genuinely
Favorite
think
for second place.
we are playing operating at 40% of what we showed at Worlds. If we can claw back even 80.
So, okay, I'll wait to get to Jan and Core. Who's your opponent in finals then? Because the other side of the bracket's got C9, Loud, Team Liquid, as
Unironically,
well as Isrus.
I don't know about the LTA teams. If it's a surprise, fantastic. I'd love to
The
see
South
that.
teams.
I'm excited for that. I hope they do. But patch notes would be a huge one here because I think both junglers are extremely reliant on meta. That's my opinion. I think that versus Blabber will just literally be a coin flip on which jungler is stronger and how much how much effort you put into securing the better pick. Because I think that a lot of jungle metas, when I think of the TL and C9, it's you have one Skarner guy, one Sejuani guy, the other guy's playing, I don't fucking know what's next, Vi, Volibear, that's my point. You guys play a best of 3, that's what's going to happen. You're going to trade those champions, and whoever plays some donkey champion. And I think that the team that gets the stronger jungler, just by nature of how I think both TL and C9 like to play around jungle support, running around and doing things C9 is similar TL and C9, I think, where it's if the enemy jungle support sees you on their screen, they will already know 30 seconds beforehand whether they're going to try to kill you or they're not going to try to fight you at all. And I think both of those teams follow the same formula in that sense. And I think that the stronger jungle/support combo of champions that can just bulldoze through and just win every 2v2, 3v3 skirmish, 4v4 skirmish, I think that team will have a better and easier time to win. I don't think either team will default into we're going to play the Zyra and we're just going to farm. They're going to run around and try to kill each other on those donkey junglers and just fight to the death. My opinion. Okay, yeah. So it's meta dependent because if the donkey junglers are bad, which could happen, right? Volibear gets nerfed, Skarner gets nerfed, Sejuani gets nerfed. Suddenly you have to play Zyra, Talia, whatever. I don't know what else you have. You have Diego, Wukong, specifically those carry junglers.
Yeah.
I think a lot more weight gets put on the rest of the team to pick fights. And I think that's where it gets interesting. Because I think at that point, I actually think TL's more favored because I think Impact will do a much better job of influencing the game than Thanatos.
Okay. Corey, I see you thinking a lot. Pondering.
I think he's enjoying the information.
He is, yeah. Processing.
I'm getting free scouting info.
Oh, but I don't know what my team thinks. That's just what I think. I have no idea.
Get in the mind of Whipple.
Well, I wish we will win. I will try. But one thing I know is it's probably the same for the Flyquest or something. We watch the Flyquest game, we can win.
Yeah.
When we play today, we can win if we are better. But it's matter of who can be better.
Yeah.
During the project trip, but we have a Team Liquid project facility.
That's pretty big buff.
Okay.
So
yeah,
we'll get some advantage already.
Got a second team there already, keeping everything, all the PCs
so
working.
we'll try better, harder, then come back for the form.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Jan?
So you didn't see a team. Hold on.
He said Team Liquid.
Yeah.
Is it team? I thought we weren't allowed to pick our own teams.
Okay, you're going to have to pick a
100
second
teams
team.
because they won.
100
Okay,
teams?
yeah.
For now.
Hold on, let me look at the teams real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah.
Let's see, who has the coolest name?
100 Thieves.
Yeah. He's saying who has the coolest name. Are you gonna pick Loud?
I mean, the players kind of have cool names.
They barely qualified.
Oh shit, really?
But
I thought they were good.
It went to a game 3 in their qualification.
Oh shit, I thought they were good. What happened to them?
I mean, they are good.
Sometimes just
the LATAM teams just dominated over there.
I mean, they were saying same thing.
Pain. We will meet Pain in the finals.
Okay. Yeah.
interesting.
Raz thinks that all 4 North teams will beat all 4 South teams in the first round.
You know, I would agree with you, but betting on
could backfire.
4 North American
And
teams
their best
in an international event,
it's
you are
risky.
trolling. Like,
Yeah,
I'm just saying, 100 Thieves went from like, oh, they beat C9, they look kind of legit, to like,
I mean, yeah.
what did you guys show? Like, you literally like, what did you show up with the world? It's like, holy.
Anything can definitely happen within like.
You never know what happens.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 3 is a safe bet. 1
Could happen.
North team, something's going to go a little finicky,
Yeah, I would say 3 is safe.
but I think 3 is a safe bet.
I just want to like the patch notes are so interesting. I love this about international events. You know, it's the patch. Like it's the patch.
Is the new
it's
patch
next
out?
week, so next week is this patch.
Really?
Yeah.
How boring. I was
Because there won't even be a new patch
Spice
yet.
it up.
And then usually, if it's mid playoffs, they usually don't update. So I imagine finals is on this patch as well.
That's boring.
I'll put it in like the YouTube comment whether or not that's true or not. Because
Okay.
we'll be
I'm
able to
pretty
figure
sure
it
we're
out.
playing on the same patch.
I think it's the same
The
patch for the
whole
rest of
season
it.
through, really?
We- so
probably.
last patch was this week Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
And we play our match on Saturday.
So
is it?
next week, guaranteed,
Saturday,
it's this
Sunday.
patch.
Yeah, for sure.
And then
for
it's only a
sure.
matter of if they update
Okay.
just for finals, which
Yeah.
would be pretty unlikely.
Okay.
Never mind then.
Yeah.
Then I don't know. I'd have to look at the LTA South teams, but like, yeah. Then I think honestly, like, it's good for other Thieves for sure. Like for them, I think they're happy. I think the meta suits them well. They're happy to see this, and I think TL and C9 are pretty evenly matched when it comes to meta. It'll be a player diff kind of series where like one player will outperform the other in a matchup, and that will swing the game. That's my feeling right now. Obviously, we'll have to see. But I will say, I do think this week's League of Legends was pretty low. I think all 4 teams that played this week, a lot left to be desired, including Flyquest, 100%. So that's usually a good thing for variance.
Yeah. There was potentially a funny thing, and I'm probably putting words in someone's mouth. I don't even remember who I heard this from, but when the 2 LATAM teams in the South got the first and the second seed, then the Brazilian fans who followed the LCS last year are like, oh, awesome, TL and Flyquest are going to be 3rd and 4th seeds, so they can knock them out rather than playing against the Brazilian teams in the first round.
Yeah. No, that actually makes sense. They're pretty happy about that.
Yeah, that could be good, as long as you guys reach the level.
I can see 100 Thieves making a little loopsy. Yeah. I can see it. I mean, we'll see if they learn from their experience at Worlds, but it could happen.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys, for joining us. I hope you can rest up before making the 17 to 19-hour trip.
Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning.
I just want to read out the schedule really quick for those people watching. February 15th, Saturday, 100 Thieves versus Pain. After that, Leviathan versus Flyquest. So you guys are playing on the Saturday.
Okay.
And then the next day is going to be C9 versus Loud, first at 11 a.m., and then Isurus versus TL at 2 p.m.
We have one more day.
2 p.m. Pacific. So 2 hours earlier for a normal LTA North watcher is when it's going to be starting. Yeah, because of the local time in Brazil. So thanks for joining us. That's it for this week of Pros.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to see everybody in Brazil. Bye.
Bye.
Impact was just screaming Vayne, Vayne, Vayne.
Yeah, that's why we offered it.
He's a Vayne player. Why isn't he picking Vayne?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Unironically, I think I would have just probably. I don't even know. I think I would have just tried the lane swap. If we didn't swap, I'll probably just tell my own at some point with TP, like match into the Vayne. I'm just laning mid.
You're not separating.
Please squad the same thing.
Hello and welcome back to Pros. I'm Jat with Bwippo, Core JJ, Jan. Really quickly, for those of you watching on YouTube and those listening on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeart or Amazon Music, that's where we are. We're in all those places. But we just finished the northern part of the LTA split. Tiebreaker seeding match between Flyquest and Team Liquid. And really, you guys were already having a good discussion about the game, so I almost just want to continue the discussion. Like, what happened? What happened in the game?
We lost.
No, I was just like highlighting. I think Jan pointed out how many times I ulted him, and it's like I felt like in the game their front line was really split from their back line, so I felt like I had angles to ult and go in and like make a lot of chaos. And I think if we can make a lot of chaos, that's when Nico, for example, shines a lot. Like Cassiopeia, Corki, like these are really short range characters that want to just have a messy fight. They just don't want to get CC'd, focused, and die. So I thought I would create that chaos. Unfortunately, I kept missing them, or he was dodging them. You can pick.
Yeah, well, it was a really close game. You guys had Mountain Soul and then lost kind of back-to-back fights. And you and Core were pretty much up until recording this, watching on your phone. Then we had the replay client in there. What did you find? What happened?
We just couldn't really execute our team comp that well.
Yeah. What about it? You don't want to say?
We just couldn't execute our team fight that well. That's what we've been working on this week. We've been, honestly, since the split's already like over and we're going soon, we've been having like a pretty rough, like, I won't say like week, but like couple weeks, I guess. We've been like very up and down.
Yeah.
This is probably one of our worst weeks.
Sure.
So I was very glad that we made Brazil, to be honest, for having such a bad week. But unfortunately, we like couldn't make it towards the end. We had such a good like first 2 games, but I think we just didn't use our tab button in our last game.
What does that mean?
It's like seeing how the comps like play each other.
Right.
And I think we kind of failed at that.
So you feel like you just had the wrong approach towards the team fights?
Yeah, I think we just like misexecuted how we should have played our fight.
Yeah. And it's been a pretty rapid split, like high pressure, because I was thinking after last week, oh man, you know, if Palafox pops off again, maybe Team Liquid wouldn't go. You did 2-0 that though, so are you relieved? Are you still, Cord, like disappointed with how things have been going?
I'm definitely disappointed, but I mean, making Brazil is the first goal we should do. And we kind of did like fun game.
Yeah.
So I hope everyone having fun.
It was very entertaining.
Yeah. That's what we play for. We are entertainer.
Yeah. Can you go into a little bit about what you think went wrong in the fights?
Everything.
Makes sense.
What do you think? How are you able to come back in it then?
I mean, like I said, I think our comp like really enjoys chaos. Like I think Vi gets a lot more value and Bessa can get a lot more value. I didn't actually end up getting much value except for like one fight, I think near the end. I think the very last one, maybe I got some value, but for the most part, I think I didn't play my character that well. But my Corki and Cassiopeia were owning, so I was really happy about that because there was so much chaos. Like you ended up with like Corki 1v1ing Azir off the side of the like that game-winning fight. You had like Corki 1v1ing Azir on the side. Cassiopeia's taken down the Skarner and the Cassante, like low-key outplaying them. Meanwhile, me and Vi are on the Renata Ashe 2v2ing those. Like that's exactly kind of what we want, in my opinion at least. I'm yet to hear what my teammates think about that, so we'll see about that because that's my opinion. That's what I was looking for most of the game because I felt like if we can create that, then a 5v5 is not really a 5v5, and we're really happy about that.
Yeah. Definitely easier, I'd say, like, because you probably haven't even watched back the fights yet.
I have not, no.
Yeah, you're just thinking about it. Meanwhile, it's a different energy. You guys definitely feel quite disappointed with the way team fights are going.
It's just one game.
Yeah, it's just one game.
To be fair, regardless win or lose, we usually always just, as soon as the game ends, we all just look back.
Just review right away.
We don't really, win or lose, we just go back and review it, to be honest.
Yeah.
But today was especially disappointing, probably.
Right. Had you been making progress in the week of scrims in getting on the same page in team fights, and that's why it's more disappointing that it fell apart at the end? Or is it just because it hasn't been working all week, it's still continually frustrating that you couldn't close?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we had a very bad week until our last day. We like had a very good last day because we like managed to bring ourselves together.
Yeah.
So then it was very good. And then I won't say we had like a specific like goal in mind, like team fighting, but we were just basically trying to like unite together and do the same thing at least because we were very desynced.
Yeah. Core, anything to add?
Yeah. I don't know, like the moments we lost the team fight, I keep passing my heads, but we learn from this game, and I think this week we learned there's some hope. Yeah. I think if we can play better, at least we can say it's on us. We can if we can come back.
Yeah. Something I noticed, even though it was a small sample size, like only 5 games coming into this one, everyone was making a big deal of Umpty's deaths coming into the week, but at the same time, it was just 5 games. And the TL early games were still really strong. I think you were averaging like 1,000 gold up at 14 minutes. Is there, I'm just kind of curious with your feeling right now compared to where you were last year with the same roster and where you are now, you feel a little bit sloppy, slow, or has the game just changed a lot and it's hard to adapt? So
I will say that ever since we had the new edition of like Swiffer, right? We've been trying a lot of new things.
Okay.
And like we're definitely not playing the same comps as we did before.
Yeah.
So we're doing a lot of experimenting. We're failing a lot. So
which can be good.
Yeah, good or bad, like we'll see. But we're definitely learning. So
yeah.
What did you change? I can't tell.
Really?
What did you guys change? You played the exact same comps in top mid jungle at least. Maybe bot lane you guys changed picks, but like when I think of TL, I think Cassante, Rumble.
Okay. Also recipe.
Okay. Let's see.
I don't know the recipe. I think it's Sandy Rumble. That's what I'm seeing. And then I see think of jungle like some donkey jungler that just runs around and like ganks people. Skarner, Volibear, whatever, same shit. Mid lane, same shit. Talia Azir. So what did you change? To me, it sounds like nothing changed.
I don't think we played Azir that much before, did we? I think we've been playing a lot.
So you added Azir.
You added Azir, but then we've been adding like a lot more new champions and scrims, especially on mid lane, I would say.
Okay. And then you've been trying to add things not on stage. So you guys have been playing the same things on stage, and the scrims you've been mixing
That's why our scrims are going like back and forth as well. Since
I just wanted to, because you guys said like you change things up, but like on stage.
Oh yeah, maybe
nothing changed.
We're not changing like 180, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry,
like, I can see how you can see that, but since like we're like playing scrims.
I was just curious.
Yeah, you're right.
Especially because the people listening are only seeing the stage games, right? So they'll just be like, what do you mean? You guys picked the exact same, same type of draft. That's why I was like, also like, really? But it makes sense. I mean, you guys did pull out the Ambessa top. You played Jace top. That's also things that wouldn't necessarily be something you see from TL. So there's that too.
Yeah, tank Jace top. The other thing is, I was expecting TL Fly. Just, from a fan perspective, I don't see behind the scenes. I don't see scrims. I was expecting TL Fly last week on pros.
Same.
Yeah. I was expecting 1 and 2 seed, but you guys fell to 3 and 4. I know I've heard a lot from TL. Whippo, haven't heard from you, other than the pre-interview that we had. Last week had to be pretty disappointing for you guys.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was pretty disappointing, but I think it's a sign of a systematic issue where, at least for me, I think that a team overperforms and plays at a really high level when everyone in the game has the same idea. So when you look at a game from like 12 minutes to 18 minutes and you look at everyone, honestly, you're going to go from minute 1. Like when you look from minute 1 to 20 and you see that everyone's making the decision that supports usually your win condition, that's a sign of a really good team. So for example, like your top laner, even though he's in a winning position, he doesn't greed. He takes tempo, recalls, walks back. He's like, I took the guy's flash, I'm happy. He doesn't try to push for lead. He doesn't do anything. He's just, this is making me stronger for the point where I need to support my win condition. That could be a jungler, that could be AD, that could be mid. It could also be a top laner. Same vice versa. Your bot lane, for example, wins, gets a crash they're not supposed to get, or they get a flash they're not supposed to get. They don't try to squeeze out of that. They don't call jungle to help that. It's like, he doesn't have flash, that's one less tool to kill me. I'm going to use that tempo and the fact that I can now play my waves more aggressively, crash waves more effectively without any help when you normally may have needed help, right? That I think is the definition of an overperforming team. Is when that entire team, you look at everyone's decisions individually and you can tell, like, this guy's arrow is pointed straight at that guy and he's helping that guy every step of the way. It can also be 2 different people, right? So sometimes it's like you help AD and mid, sometimes you help mid. Point is, I think we suck at that right now, including me. I'm terrible at this right now. Like whenever I get like, ooh, a cookie, it's like, ooh. I get a flash, like, oh, I can kill him. And then I try to kill him, and then I use my tempo trying to kill him, and then, I get ganked, and now my position is worse than it would have been, and I don't have, like, for example, I crashed wave top, Skarner E through the wall in the first Dignitas game I play, I blow my Swain ult, and it's like, oh fuck, I don't have Swain ult for grubs. And it's just like, me trying to squeeze something out of the Cassante there, because I'm super far ahead of him because of the swap, and I'm just like owning him in lane. That's definitive proof that I'm not thinking of our win condition. That's me being greedy.
Right. We saw Swain Garen today as well. How does this happen? The Garen, so the Swain, we already heard you had it as a pocket pick. I asked Nuke Duck afterwards, and it was, I love interviewing Nuke Duck because he doesn't want to give things away, but at the same time, it was just, even if I was coaching, I wouldn't want to say like exactly why we picked Garen. But it's like, oh, Garen, he's a lot of things.
I don't want to say exactly. If he's not going to say it, like that's fine. I don't mind. I just think Garen is overpowered right now. Like, he gets like Last Stand now works on his ultimate. Axiom Arcanus works on his ultimate. Like this shit does like half your health. Unironically, if you're at 45% health, you're dead. Right. Which like to me is just like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. And then in competitive play, everyone runs around swapping. You have a button that has the same amount of damage reduction Cassante W does, but it lasts for 4 seconds.
So you can build pretty squishy and still be tanky.
No, you can just go under your bot tower and like Cassante does.
Is that why Dokka's been just spamming Garen?
No, I think people are spamming Garen because they realize like this shit's not balanced. Like if anything goes wrong and this champion just gets out of line, like you don't like completely shit stomp him 1v1, like put him in the ground and keep putting him in the ground. He's just that kind of champion. Like he reminds me of like Camille in the sense that like you get ganked 1v2 by Camille, there's no counterplay. If you're in a position where they get on you, you will die with no counterplay, no mercy, and it will feel terrible because that champion will not only keep doing that if they get a +1, at some point he'll start beating you 1v1 too. Yeah. And he's just one of those characters where it's just like, if you don't keep him on in the ground, he just does way too much damage. Like, I don't know, have you played again? Have you played any League recently? Have you seen Garen's ult?
So, to be fair, I have played more League this year than in past years. Oh. It's still not nearly as much as you play. You could probably reach my number of games in like 3 days.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
How much is that?
No, that's still pretty good. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
What I'm trying to say is, like, when I look at the numbers, I look at the true damage number, I'm just like, what?
It looks strong.
What? Like a Sejuani with Heartsteel, like 40% health, just gone. And it's just, this champion has to be really strong. And obviously we're playing against Dignitas. I won't say that Garen Blind's in the repertoire for every team, every situation, but I was like,
very confident.
Looks pretty good. Like they have Silas, Sejuani. What's the worst that can happen? I get vaned. Well, I'll just pray we can lane swap and we'll figure it out.
It was a nice solo kill, spinning on the wave, lashing into the one minion.
I stole that straight from a Korean Garen one trick. So I watch that guy a lot and he does that a lot.
What were you gonna do if you picked Vayne?
Huh? As I said, I was like, I hope we swap and I hope that I hope it works out. I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, my champ's OP, I'll find a way, you know?
Because in the draft, if Impact was just screaming Vayne, Vayne, Vayne.
Yeah, that's why we offered it.
He's a Vayne player. Why isn't he picking Vayne?
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. Unironically, I think I would have just probably, I don't even know. I think I would have just tried lane swap. If we didn't swap, I'll probably just tell my own at some point with TP, like, match into the Vayne. I'm just laning mid.
You're not suffering.
Please, squad, save me. Like, please, squad, save me. I can't lane.
Yeah. For TL, I know we talked about the Flyquest game, but what about the Shopify series? Because it was a 2-0. It was relieving. Like, what went well in that series for you guys, Jan? You got player of the series in that series. I don't know if you know.
Oh, really?
Oh, did I?
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Nice. I think that we played like how we used to play, where we were very controlled, stacking every objective, not making it very volatile unless it was very hard winning. Just like our theme.
Yeah.
I think that was it. I think we just played like what we played united and like just did what we could.
Yeah.
Instead of making an extra play.
Okay. Core.
So I think Shopify game was like, basically we just choked them. So they were like more suffocated and then they didn't do anything until like one big moment and then we won the fight.
Yeah.
So it was kind of boring game. But we like boring game.
Game 1 felt super dominant and then ended at 30 minutes. And then game 2 felt closer, but ended at like 28 minutes. But that's just the way it ended up happening.
Yeah, because like after like 25 minutes, like every single fight is like game losing, game winning. We won one fight, same.
You didn't even have to win a fight. I was shocked. I was watching that game. I just want to highlight, like, it's 22 minutes. Soul's spawning in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you guys right-click Atakan, the enemy team just beep, 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 disconnected. And I was like, wait, what just happened?
Yeah.
It was like, that's what I was like, I think that's why the game ended so abruptly, because if you stack Soul and then you have the revive Atakan, which is usually the one you get.
Yep.
If you can stall that one until the Soul spawns and then you get that, like, you kind of forces the enemy team to just send it and fight you.
Yeah.
That's why we were kind of expecting similar thing happen in the Flyquest game. We got the free Atakan again. We got the free Dragon.
Like, game over.
Wait, it wasn't free Atakan, was it? You guys died. It was a complete mess of a fight.
We got it first,
and then we kept fighting.
There you go.
I have a feeling we could have gotten out, but I didn't review that game. I don't really remember it. I don't know what kind of position you guys had.
We could.
I have no idea, honestly. I don't remember even.
What were you going to say a second ago?
Sorry?
You were like, to be fair, and then Brooklyn started talking to you.
Oh, so like, to be fair, like, I think we could have gotten out, but I don't remember the exact situation.
Got it.
Because I don't remember their position in the game.
I just remember it was calls like, oh, they have Atakan for 40 more seconds. I'm like, guys, their useful members have no Atakan. Only their useless ones do. And it was like, Renata and Skarner were the only ones that had it. I was like, it doesn't matter. Like, let's just fight.
How's the 15 seconds feel on the Otacon respawn?
It kind of feels bad. Still.
Dude, it feels good. Like, nice. Nice. Like 15 seconds, just relax, take a sip of my drink, like reassess the situation, look at the map, summoner spell check. I'm chilling. Like, there's perfect opportunity to wind down. Like, I like it, and it's more balanced because like when the enemy team has it, at least I can play the game still.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the question. Is at least this week, I think the teams that were taking Voracious Otacon weren't necessarily winning the game as much, so it almost looked like it didn't do that much. But like in scrims, is it still one of those? Usually, if you get Voracious Otacon, you win the game.
I personally think that everyone in every region kind of uses Otacon very poorly.
Okay.
I think it goes to waste most, like, I would say 80% of the times. I think people try to overplay so much because they're just immortal. I see this so consistently from every team in every scrim and even on stage games. Like, I think I've seen the same situation on most LCK games, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if you guys watch it.
I don't know. We played against Dignitas. They got it. They ran into our completely ran it down.
There's 4-0
because you feel the power. Like, we can revive, and then you just get insta wipe. They get 1k gold, and you're just sitting there for 15 seconds. Shit.
I think there's a lot more left to be discovered for this buff.
Yeah.
I definitely think that there's more to be done with it, but I also think that like getting the buff itself is pretty hard. Like, Atakan got hands, you know, like he's got hands and he's pretty tanky. So like if you try to fight around it, like securing that objective in the first place takes a lot of resources, takes a lot of practice, takes a lot of setting up. So in its own right, it makes sense that people haven't like gotten to a point where it's like, okay, our Atakan setup is perfect. Let's talk about how we abuse the shit out of the buff. Teams are mostly just trying to get it right now. Getting the buff is already considered a pretty big win.
Yeah, and in solo queue, you can't even practice it. You just get ruined.
You know what I noticed? Did they buff? Did they buff the flower petal one or the ruinous one? Because suddenly in my solo queue games, the revive is spawning, and I don't even know how that happened.
They've changed it. It was almost never happening in solo queue, so they adjusted the tuning to try and make it show up. In pro sometimes, but they just undershot it. They can tweak
but that's why I saw it in my solo queue, because I was like, why am I seeing this in my solo queue?
In solo queue, they made it much easier to get.
I'm a demon, you know, like I would always contribute towards the petal one. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when I'm playing solo queue, there's no way the petal one isn't spawning unless something changed. For sure. I'm a demon.
So last week with 100 Thieves and Cloud9 getting the 1 and 2 seeds, just to go back a little bit, because all 4 of you guys are going to be going to Brazil. How surprising was it that 100 Thieves ended up being the 1 seed? Because that was not. I think I had them 4th or 5th before the season in terms of power ranking. Can start with you, Core.
Oh, I didn't expect they're gonna win everything. I didn't expect they're gonna win against us too. But after playing versus them, they're still 100 Thieves, but like I feel like better.
Yeah.
Better. But
what did they fix? What's better about it?
I don't know. They are still fighting, but fight better, I guess.
Okay.
They were a new team, so obviously they're going to learn and grow. And I think that I always had a respect for FBI, so he's always a solid player. And having like a solid voice is very good for a very chaotic team, I think, which I would assume is 100 Thieves.
The really simplistic theory that we've had is that they were always pretty good at fighting, but now you need to fight more. Like the game almost feels a little simplified from last year, where and this is all, you guys can correct us if we're wrong, but like we would see even Team Liquid and Flyquest, the biggest strength, one of the big strengths you guys had last year was from like 17 to 25 minutes. You were really good at playing the game. Like you get tier 2 turrets down frequently. You could put appropriate threat on Baron, get picks on Vision. But now it's a little more streamlined. Like there's the grubs, there's the feats of strength that you're always fighting around something the game tells you to fight. At 20 minutes, it immediately becomes about Otacon. At 25 minutes, it immediately becomes about Baron. So it's like, because 100 Thieves is already good at fighting, the game is just more scripted for them and they don't have to. And then also the advantage that you guys had there is a little bit diminished because everyone is doing kind of the same thing. That's an oversimplification, but how accurate do you think that is?
I think that's pretty accurate. I think what also helped them was that there's a lot more objectives now, like Otacon, Grubs, Dragon, and they're very good at fighting. So if you keep adding more objectives and like more opportunities to fight, obviously the macro part is going to probably go a little bit down for the tower system, or you're going to play less for the towers and more for the objectives probably, which is always good for a team that always wants to fight.
And Bopo?
I think it's like a psychological thing on our end, at least. Like they commit as 5 people to every play. Like that's just a fact. Like 100 Thieves plays the game, is 5 people always commit. And like right now, it's like we haven't done scouting or anything like that because obviously you just play the first thing. You don't even have data to scout even. So my point is like I think when teams actually get data to scout, they look at that and they're like, oh, so if you just have one guy, just know that he can drop the fight and go opposite side or do anything, like that guy is going to be Thanos every game because they're always committing as 5 people. They will overcommit to every play they make. That's just who they are. I think that also actually got better, to be fair. I wouldn't say they overcommit 110% of the time. Maybe it's like 80%. I think FBI like just being like, I'm not coming. Like that's probably a good thing for them too.
I remember there was this one play against Flyquest in the 100 Thieves Flyquest in like Spring Split where he just let you take everything topside. That definitely doesn't happen anymore, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I remember as well, basically, it's like because they overcommit on the same play altogether, and I think they toned that down. I also think the game being more streamlined makes it easier for them, but I still think they overcommit to plays a lot. I just think that teams haven't, like, they don't have any staff members yelling at them like, if you lose to 100 Thieves when they overcommit as everyone has a play, we're reporting you. Like, you know, because usually you have a staff member making sure.
In a sense.
Yeah, they play free, and you need to realize like, oh, when they commit, they commit with everyone. Like, there's a lot of teams you can like string along because there's some hesitation. That's not a team that hesitates. Like they will full commit to the play, and if you fight them, you need to be stronger.
Yeah. C9. Quick. I mean, however long you want to go on these thoughts. The thought I got from C9 after the series, Vulcan thought it was draft, and then I think Sven on the C9 podcast also said it was draft.
Sure. I think yeah, of course. I think that like generally speaking, from my perspective, is like when you draft comfort, you challenge the opponents when they draft a counter to your comfort to say that you are not good enough on your champions compared to us to enter the winning situations. Because if you're playing a neutral objective fight and you have a poke comp against a short range comp that's trying to engage on you, you still need to win the laning phase or like be stronger than your opponent on the lane itself, and then push them off the wave, and then go into the vision, take the vision. And this whole cycle, there's a lot of small things you can mess up.
Yeah.
When you play comfort and you say, we don't care about the draft, like we're just picking our best champions, you're saying like, we're going to win lane against you guys anyway, or like one of our guys is going to break your setup, or something good is going to happen for us. And the fact that we got called out on that is like, no, that's not going to happen. That's also, by the way, what I called Shopify out for, is like, yeah, you guys have the poke comp, you have the Huawei virus, poke virus, but if you're not in the position to hold the vision and then poke us out from there, you are in fact going to lose. Because if you just play that comp like a 5v5 comp, it's not good enough.
Yeah.
You need to play to your strengths, composition strengths. I think C9 practiced well, showed up with that formula, and showed that they could not only play the laning phase, navigate the laning phase, but also set up the mid game so that we had to walk in on their vision, and our backline couldn't really play the game against Ziggs and Talia just throwing spells. So I do think it's the big picture here. I'm happy to see it, honestly. I'm relieved, because I think that if you get this from home, I'm obviously using my experience from back when G2 and Fnatic were big in 2018, 2019, 2020. Like, we were constantly throwing back and forth in this kind of way, and it helped you realize, like, we need a bigger arsenal. Like, we can't just rely on what our comfort is and then just outplay our opponents every time we get comfort. We're going to have to get uncomfortable, play a comp that we don't normally play, because it's the only answer that we can identify to the answer they gave us, like that they brought to us. You ping pong back and forth, right? So like right now the ball's in our court. If we're playing in C9, what's our answer to Ziggs Talia type of drafts?
Right.
Do we still play that line where we first pick Ashe and let them play a poke comp?
Yeah, which could still happen. You guys could still play against Cloud9, because
really?
Well, there's this weird thing that I'm thinking about as we're going towards the Americas playoffs.
Well, in finals, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, because it is North versus South.
Yeah.
But one team is going to first stand. So there could be two North teams in the final, and you're still going to be playing against each other in best of 5. So
100%,
yeah.
If I heard correctly, we're on C9's bracket side, right?
Yes,
yeah. So I can show you here. The way first stand starts is 100 Thieves is going to play against Pain. Then Leviathan is against Flyquest, because they won to get the number 3 seed. So that's your side of the bracket. And then you're going to be seed number 4.
So who's on our? Is 100 Thieves on our side?
Yeah, 100 Thieves is on your side.
Which doesn't make sense to me, because like, why are we 1 and 3? Like, surely the first seed team gets the 4th seed team from the LTA on their side of the bracket.
You get the 4th seed team. So the 4th
because
seed
of
team
the North and South
of the North
make it
is the
equal.
1 seed from the South.
Yeah.
You know?
So we're playing the first seed.
Because it's
1, 4,
unfair
and 2,
for
3, and then 1, 4, and 2, 3, and it's just.
Oh, that's why. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's why.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. And we get the 4 seed LTA team.
Yeah.
And
LTA
100 Thieves. 100 Thieves gets the 4 seed LTA team.
Yeah.
Is there first, and
Yeah.
we get the 2nd seed LTA team.
And then
'Cause we're
TL
third.
gets the 1 seed
South team.
Yes.
South team.
Now it makes sense.
Which actually was LLA team last.
Yeah.
The number 1 and number 2 seeds in the South were LATAM teams last year.
Okay, interesting.
Very
So, yeah.
familiar faces.
Burdal, Jose Diodo, Miru, Snacker,
Brutal
and
versus Impact.
Ackerman.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
And then for Flyquest, you're playing Leviathan, which I'm going to mess up the pronunciation. I'm so sorry. Zolfi, Scary, Cody,
I know that guy.
Seo, and Pro Delta.
I've never heard of Pro Delta, but I heard everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They played the NA solo queue.
He's a Brazilian support.
Well, let's see it. I'm curious what'll cook up.
Got to do scouting for the next week. I've been trying to watch a little bit of South, but it's just because it's right before our show,
Yeah.
and sometimes in our show I'm not catching all of it. So how are you going to approach this? Because you are playing a team that seems a little dark and unknown. You have what, like 5-6 days to prepare?
And to be fair, I don't know about Flyquest, but we used to like, at least in Academy and like LCS, we like always scrim them towards like the end of playoffs or like something, because we just have no teams to play. So at the very least, we're very familiar with all the people from like
Latin America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not the imports probably that haven't played.
Right.
But I think Miru did play in.
Yeah, we have a lot of time on the plane, so
True, same.
yeah.
But I'm not going to scout. Like, I don't scout. Like, for example, we play Gen G, I don't scout. We play Top Esports, I don't scout. I don't scout. I show up with my game, my picks. I just get told, this is what he likes to play. I think about it for 5 minutes. This is the situation I'm going to show up with. This is who I am. The only time I ever adjust what I do for my team is if I get information that is like from my staff, because I personally think that like identifying patterns is the hardest part of scouting. It gets really hard. and I'm going to break my brain trying to identify patterns.
And if you identify the wrong pattern, it can hurt
Oh
you.
yeah, exactly. So I just have the wrong idea, and I'm a fundamentalist when it comes to League. You know, strong champion, has good tempo, groups up, gets vision. If you're standing in that bush, they face check you, a good thing will happen. So for me, I don't like to overthink like scouting and all these type of things. I trust the people that are assigned with that work, that they're going to give me good information. If they give me no information, I'm going in with my fundamentals, and I'm trusting that the character I picked
Strong enough.
will be strong enough for a positive outcome. Because I don't think from my perspective, I'm like there to win the game for my team. I'm there to outperform the enemy top laner. Better influence on the game, like greater influence, positive influence than the enemy top laner. Like this last game in TL, not true though. I got gapped. Blows.
Unlucky. This is a pretty unique tournament as I'm thinking about it, because on one end, you're kind of getting international experience, but it's also just an America's final. So how are you approaching it from that end, Jan?
I mean, to be honest, since we're playing in Brazil, there's like another funny thing. I assume most Brazilian fans will not like the fact that their first place seed is a not Brazilian team.
Okay, so
maybe they'll be hyped for us.
Rooting for you.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Oh,
How that's gonna work.
Maybe.
Honestly,
I don't know.
I think Brazilian fans would cheer for everyone, man. They just love it.
I mean, I know they love their team though the most.
Well, of course, if you're playing as a Brazil team, you're fucked. But like, if you're playing against anyone else, you're chilling. Like, it's fine. Like, obviously they'll cheer more for the Brazilian team, but at least, I mean, I have buff, you know, so I'm chilling. Flyquest is chilling.
Yeah, I'd heard from your team manager as well. I don't know if you know this, but the team you're playing against, Isurus, because they're a Latin team.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah.
They're in Team Liquid's facility in Brazil. They've been renting it.
It's time to kick them out.
Really?
So you're just gonna.
Yeah, we're kicking them
but
out.
I think
They're
you're
out.
both just gonna be there. Well,
Nah, we're kicking them out. I'm joking. Sorry, it was a joke.
It's funny.
Don't get me in trouble.
I appreciate it. That's just a fun little
is
tidbit
interesting.
that you're then also randomly playing each other in the first round.
Yeah. Yo, what's up?
Yeah, what's up? Sizing them up as you walk in the door. Yeah, that's cool. Another
On the international experience, I do think that it is still international experience, and any rookies that like it's just. I still treat it as international experience, and you're going to like unfamiliar environment. I still think it still counts though. I think it'll be very valuable to like keep getting the experience for sure.
Yeah,
the routine changes. I think the routine changes is what makes an international event. Like when you think of international, it's the fact that your routine changes. Yeah. Like a big thing in international is like your scrim hours change too. Like, so you have to adjust the Asian scrim hours. You know, it's like like this is not what I'm used to.
Yeah,
and then also like in the evening, like. Your whole routine changes, and I think that's what changes. That gives you the experience. Really.
Actually, that's nice. So if you go to the like international stage or something, like you still play together until night. There's no one individual room or something.
Yeah.
So you stay there, you eat together, like, and you spend the entire time like off day or like working day. Yeah. It's good time.
It's good team bonding. It's
good team bonding.
Similar to a boot camp.
We win.
Yeah. Yes, the worst is you take the 20-hour trip to Brazil, lose in a best of 3. Well,
it's not 20 hours, is it?
That was fun.
Like 12?
Well, it's
not that long.
I don't think there's any direct flights that you can get. Unless you get
I was told 19 hours.
Okay.
Oh, really?
That's just like total travel time from like.
Yeah, because you have a layover. So we fly to like we fly to the other end of America because like South and North America are like this. Yeah. Like we're on this side and this is where South America is. So like you have to fly like this and then down.
I see. I guess it is that long.
Yeah.
It'll take a while.
Routine change.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Also, you're just not playing in like your comfort anymore. Yeah. And not playing in comfort is when you have probably nerves.
Yeah.
And other things just.
And it's a skill that you need to develop, which maybe is an advantage for both of you because you both have the exact same rosters that went to Worlds and MSI last year. So fingers crossed that you guys are able to do some work against the Brazilian teams who won't be having to do that because they're playing it in their home studio, basically. They're not having to do that large amount of travel. Fearless, we've talked about a decent amount. Something that I thought about today is that even in the 2-0s, where it doesn't feel from a viewer perspective like Fearless is making that big of a difference. Do you know of any pros that have actually disliked Fearless? Because I've heard that it might be way more fun just to practice, like because you're not on the same champion all day in scrims. Has that been an extra part of Fearless that has made it more interesting to just practice more fun now?
I personally like it a lot. It makes I'm not playing Calista Varus Ashe every single game, so it definitely is like a big change.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's very nice.
Yeah, it's fun. like way more fun. And then especially in solo queue too. Now you know whatever you play solo queue is can be actually played. Like can be really useful.
Find a window.
Yeah. So I think Fearless is the future.
You want it to stay for practice. Because
I like it.
Well, the one fear that I would have, because when I started thinking about this, if you're trying to add a champion to your pool, back in the day, sometimes you would just like hard force that champion 3 or 4 scrims in a row.
Yeah.
But that's actually not possible now because you guys are all doing fearless scrims.
Yeah.
So you would only get to, like if you're trying to add Senna, you can do it once a day,
True.
if that, unless the other team takes it first.
Yeah.
Doesn't that make it much harder to add champions into your pool?
So that's where I think that individuals just have to keep playing the champion and learning its win condition on their own and then sharing their ideas.
Yeah.
I just think that you just have to be a lot sharper and adapt faster. Is how it is with one champion being OP.
Not really a concern for you guys either. Just practice it
I
on
like
your
it a
own
lot
and then
more. I
fit it
mean,
in.
one thing I'll say is like I'm excited for best of 5s in Fearless because I think when you're at a point where there's like 4 champions out, right? Because you're game 3, you're entering game 3. Like that's when you can be like, if I ban 3 champions straight, they don't know that I'm blind picking this. Because I've been thinking about that. You know, I've been thinking like game 4, like what? I'm sitting there like, I'll name the champion. I mean, he's on my arm.
Yeah.
I'm like, what can I set up for Gangplank? Because we've lost against C9, and I was like, we need a long range 80 character for like figuring out like to counter this shit. Like, 'cause when they blind this shit, it's like that's not legal. Because I'm a Gangplank player. In my blood, I don't allow it. It's like someone blinding Jinx or like Jinx Hui already on the 4-5. It's like my blood's boiling. You know, it's like ooh, don't know if that's legal, guys. I don't know if that's legal. You know. Already you're looking for like Gragas, you're looking for Gangplank. And then like my point is like I start immediately thinking like how many bans do I need to get the Gangplank going? What needs to be out for me to blind him here? That to me is exciting as hell.
Nice.
And in general, I think that's a layer of competitive like uniqueness that we've never seen. Because like it has to be the perfect storm. Like Garen, for example, coming out blind, it would never happen in game 1 if all champions are open. If game 2 went on, there were no fearless bans and all the same characters in the game, I would never blind Garen like that. I would pick the champion that is named Cassante instead. Because why would I ever blind Garen when I could blind Cassante and do similar things, right? That's why I like it a lot.
There's an award for most fearless player, actually.
Oh yeah.
It's literally just whoever plays the most unique champions and all split one.
Oh.
So you kind of have to make the finals to just get raw number of
That's
games
true,
in.
yeah, that's true.
But
Who has the most Pokemons right now?
Showmaker?
no, it's Isles.
Huh?
Oh?
He's not going to win. He has 7. And then there's 10 players with 6.
Wait.
So he just plays a different champ every game?
Oh, 7 for like only LTA.
Well, he's played 7. He's played more games than anyone else because he played last week and this week.
Oh, I see.
okay.
Yeah.
7 Pokemons? Okay.
But he would have had to do a unique one every
Fine.
game because it's 2-0,
Yeah.
2-1, 2-0.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So he's gathering Pokemons, he's abusing.
Oh.
All 5 players on 100 Thieves have played a different champion every game.
Really?
But they've only played
5.
6 because they
games,
had the
okay.
tiebreaker game as
Sure,
well.
okay.
For
Interesting.
How many champions do I have?
Probably 6.
How many games did I play?
Yeah,
7?
6. I just got told 6.
How many
6
games
champions.
do I have? 7?
Damn, I need to start thinking of some Pokemons.
Now it's
Like 8
competitive.
games.
8 games this year.
Yeah.
The full season Fearless.
No,
Yeah.
interesting.
We should make it.
Shoot for the award, accidentally throw the finals because you're like, I can't play Jinx again. I have to play
I need this award. I need this award.
Oh, it's
need
fun, yeah.
Last question. Who do you think is the favorite to win the Americas playoffs?
Flyquest, thank you.
Okay.
I have full confidence in my team. I think the level that we're operating at is 50 or 40%.
I think I need to make a rule then for both of you because you're just going to say, TL, you're going to figure out your issues, you're going to win.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a good reason. I genuinely
Favorite
think
for second place.
we are playing like operating at like 40% of what we showed at Worlds. Like if we can claw back even 80.
So, okay, I'll wait to get to Jan and Core. Who's your opponent in finals then? Because the other side of the bracket's got C9, Loud, Team Liquid, as
Unironically,
well as Isrus.
I don't know about the LTA teams. If it's a surprise, fantastic. I'd love to
The
see
South
that.
teams.
I'm excited for that. I hope they do. But patch notes would be a huge one here because I think both junglers are extremely reliant on meta. That's my opinion. I think that versus Blabber will just literally be a coin flip on like which jungler is stronger and how much how much effort you put into securing the better pick. Because I think that a lot of jungle metas, when I think of the TL and C9, it's like you have one Skarner guy, one Sejuani guy, the other guy's playing, I don't fucking know what's next, Vi, Volibear, like that's my point. Like you guys play a best of 3, that's what's going to happen. You're going to trade those champions and like whoever plays some donkey champion. And I think that the team that gets the stronger jungler, just by nature of how I think both TL and C9 like to play around jungle support, running around and doing things like C9 is like similar like TL and C9, I think, where it's like if the enemy jungle support sees you on their screen, they will already know 30 seconds beforehand whether they're going to try to kill you or they're not going to try to fight you at all. And I think both of those teams follow the same formula in that sense. And I think that the stronger jungle/support combo of champions that can just like bulldoze through and just win every 2v2, 3v3 skirmish, 4v4 skirmish, I think that team will have a better and easier time to win. I don't think either team will default into like, we're going to play the Zyra and we're just going to farm. Nah, they're going to run around and try to kill each other on those donkey junglers and just fight to the death. My opinion. Okay, yeah. So it's meta dependent because if the donkey junglers are bad, which could happen, right? Volibear gets nerfed, Skarner gets nerfed, Sejuani gets nerfed. Suddenly you have to play Zyra, Talia, whatever. Like, I don't know what else you have. You have Diego, Wukong, like specifically those carry junglers. Yeah. I think a lot more weight gets put on the rest of the team to pick fights. And I think that's where it gets interesting. Because I think at that point, I actually think TL's more favored because I think Impact will do a much better job of influencing the game than Thanatos.
Okay. Corey, I see you thinking a lot. Pondering.
I think he's enjoying the information.
He is, yeah. Processing.
No,
I'm getting like free scouting info.
I don't know what my team thinks. That's just what I think. I have no idea.
Get in the mind of Whipple.
Well, I wish we will win. I will try. But one thing I know is like, it's probably the same for the Flyquest or something. Like we watch the Flyquest game, we can win.
Yeah.
When we play today, we can win if we are better. But like it's matter of like who can be better. Yeah. During the project trip, but we have a Team Liquid project facility.
That's pretty big buff.
Okay.
So we'll get some advantage already.
Got a second team there already, keeping everything, all the PCs
so
working.
we'll try better, harder, than come back for the form.
Yeah. Any thoughts, Jan?
So you didn't see a team. Hold on.
He's a team.
Yeah.
Is it team? I thought we weren't allowed to pick our own teams.
Okay, you're going to have to pick a
100
second
teams.
team.
Let's day one.
100
Okay.
teams?
Yeah.
For now.
Hold on, let me look at the teams real quick. Let's see, who has the coolest name?
100 Thieves.
Yeah. He's saying who has the coolest name. Are you gonna pick Loud?
I mean, the players kind of have cool names.
They barely qualified.
Oh shit, really?
But
I thought they were good.
It went to a game 3 in their qualification.
Oh shit, I thought they were good. What happened to them?
I mean, they are good.
Sometimes just
the LATAM teams just dominated over there.
I mean, they were saying same thing.
Pain. We will meet Pain in the finals.
Okay. Yeah.
Interesting.
Raz thinks that all 4 North teams will beat all 4 South teams in the first round.
You know, I would agree with you, but betting on 4 North American teams
and their best
in an international event,
it's
risky. Trolling. Like, I'm just saying, 100 Thieves went from like, oh, they beat C9, they look kind of legit, to like, I mean, what did you guys show? Like, you literally like, what did you show up with the world? It's like, whoa.
Anything can definitely happen within like.
You never know what happens.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 3 is a safe bet. 1
could happen.
North team. Something's going to go a little finicky.
Yeah, I would say 3 is safe.
But I think 3 is a safe bet.
I just want to like the patch notes are so interesting. I love this about international events. You know, it's the patch. Like it's the patch.
It's next week. So next week is this patch.
Really?
Yeah.
How boring. I was
because there won't even be a new patch.
Spice it up.
And then usually if it's mid playoffs, they usually don't update. So I imagine finals is on this patch as well.
That's boring.
I'll put it in like the YouTube comment whether or not that's true or not. Because
I'm pretty sure we're playing on the same patch.
I think it's the same patch
the
for the rest
season
of it.
through, really?
So last patch was this week Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
And we play our match on Saturday.
So next week guaranteed is this patch.
Yeah, for sure.
And then it's only a matter of if they update just for finals, which would be pretty unlikely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah.
Then I don't know. I'd have to look at the LTA South teams, but like, then I think honestly, like. It's good for other Thieves for sure. Like for them, I think they're happy. I think the meta suits them well. They're happy to see this, and I think TL and C9 are pretty evenly matched when it comes to meta. It'll be a player diff kind of series where like one player will outperform the other in a matchup, and that will swing the game. That's my feeling right now. Obviously, we'll have to see. But I will say, I do think this week's League of Legends was pretty low. I think all 4 teams that played this week, a lot left to be desired, including Flyquest, 100%. So. That's usually a good thing for variance. Yeah.
There was potentially a funny thing, and I'm probably putting words in someone's mouth. I don't even remember who I heard this from, but when the 2 LATAM teams in the South got the first and the second seed, then the Brazilian fans who followed the LCS last year are like, oh, awesome, TL and Flyquest are going to be 3rd and 4th seeds, so they can knock them out rather than playing against the Brazilian teams in the first round.
No, that actually makes sense. They're pretty happy about that.
Yeah, that could be good, as long as you guys reach the level.
I can see 100 Thieves making a little loopsy. Yeah. I can see it. I mean, we'll see if they learn from their experience at Worlds, but it could happen.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, guys, for joining us. I hope you can rest up before making the 17 to 19-hour trip.
Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning.
I just want to read out the schedule really quick for those people watching. February 15th, Saturday, 100 Thieves versus Pain. After that, Leviathan versus Flyquest. So you guys are playing on the Saturday.
Right.
And then the next day is going to be C9 versus Loud first at 11 a.m. and then Isurus versus TL at 2 p.m.
We have one more day.
2 p.m. Pacific. So 2 hours earlier for a normal LTA North watcher is when it's going to be starting. Yeah, because of the local time in Brazil. So thanks for joining us. That's it for this week of Pros.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to see everybody in Brazil. Bye.
Bye.
Nice guys, good job. Take. I'm okay. We're looking Zara. Okay. Aura behind guys, aura behind. Work on bro. Take it. Yeah. Just fine guys.
It's fine.
Look Kaiser. Kaiser, It's good. Go fight. But chase it down.
Keep going. ICT behind guys, ICT behind.
Talia, no flash guys. Chase.
I made
I died. Dex no. Wait, nice kill. Coming. Yeah. Let's keep fighting. Azir here guys, Azir out. Close here. Azir there. Nice. Can we have it? We can have it. We can. Go guys. Yeah, we can have guys. Yeah, we can.
Hazel here, joined by Kobe for the second series, and we saw Flyquest come out to a lot of boos.
Look. Keep flash.
Nice.
Take it slow.
I'm going.
Go out. Okay, he's going.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll kill him.
Let's go. Go objectives. Let's go. He's, I think, fine.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. This guy, I want this guy too. Can you guys come and help me soon or no? Because I can buy time.
Hit the turret first.
Oh, whoa.
He's a monster.
Hide everything.
They still a wave and we need to finish out the tower.
Fight. No.
Spike it up flash, okay?
I think something. No. Look here.
Everyone is sleeping.
Yeah, going on Italy. I have you, okay? I have you for you, Corky.
No flash.
Yeah, that will die here.
Guys, they can be here.
Yes,
I'm going.
Dash is going to be out of position.
Bro, for free. It's fine, I get Arun, but it doesn't matter.
You can ult here.
I'm zoning the Azir. Azir absolutely nice shit. GG.
Welcome back to the LTA. Day 2 of the Americas tournament is going to be underway in 30 minutes. It was pretty good for the North.
Pretty good? I'd say so, yeah. Pretty good. Okay, but we expected day 1 to go well. Day 2 is where things might get dicey, and the mustache is still on the line. So if both North teams make it through, I have to shave this. If one South team makes it through, you got to grow one, Raz.
Which will not happen.
It's going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
I have a question for you,
Yes.
Kangas. You're betting. You bet.
Yes.
You already did that a South team was going to beat a North team.
Absolutely.
Yesterday, you predicted 2-0 and 2-0 for both North teams. Today's
the day, Jat. Let me tell you.
Which one have you predicted?
Istral.
Oh, did you?
A lot of people talk about it. Istral taking on Team Liquid. I think it's no surprise. We'll talk about it more later in the day as well. But that's the one that a lot of people worried about, and I actually think is the shot. And I got to say, you're welcome, the North, because this mustache has uncursed us. Everybody else says 4-0 for all the North teams. I'm the only one holding the line.
He's hedging
so I'm
his
breaking
bets.
the curse. I'm breaking the curse.
He's a turncoat trying to act as if he's not a turncoat.
He is. Either way, I just wanted to see that if he actually has a team today. But we have some more highlights from yesterday. Quid really popped off yesterday.
Yeah.
He's going to handshake harder than you, Raz. He trains his
I don't think the camera saw that, thankfully, so we're good.
Yeah,
Quid yesterday
was insane. A lot of his plays, like as you can already see, the Yone play that they had. Now, to be fair, 100 Thieves did not have a great series. It was still a 2-0, but they went over the hurdle because of Quid's performance alongside River. So as you can see, player of that series, absolutely. A lot of his team fighting things that we've kind of paraded for him during the first leg of the tournament continue to exist in this second leg.
Also, remember yesterday when they were calling Cody La Farsa, the Latino faker?
True.
Yeah.
Well, we have the unbearable Demon King.
Which is also a
because he played Volibear. Look at him. That was crazy. So unbearable.
Oh my gosh.
That's like a bodybuilding pose he just gave. That was incredible.
This is him zoning off 4 people between
Nothing casual about it, Emily.
Yeah, the tier 2 and tier 3. We talked about how we'd seen this in scrims, right? And we'd seen both sides of it, where he's on something like a Volibear, like an Udyr, like a Swain, and he just feels like he can go in, right? And here he is, taking care of business, zoning out 4 people in between tier 2, tier 3. Nothing casual about it.
But you're right that this is his style at this point. Like, we can just expect Blippo is going to buy space for the rest of the team to pop off, and he did that in this series. We expect that again going into next weekend, but not the teams we're going to see today.
Yeah, here's the bracket. So yesterday we saw Flyquest and 100 Thieves advance to the semifinals. They're going to be playing each other on February 22nd. Today we have these 4 teams playing to see who advances and then plays each other as well. So nice synergy in the bracket so far.
Yeah, and so far, at least kind of extending the conversation about Blippo, he's just like the entire power fantasy of a top laner. He has been living it for the past 2 weeks. Like the Swain, the unkillable Swain, the unkillable Volibear,
I see where you're going with that when you're talking about power fantasies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the context is very important for him. He is living it, and it's been amazing for him. But now we're going on to Team Liquid and Cloud9 in their respective matches. I'm excited to see how they perform because I'm really, I would say, pleasantly surprised with Cloud9. With Team Liquid, we need to see the shape up, but the last time we saw them was good from them.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have some cross-conference stats that we're going to be taking a look at as well. The leaderboards across the North and the South. Now, the North played the North, the South played the South, but I still feel like these are relatively interesting to see with the kill leaders, there being Chitan up at the top.
Yeah, the super interesting thing to me about this, we're going to talk about Root later, because I think he's had like absolutely stellar performance for Loud thus far this split. But we talked about how these are the 2 bloodiest teams in the LTA North, right? And 100 Thieves, actually, they might have dipped below yesterday. I'd have to check the LGD stats as well from the TES series. because they were hovering just under like 1 combined kill per minute from yesterday. But we still have Titan right at the top, and I think their series with 100 Thieves really showcased why.
And you can just see the trend of it being 80 carries and how important it is to be able to have a strong AD, and all of these teams had that. So yes, FBI being on the bloodiest team, he has a bunch of like, I don't know what to say, bloodthirsty animals on his team. So I was like, it's not only going to go to him. Chitan, who we said farewell to yesterday, we got to see both sides of, because Azale correctly mentioned the fact that he's like highest kills, highest deaths. He was exciting to watch.
You'll love this, Raz. 100 Thieves is still #1 apparently in the world. Ooh. LGD is still #2, so right, they retain their title.
Let's keep rolling through some of these stats. Up next, we have kill participation percentage. These are leaderboards across the North and the South.
Okay, some support representation up there.
Yeah,
Shout out Vulcan.
We mentioned Cody yesterday and how instrumental he was to a lot of his team's wins. I think the big thing for me with Vulcan is a lot of people were like really hesitant as to what his performance would be. They weren't necessarily happy with it from last year, but I think this split, especially on like Vulcan staples like the Alistar, he's been performing really, really well in Cloud9's team fights.
Exactly, and I think it starts to change the perspective of like greater some of their parts. They weren't. They were a lot of amazing individuals, but when it came together, it wasn't working. Whereas this split, we've seen them outperform Flyquest in team fighting and generally do well around Dragon and major objective setups. So this looks like a much more rounded team, and Vulcan has been benefiting from it.
And speaking of rounded team, we saw even in like week 1, Cloud9 be very willing to go a slow pace game. I think sometimes kill participation can be a little misleading, because it doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, there's a lot of kills happening and you're there for all of them. Sometimes it can mean there were barely any kills in that game and you were there for pretty much all of them. And Vulcan is there for both of those versions of Cloud9, which is cool to see that Cloud9 can do both of those styles so far this split.
Yeah, taking a look at early game as well. Let's look at gold difference at 14 leaderboard. Up at top is Castle, but he's eliminated. We don't need to talk about him. I do find it interesting. One thing that I've seen.
Changed my tune.
One thing that I've seen with Team Liquid is that their early games have still been very good, even though they fell to the #4 seed. And Impact is still getting far ahead in a lot of his games.
And a lot of this is from the way that TL play lane swaps, right? Like we'll talk about win conditions for them later, but Impact in lane swaps, especially on stuff like the Cassante, has been absolutely lights out. He does so many small things to get incremental advantages in those situations for himself too. And a lot of times when they swap back, he's just significantly ahead of his technical lane opponent, even if he's not going up against them directly.
And it's always crazy, we say this every time, of how much he just loves the game. Anytime like you talk to him or like we get a chance to hear his thoughts, like he's super self-critical. He's always still going for solo kills, or if he's like in a 1v1 matchup and not in a lane swap, like if he sees the angle, he's gonna go for it. I remember the Team Liquid versus Flyquest, and he saw an angle, he was landing every Cassante Q, and I was like, oh my god, he's completely dumpstering the matchup, and he almost got the kill. He like flashed for it too. So it's like, he is still a player that he is very good in lane, he is great in team fights, and it's fun to see him like showing that in this day and age.
Year 13.
Yeah.
Year 13 for Impact. Okay, last leaderboard we have today is going to be damage per minute. Ooh. FBI and Quid still being way up there.
What is going on here?
Yeah. FBI is just good.
He's been popping off. This was before this weekend's games as well, so we'd have to update it for maybe next week.
It's only going to go higher.
Back. We'll have
Make
to see.
space here, Morpheus. All right.
All right, we're going to see AP8 today as well. See if Team Liquid can defend the North as the 4 seed against the #1 seed from the South. But we're going to look at the schedule now to see what order these games are being played in. We have C9 versus Loud at 11 a.m. PST, which is in about 20 minutes. And then Isra Sistral against Team Liquid is going to be that second matchup of the day.
What matchup are you interested in, Candice?
Well, obviously the second one is the one that you were asking, which one do I think the South actually has a higher chance of winning? I'm definitely looking at Istral down there, but the Loud versus C9 from a fan perspective is also going to be awesome. Speaking of,
we got a barbecue and a show.
There's a band live there. They have a drum.
Oh,
They brought a drum to the arena.
Oh, no.
Wait,
Can they get that in the door? Are they going to have a drum in the actual audience?
I didn't think it would be this true to the namesake. They're going to be loud.
They're going to be They have smoke.
They have smoke.
They have smoke and a drum. They got a whole band.
Okay. Oh, God.
Okay, an insane fan show out from the Loud fans. We also have Takeshi joining us, former CBLOL great. Once again, Takeshi, talk to us a little bit about these.
Takeshi,
first off, how are you?
Yeah.
But talk to us about the Loud fans.
Well, Loud fans, they are just awesome. Thank you for having me once again in your streaming. And guys, basically, the Loud fans, they always support. It doesn't matter which game they are playing on Valorant or League of Legends. They are always here cheering for Loud no matter what. Okay, we have some barbecue outside, but it's for the next series, okay? It's for Isurus Estral against Team Liquid. It's not for Loud, but you know, we in Brazil love some barbecue, we love some parties, so yeah, that's everyone is enjoying so far.
Like, talk about the atmosphere, because you're super used to it, not us. So when we, like yesterday, just hearing how loud the fans were and how excited they are, like this has been your life for obviously like decades now.
Yeah, like basically for the Brazilian crowd, the Brazilian community, it's an event that no one could watch here before in São Paulo. Yes, we had the MSI in Rio back in 2017, but like the fans were on the front door of the hotel to look for the players going to the stage, you know, going to the venue. So for us in here, it's like an experience that the fans in here love leagues and like they love Weepo. Weepo is half Brazilian, as we would say. And everyone here yesterday was like, we're like cheering for them. And also for today, I think Loud is one of the biggest teams that we have. And I think the crowd here today is going to be a great show.
We saw in the footage there was a drum outside. Is that making it into the arena? Are they going to bring that in?
No, not in the arena. Not in the arena. Just outside, okay? We cannot put it inside.
It'd be cool if it was
That'd be awesome,
loud. Yesterday, you kind of identified Isurus Estral as the best chance for the South to get a win against the North. Just talk to us about this kind of team that everyone's calling the Latin American super team.
Yeah, like that's basically the best shot that we have to South win, and also to Rez have the mustache. So we are cheering double for that. Okay, but for today, I think like TL, in my opinion, I think they are struggling a little bit on like lane swaps. And also like the UMC champion pool. I think right now we have a shot on like the José Deodo. You guys know him from before in the LCS back in 2022, I think, if I'm not wrong. So basically, I think like Isurus Estral, they can manage the map really well. I think the solo laners are probably the best that they have. They have Burdo, which was like a year ago playing on the LPL. But I think that if we can avoid Ion and Core JJ on the laning phase, that would be like the really most important part, in my opinion. I think Snacker and Ackerman, yeah, they're not good on like laning. So I think for today, I think José Deodo and solo laners are the key for Isurus Estral to win.
Nice.
What surprised you about this team? Because was this the expectation coming into the LTA for Isurus Estral?
Well, I think like the thing that surprised everyone the most in here was like how behind they are in some games, but they still managed to get a way to get out of it, you know? And somehow in Brazil, we don't have the macro as a strength, you know? It's not our best weapon, I would say. And Isurus Estral managed to come with a good macro, and even when they lose the early game, I think on the bot side, they have this problem that I said before, and now the Isurus Estral, they can manage to play the map really well. So I think the problems that we have on the Pain Gaming series yesterday, I think Isurus Estral, they'll probably be better in this kind of situation, you know? They can manage the map better, they can play team fights better around like objectives. They are really well disciplined. They have this on them, and I think like the Brazilian teams, they were not into it still.
Yeah, I think on our side, we have Core JJ and Jan have been the highlight from Team Liquid for us.
Yeah, for sure.
On the other side, I had them on our podcast pros last week, and they, right after, like before the show, after the show, they were reviewing some of these team fights that didn't go well for them, but they are still so locked in trying to succeed. So I feel like for me, if Team Liquid is to succeed, it's going to be on the back of them. I know you mentioned a little bit about Snaker and Ackerman. What do they have to do to kind of not give up the game against Core and Jan, do you think?
Well, the first thing that's obvious, in my opinion, is like try to swap. I know that TL were good at swapping in the past year, but in this year, I don't think like the swap is still the same way that you have to approach it. So for today, I think like lane swapping for the Snacker and Ackerman, it's really good. And I hope that we don't go to Bard. If like Ackerman goes to Bard, I don't enjoy it, okay? I don't think like the Bard on the LTA South is a good thing. So 2 things, in my opinion, that's it. Going to swap, trying to avoid lane, and don't try to pick like Bard, some like micro champions that have to play really well to be paid, you know? So for today, I think Isurus Astral has to be more like standard. Go to like Rel, Nautilus, something like that is way easier.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is, if you don't want them to go to the Bard, what do you want to see, not only out of this bot lane, but some prio picks for Isurus Astral?
Well, some prio picks, I think, for the jungle, Jose Deodo can manage really well, like playing as a carry. If he needs to play like a Wukong, a Bruiser on the jungle, he's way better on it than Unsi, in my honest opinion. I think Unsi will go more for like the Maokai and Seju. And also, I think if Ackerman has a Poppy, something like that, he's really good into it. But don't try to play so much on like these champions that you have to pull at 100% of the champion. If not, then just drop it, you know? If you're not like 100% confident, just drop it, because I think Bard is like way a bad champion, just to be honest. That's it.
Takeshi, thank you so much once again for joining us. Hope to see you next week as well. Have fun today. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Raz, I wait for your mustache.
Look, it won't let go. It won't let go. Come back, it's coming.
No, he's going. He's out.
Oh my God.
He knows it's going to happen.
Unbelievable.
The final link we got to talk about here is Jose Deodo.
Yeah.
Because he was in the LCS. He's
Oh my God.
He's Captain Americas.
and he's been an LLA player. He's actually the embodiment of the LTA.
Yeah.
That's true.
He's been in every league, every
Give
possible
this man a
LTA league.
shield.
Yeah.
That's what he needs.
Everywhere he goes, people love him. His infectious personality. He's got like a streamer vibe to him, the Tuki thing that people enjoy.
Yep.
So you're right. He embodies everything that people love, just not today.
For me, it's the eyes. For me, it's look at that. He's just looking into your soul right there. It's crazy.
For me, the big thing is I agree a lot with what Takeshi said regarding champ pool with him versus Umti, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I definitely think that Jose Deodo, we saw it here, we've seen it when he's been on LLA orgs, and we've seen it this year on Isurus Astral in the LTA South, which is that I think his potential on carries is so high.
Yeah.
Whereas Umti has really struggled on some of these similar picks, especially bruisers like the Vi, like the Wukong.
Exactly, and even though it's not listed here, my favorite champion from him has been his Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Because he is like the truest form of a carry and playmaker. And that's what's really interesting about this matchup, is that I hear from everybody that talks about this matchup that they think this is the biggest, changing point that an LTA South team can take a victory, and it would have to be off of Jose's playmaking. And when we saw him internationally, when he was just under the Estral banner, it was him, Snaker, and Ackerman. They were playing bot side. They were hyper aggressive. They were finding plays on like the likes of T1, if I remember correctly. But it was that kind of infectious attitude that made them successful.
Yeah. On the side of Team Liquid, things that I'd be worried about, I'm worried about Umti.
Yeah.
I'm worried about him overforcing. But beyond that, I think Umti's deaths are a bit of a symptom of the team not being on the same page. So I'll show another example. This is from the Flyquest series, actually, where I'll just start it off. We're 31 minutes into the game. Team Liquid already has Mountain Soul, and Umti does get caught. So this is the Umti mistake here, where he gets caught clearing vision while the team wasn't necessarily rotated, and they're able to chase him down. Whipple makes a nice play to kill him, and it looks like Team Liquid just has to retreat. So from here is where you get to see that the team isn't quite on the same page. After APA and Yon return a kill, I'm going to pause the clip about here, because you need to see that it is, Impact's not here yet. It's these three, 80 carry at half health and a full health Azir. The other team has 2 full health carries in Quad and Masu. So generally speaking, if you're on the same page with the Mountain Soul, you just need to play this slow. Wait until 4 people are there, let Impact go in first, and play the fight out. But there's something off with the team where they feel pressured to make something happen. Look at what APA does here. He flies in on his own and targets the Vi. He's chasing kills when 2 full health carries are right next to him. This very clearly doesn't go well. APA ends up getting killed by the 2 full health carries. Then, as Yon tries to support, Inspired flies in after him with the Vi ultimate, and they end up losing the fight and lose control of the game. This is just one example. There were multiple fights here where Team Liquid was doing discordant things, which is not something we necessarily saw out of them to this extent last year.
And that's why a lot of folks, myself included, are worried about their matchup versus Istral, or Istral as we call them, because the mid-jungle combo is that strength. That's like the 2 of the best performing players on that roster. So it seems like a rough matchup for Team Liquid across the board. But it is interesting to hear Takeshi say that he didn't think Team Liquid's lane swaps were that good this year, and that he actually wants Istral to lane swap into them and get that counter matchup, because we were just talking about Impact and how good he is in those individually.
Yeah, and all that is very true. I think going back to the point about Team Liquid's faults, because I think that like that clip that you had illustrated illustrates it very well for what their problems have been for a while now.
Yeah.
Because this also reminds me of that Weibo series that they had back at Worlds, where it's like that moment of rushing it too quick. If they play that fight slowly, they can kill Xiaohu, and that fight would work out well. This is the Baron fight. Like, moments like those happen a lot, where they play too quickly in moments where they need to be patient. That might just be a long-term problem, but I enjoyed that.
By contrast, I think as we see here, C9 kind of getting ready for their match since they're first up, I've been really impressed with how well C9 have been able to coordinate their team fights, which was something we already touched upon was a problem last split, right? So in taking on Loud, even though this C9 roster has not been together that long, C9 is our historic kind of legacy org alongside TL, going up against Loud, I believe still the winningest org in previously CBLOL history. So this will be, as we see C9 through the years, like this is a really interesting matchup organizationally, and I also think some of those weaknesses that we were just touching upon with TL, surprisingly, with this new C9 roster, they've looked really well coordinated in team fights.
Yeah, and going back to the first point that you had made, like, anytime I walk past an old fan or a new, yesterday, just after the show, I walked into an old fan that was just getting back into the game. Guess what team he was a fan of? Cloud9.
C9.
Exactly.
Yep.
Because, like, the organization having that kind of a legacy, like, years upon years of relevance and dominance, the same can be said, at least for recently, last, like, little bit with Loud.
Yeah.
Because Loud has been that successful team, having the 4P and everything. Everyone sees dominance, and honestly passion when it comes to Loud and their fans.
I mean, legacy from C9, Loud's been around for about 5 years now, but we saw right there, I mean, they're swapping jerseys too. I mean, there's a reason to be a fan of these teams outside of just a legacy as well.
Yeah, and even if it's a newer player, Thanatos has been, to me, one of the top performers on Cloud9. He's going to be going up against Robo, one of the greatest players of all time in the CBLOL, and if he is going to succeed, it's going to be through lane dominance. That's what Thanatos has been absolutely best at, is taking an individual matchup, oftentimes Renekton or Gnar, and just absolutely putting the other guy in the dirt, and then the team can play around those advantages. The thing that's been an improvement for Thanatos this year for me is the fact that he isn't having the same number of unnecessary deaths that he had last year.
Yeah, my big thing is how he's coming into team fights, right? Where he is coming in with this kind of lane advantage typically because he is such a strong laner. But the big difference for me is where he's coming in and when. He just looks so much more well coordinated with the team than he did last year.
Exactly. It's wild to see the progression that he's had so quickly. Now, the sample size obviously much less this split versus the last, but just seeing the growth that he's had in team fights, and you're right, not falling in the mid game as much as he had in the past, because he had the critique on him about like, oh, he's just micromanaged, right, from the rest of his team. I'm not seeing that this split. So that's great from him. On the other side, Robo is a player that is just an actual rock for his team.
Right.
Where he's going to be there for team fights. He has his own unique picks. The Urgot is one that I remember. I know this is a Blippo clip, but at the moment I saw Blippo playing Urgot, I was like, I remember Robo playing Robo. Renekton is another one. So I think it's going to be really fun to see what picks Robo's willing to play, what matchup's going to be. I think it's going to be heavily Thanatos dominant just because of how strong of a laner he is.
And as we see the the Loud crowd,
that's a lot of green.
Yeah, it's going to be a really hostile environment for C9, I think.
It's all green.
We talked about Robo being the legacy player on Loud, but I want to talk about Root because I think we saw him in the leaderboards. he has been absolutely phenomenal for this team. For me, he has been their standout player, kind of sometimes single-handedly changing team fights.
Yeah, just going to be a very interesting game, especially seeing the fan support there for Loud. But Kobe, he caught up with Vulcan and Winsome before today's games.
Hello, I'm here with the support matchup here with Vulcan and Winsome. Now, you guys know each other pretty well because you played obviously on Cloud9 and Flyquest in NA, and you've played soccer against each other as well. First question is, who's better at soccer?
Well, me. We have different strengths, but I think overall I take the cake, yeah, easily.
Now, what about League of Legends, though? Because you did play on Cloud9 after Vulcan. Is there anything that you feel like you guys are going to be able to attack on this NA team?
I'll take.
Is there any weakness on Cloud9 that you think you can attack?
Well, I think Furkan, soccer, I think I'm better.
Okay. First of all, he's better at soccer now that that is settled. For the support matchup, what about the bot lane?
I mean, Furkan is really like solid player, but I think he's older than me, 1 year. So I'm very more have good mechanical, I think. Yeah.
How has your practice been going in Brazil? Scrims are making you feel better or worse heading into this match?
Better, but also want to touch upon his answer because you know how you asked him about league, and then the first thing he said was how he was actually better at soccer. And he completely brushed off the league part. So I think that shows a lot about their mentality going to this match. Okay. But for your question, yeah, I think scrims we're doing great, and I think we're very confident today. So.
Okay, so confidence is high from Cloud9, but I know a certain record that may or may not be in your favor. Do you know what your all-time game record versus Vulcan is?
Well, I remember I never lose against him.
Yep, it's 3-0 right now for Winsome. So I want to ask you, what do you think your record versus him is going to be after this series?
Still same.
Still undefeated. What about you?
Well, I just remember that C9 benched Winsome for Isles in spring 2022, and then I 3-0'd C9. So, I mean, that doesn't count, right? Because it wasn't head-to-head, but low-key, I'm going to take those matches. And as to the North versus South matchup, I have this over here.
So you're predicting you're going to win. North versus North greater than South. All right, thank you. We're going to send it back to you guys.
Vulcan brought the pre-printed shirt.
Yeah, wow.
Jersey. Very soon we're going into games. We're going to roll up our predictions here. C9. I'm in the C9 camp.
I think we're all.
Yeah, it's all 2-0s. So far it is 4-0 for the North game score, 2-0 series score. If this holds true, it will be 6-0. A lot of disappointed Loud fans if that's the case.
Would be, and we saw a sea of green in there. That arena is going to go potentially nuclear, depending on what happens.
That's going to be a library. I think it's the opposite.
Yeah, by the end of it. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, we'll see if Thanatos can be big. Here's the show open.
Hello, LTA. Boa tarde, Brazil. Please welcome to the stage the 6-time LCS champions and number 2 seed of the LTA North, Cloud9!
And here they come. C9 ready to take the stage here. The first one of the Northern squads to play on our second day of competition here in this cross-conference battle, Kobe. Yesterday, the North reigned supreme. You know Cloud9 wants to keep that running today.
You can see smiles on all their faces. All the NA teams walk out to a lot of boos here. The crowd, you love the energy. Everybody's smiling. Definitely ready for this one. Vulcan, look at that. Vulcan's got the style on. Like, he was trash talking in their interview. He is loving the crowd energy, and he is ready to style in game as well.
C9, always one of NA's top meme teams. You know they're ready to bring it here in Brazil.
Super looking forward to this one. I mean, Loud has so much history. Even some of the players directly with Cloud9 themselves. You know, we interviewed Winsome right before this. He, of course, played for Cloud9 a bit in NA, as well as for Flyquest.
LTA Sul. Vamos fazer muito barulho pra Loud!
And their opponents, the next Brazilian squad to take the stage, hoping to be the first ones to move on to the next phase of competition. One of the most storied orgs in Brazilian League of Legends, it's Loud.
Smiles coming out. Robo, one of the most famous players in the region overall. Going up against Thanatos, going to be a tough lane matchup for sure. Definitely a lot of people looking at that one. But Loud here, you mentioned it's, you know, the Brazilian team still yet to pick up a win so far, any of the LTA South teams. So looking at that for step number one so far here today.
Day number one, really rough for our brothers from the South. That first series was a little bit close, back and forth and back and forth. The second one was exciting. Much more one-sided in that second one, though. Yeah. So let's see. I'm curious, which one of those flavors are we going to get to kick off today? Is it going to be the back and forth battle, or are we going to get a more one-sided affair?
Well, these two teams have very different styles, Flowers. You know, my favorite stat for these two teams,
Tempestade encarnada, Loud Root!
Beautiful aim from Thanatos. And Yawn is going all the way.
Tiene que aparecer una espalda del tamaño de José de Oro.
I was out for a minute, I was down for a minute, yeah. Had my doubts for a minute, now I'm back in the business, yeah.
Yo ya tengo la experiencia de haber jugado con ellos y sé exactamente lo que se paga.
Watch me walk, you gon' think that I'm floating, I'm effortless.
My focus is always to be the best.
내가 사신이다. Good.
All right, let's get ready to rock and roll here for some C9 versus Loud. I'm excited to see how we're going to start this off from the draft, straight out of the gate. I want to see if we get anything spicy. Obviously, if we're going from day one results, the Southern teams are going to have to throw a couple of curveballs if they want to have an edge over their Northern counterparts.
Yeah, and I mean, Takeshi was, you know, also a little bit worried about this matchup. We'll have to see. I do think Robo plays a lot of different champions, so maybe they can throw some spice up there and try and switch up the matchup for top lane so that it actually doesn't go that bad. Maybe we also start out with some lane swaps so that the laning phase isn't such a big hurdle.
And hearing Takeshi talk about wanting to see Loud opt into a lane swap. Or no, that was against the Team Liquid game. I'm getting all crossed up. I'm getting all crossed up at the start of the day. But I am always curious how the Brazilian teams will be able to handle a lane swap type of situation. We saw yesterday the Southern teams struggling more in the macro elements of the game against the Northern teams. Will Loud be able to sort of shake that sort of bad reputation and find a way to outmaneuver Cloud9 here?
All right, well, already Cloud9 targeting the Poppy, one of those counter picks that we see a lot to shut down some of the more aggressive champions. And Cloud9 coming into this series certainly have been the more aggressive team, ending games much, much quicker. So trying to take away some of those like defensive combo Breaker champions.
Okay, so the Poppy banned away by C9, also the Azir and the Varus. Meanwhile, over on Loud, it's Yone, Jace, and Callista banned out in that first set, and C9 will make it their business to lock in that evergreen power pick in the top lane with the Cassante.
Yeah, there you go. Poppy ban, Cassante first pick here for Thanatos. So at that top lane matchup that we have had our eyes on, this sets you up for success, whether it's a lane swap or whether it is standard lanes. So let's see what the response here from Loud is and what the current priority is looking like. A Skarner game possibly here for Wiz. Their tiebreaker versus Pain. Of course, they also used the Skarner. That was their Mel and Ezreal, poke game as well. So the Ezreal itself actually picked up again here too. So both the Skarner and the Ezreal coming back after their most recent game. We'll see if they also supplement with Mel, but insta-locks from Cloud9 Flowers.
Absolutely. The Zyra, as long as she has her E, those grasping vines available, it's so difficult for the Skarner to ever get on top of her with the Ishtal impact. You can easily control the zone, disengage from that. Corki also having flex value. You can take him bot lane, you can take him mid lane if you want to. Keeps them guessing on Loud side.
Yeah, the power clear here for Blabber. Blabber definitely quite good at all types of junglers, but carry junglers especially. He loves keeping his farm super high, trying to be as efficient as possible around the map. And anytime you have a Leandri's builder, it feels nice when you see, Skarner, which is rushing a lot of max health. And Leona will be a very good target for him as well. Let's see about the bans here to come out then, because of course Corki is flexible, so Cloud9 giving away a bit less information. Looks like we are going to continue to target support here, though. Some of those Leona answers, Alistar off the board.
I feel like the first half of the draft went really fast. There wasn't a whole lot of sitting around and thinking about this. Both teams seem to have a plan coming into this one. You already mentioned the Alistar getting banned away here. I wouldn't be surprised to see more support bans coming out from Loud's side. Mel going to be the ban for C9.
Yeah, I think, looking at even just at their most recent game here, super good ban here. It just, Mel works so well, in comps that have a decent amount of range in other places as well. Kit really complements, the likes of Ezreal and stuff. So banning that one out again. Plus, it's just an annoying lane to deal with. All right, they're worried about some other forms of engage from Cloud9, namely because Blabber is on the Zyra and is much more counter-engaged champ, much more DPS here. So they don't want the utility of an Ashe and the other engage options to go over to Cloud9. Makes sense.
Okay, Talia, the final ban here from C9. As, their comp is currently lacking pretty much all forms of actual engage. Cassante is great at having a Cassante moment if you try to tower dive him. Zyra is great at counter-engaging like you're talking about, but where's the real go button? Where's the gasoline for Cloud9? That's what I want to see in the second half of this draft, but it is Loud's pick first. We'll see what they want to settle on here. They've already got their jungler. They've already got their bot lane duo. Solo laners need to be picked up, and Aurora is the first of those to be locked in.
Okay. Loud piling on engage. Skarner, Leona, and Aurora angles for them here. They certainly will be getting their engages onto the Zyra. We will see how much damage the Zyra gets off before it goes down, but definitely is going to be the target. The Corki very mobile here, of course, and it looks like the Corki will be going bottom if they lock the way here for the extra long range.
All right, that's exactly what they're going to do. Okay, so now we've got some wave clear. We've got some range, very standard control mage type of stuff for C9. But Kobe, I'm looking all over. I don't see it. Where's the engage?
Well, Vulcan here. Still yet to pick, and there you have it, Flowers. The rail here to set them up. It actually is so good with Hui too. Hui has that really nice AoE to complement, so Cloud9 pretty well-rounded composition for themselves. Cassante, very adept at playing the side lanes. They have very strong team fight for themselves, also have some good range for themselves. Loud have indexed pretty heavily into dive and engage though, so there we go. We're going to index even heavier. There we go. We do get one of the Robo champs, the Olaf coming out here into the Cassante. If lane phase doesn't go well for an Olaf, then it becomes really hard, but their team is just so much dive that everybody's going to be playing the same direction. We'll see if Loud can get back to the Hui and put real pressure on those carries.
Maxis are good at chopping down weeds, buddy. That Zyra might be able to peel most champions away, but Olaf berserking in that Ragnarok could be a real problem if Robo can get ahead early. Specifically, if Loud are going to be the first team from the Southern Conference to take a game here in this cross-conference play, where do you want to see them focus in this early game?
I mean, I do want to see them make sure that this Olaf doesn't fall behind the gold curve of the game. Olaf definitely needs to keep up gold, keep up experience. So index into whatever we have to do to make sure that doesn't happen. You know, whether it's jungle clearing up towards that top lane or to the other side if the lane swap does come out. Invade, get those deep lane swap wards down for yourselves as well. Olaf also is quite good in level 1s, so maybe they can cook up a level 1 and try and make use of the undertow.
Oh yeah, spamming those out, the constant slows, you're pretty much guaranteed to at least get a flash and then make a return play somewhere else with your jungler as time goes forward with that powerful Skarner. About to load into game number 1. C9 with the Corki bottom too. I know that we talk about the Corki as a flex pick. I personally prefer to see it in the bottom lane. I feel like ever since the changes with the package, that's kind of his home now. Mid lane's more of his vacation home. And his normal home.
And especially when you're playing into the Aurora, you know, a lot of people like the range there, so you go with the Hui, have some good mid lane phase there for Loki. See what they can get done. Make sure this Aurora doesn't roam around too much. Of course, post 6 side lane roams are very, very annoying from the Aurora. But here's that level 1 we're looking for. Flowers, led by the Olaf.
Blabber's just going to get as much distance as he can, and he will strut away easily from that undertow. Does not want to get caught out by Loud as they invade the top side jungle of C9.
Get those lane swap wards down. It is critical. Going for the extra deep version here for Robo, but it looks like they did spot it from Cloud9. Cloud9 ping's going down on it.
Okay, looks like we're not going to get a whole lot else, but
because they saw it, I think they could just clear it out. Vulcan's got a sweeper, and actually it's in tower range.
Little bit of a misplay there. So Vulcan just taking a little vacation to that top lane real fast to clear that out. And while the minions are about to spawn, let's check in on Cloud9's real life trip to Brazil so far. Looks like they're having a good time.
It does. It's a party.
Yeah,
it's a party, Flowers.
They're having a good one on that. As in the game itself, we do look like we're in for a lane swap, Kobe. I'm not a big fan of these, but clearly their popularity remains, and it's Loud who are going to be the ones doing the swapping. They have Root and Winsome up here in the top lane to put extra pressure on Thanatos, but Cassante, famously, one of the top laners that just deals with it really well.
Yeah, Cassante very good at it. That's why they were looking for the deep lane swap wards. I want to know where I can get one of those Vulcan shirts, though. Actually, that custom Vulcan shirt
that was cool.
Looked pretty good to me. Currently, though, as you say, is just going to be them clearing up. And Zyra here, Blabber, did start on their red quadrant, and so he's just coming up to Thanatos' side of the map currently. There is a Loud ward that is on blue buff that just expired right now, but Robo's also there. So Loud are just overloading and looking for the possible dive here, but Blabber's clearing towards that side. So if Zyra can also get there, and it's a level 2 Cassante already for Thanatos, they should be able to defend it. Meanwhile, Cloud9 bottom lane is just mining money off these turret plates. Those turret plates on the bottom line just melt away. Looks like Blabber does get chased off the Grump, and he does not have a smite charge, so.
No, Wiz, however, does.
Oh, it's coming up soon, though. Maybe he can leash it.
This. Blabber does secure it and hits level 4. Robo is still level 1 on the Olaf. Loud is committing so much trying to make this dive happen. Thanatos level 2, Blabber level 4. Loud has to find success here. They've already wasted so much time. They try to make the dive go in, but a nice pathmaker coming out from Thanatos. It's first blood over to Blabber, and it might get even worse. Loud's plan, everything was put in this top lane basket, and the eggs splatter all over the floor. First blood to C9.
Honestly, I'm very surprised that Loud still went for that dive after meeting Blabber and Thanatos here just fine on the Cassante. Now Robo
For a second, there was a level 1 Olaf in the face of a level 3 Kazante. Plus, Blabber on Zyra is turbo accelerated, not to mention the bottom lane. We're not even going to go over the bottom lane, Flowers.
No, we're not going to talk about it.
It wasn't on camera, so if you don't look at those turret plates going down, then you don't have to worry about that until you meet up with very rich Corki later. But like pretty much everywhere is going to be accelerated for Cloud9 now. Off of that, you win every side of the map. This is some of the most disastrous first 4 minutes of a game that I've seen in a while. Pretty rough stuff here for Loud after that dive. You know, Skarner going to be significantly behind because of spending the time going for that.
Yeah.
And when you get behind a Zyra, I know you know this pain, Flowers.
I know this pain, brother, and it looks like there's even more pain in store for Robo. He drops as the minion wave is already underneath the turret, so even if he can TP back, there's still going to be multiple minions lost up here as C9 now brings Sven and Vulcan up into the top lane to continue mining for that plate money.
Oh my goodness, I guess now that you've seen them, you do have to worry about all the extra money they got. Here comes Wiz, though. Let's see. Vulcan and Sven should be able to work their way out of this as long as they don't take aggro. Yep, no problem.
Oh, and Sven hits him with the classic Papega Frog as well. He is absolutely unintimidated by any of this. Robo and Wiz, normally you would expect a duo of jungler and top laner to have higher levels than the enemy duo bot. Not the case, not in this one. Loud is so far behind just 5 minutes into the game.
This is crazy, Flowers. I was looking at it was a 2,000 gold lead at 4 minutes and 40 seconds after they just got that, you know, return kill on Robo where bot lane swap back over. I just see this pain actually getting way worse for Loud.
Yeah.
So this was the stat I was talking about at the intro, though, at the very beginning of the day. As we go for another one,
we don't have time for stats other than kills, my friend, and C9 has 3 of them, not even 6 minutes into the game. Feat of Warfare claimed. Robo dead again. C9, another plate smashed on the ground.
I think I'm gonna have to go to Twitch chat, Flowers, and get some bets here, because the stat was Cloud9, of all the teams that made it here to the Americas stage, they had the fastest average game time.
32 minutes or so, wasn't it?
Exactly. And Loud had the longest. So I think that Cloud9 are going to beat their average. So my ask to Twitch chat would be, how many minutes faster than their average, which was 32 minutes, are they aiming at in this game? Because just it is 2.8K the gold lead at 6.5 minutes now. Maybe we're getting way too far ahead of ourselves because at least Loud are getting a dragon, but it certainly is going to be very painful here. I mean, Sven on the Corki is going to be a big problem as well. Just everybody here for Cloud9 with an individual gold lead.
I'm not going to mince words. In a realistic game of League of Legends, it is hard to have a worse start than this, than what Loud has had in the first 7 minutes of this game. They got the Drake, yes, but that was because Blabber was also already grabbing those first 3 grubs. Tanone's now in trouble as the Spiraling Despair is connected. Severing Bolt over the top from Loki brings Tanone's down to 300 HP. It forces the enemy mid laner back, allows the wave to crash, and gives Loki the timer he wants.
Yeah, one reason why we're kind of freaking out also is because Cloud9 with this comp, they have so much range and poke that when, you know, they get so far ahead really early on, and, you know, things like the Olaf and stuff that really rely on those stats to be able to charge in and fully commit to an engage, it seems like it's going to be very difficult for them later on to play their, you know, dive style here with the Olaf, Skarner, Leona trying to go right into the team. Maybe, you know, they can obviously still pull out some surprise plays there, especially looking at Tinone's on the Aurora. Aurora with ultimate and flash can definitely create some magic. Maybe if they get like a support roam to mid to help him push out and then buy him some time, can make a play and try and collect some of the Cloud9 gold.
It is a tough spot for Loud any way you look at it. At least the ultis online might give them the opportunity to make some sort of a play. Robo 0-2 and 0 down on the Olaf, like you already mentioned. He's going to run into the Zyra. Sure, he won't get CC'd, but I'm pretty sure those ulti-empowered plants will just kill him.
Yeah, the jungler has a 2-level lead over the the top laner. So yeah, that will be painful. 3 grubs though for Cloud9, so very clearly I think they should keep their top lane up here. You know, you want to get that 6-pack of grubs if you want to push your game time, Flowers.
Oh yeah.
Or push your game time lower so they can end it quicker, destroy these towers. So it looks like they're keeping up plenty of vision well before the spawn of second grubs, and Blabber coming in here to try and be as annoying as possible. You know, Zyra with the extremely quick clear and the Faded Ashes already, so comes in, tries to push the Skarner off, keep that Skarner farm extremely low, should be no problem. And I just don't see any way that Loud can or should even try and go sniff around the second grub pack. They should just, you know, keep the cross map play, try and you know, play off the other side and see if they can get something while Cloud9 commit resources to the second pack of grubs.
I mean, man, 52 to 85 in farm in the jungle. The front line for Loud is just in no condition to even play the game.
Well, right now with Leona and Skarner escorting Tinones, it looks like they are doing some setup for the second grub pack, so maybe they will fight it. Despite getting behind early on, maybe they feel like they'll be in position. They have their vision coverage so far, and Winsome kind of camping up here. He would need to leech a bit more to get his level 6 if they want to fight it though. Leona really desperately needs that experience for level 6. There we go.
There he goes, but he walks into a little bit of damage from Loki at the same time. Luckily, the Eclipse is going to protect him from a large portion of that. But C9, once again, controlling the topside river.
So Flowers, if both Thanatos and Robo teleport in, you get a level 9 Cassante teleporting in and a level 7 Olaf.
I want the first one.
Yeah, pretty big discrepancy there. And currently, Thanatos has the Olaf pushed under tower. So let's take a look at this. Loud might try and fight. It looks like they're positioning for it.
All right, Blabber has already started up the set of grubs. Wiz wants to try to tunnel in here and make a play. He goes for the ultimate there onto Loki. Nice follow-up with the Eclipse. Massive engage coming out from Loud that killed Loki and Blabber both. That's exactly what the Brazilian squad needed, and they're gonna take the last 2 grubs with them.
Sven was still pushing top lane, Flowers. That was a beautiful engage from Wiz. He cruises right past Vulcan. He nails Loki right there, groups them up. They get the Ezreal ult over the top, and Loud with a comeback play there. Even though Cloud9 still get 4, Loud getting some money and getting some kills, plus 2 of those grubs is definitely way better than the direction that the game had been headed.
Yes, that is the biggest play in this game by miles for Loud. They needed that. Let's take another look at how it happens with Wiz going in first.
So Riz, he cruises right past here. Vulcan tries a Q, but it's definitely too late there. Skarner gets Loki in with the ultimate, and then that Aurora from the top side nails him right there in the river. And as you could see, you know, Sven was pushing in the top wave, so Cloud9 did not have their other big carry there, and Loud fans are popping off.
They are living up to their name, my friend. They are excited to see their team not down and out of this one here just yet. They've still got a lot of ways to go. There's a lot of game left that they've still got to try to claw their way back into, but that does show that there are angles they can find to do it. C9 now looking maybe for something onto Robo, but they won't get a whole lot. It's still Olaf. He can just pop the ulti and run.
Yeah, honestly, I would say for Loud, if you continue to look for these plays onto Loki, because they burned his flash in that play, plus getting the kill. Flashless Way is going to be one of those dream targets for them. Currently, though, with Cloud9 investing all their resources down to the other side to make sure they get that dragon, you're going to have to wait that play out, and you're going to have to go through a lot of vision. You see all these wards here, shallow wards up through Loud's jungle that Cloud9 are going to leave behind after they take the dragon.
Dragon secured, so that's going to be a 1-to-1 count for those neutral objectives. Which soul are we getting here? Infernal Soul on this map, so a lot of extra damage for whoever keeps farming those up. Tinones versus Thanatos up here in the top side. Thanatos with the Iceborne Gauntlet already completed. Obviously going to have the edge over that Olaf, so they're just sending the Aurora to deal with him instead. As down in the bottom lane, Loki once again in the sights of Loud, like you were talking about. It's an immobile control mage without a flash. Normally that paints a big target on his head. ahead. But Loki's doing a good job trying to stay safe. Has Roots in some danger. Sven going in, looking for the solo kill and he gets it, no problem. Now Wiz wants revenge, but Sven flashes right back away. And Blabber is ready to punish the Skarner oh so easily. C9 get 2 more for free.
Sven putting that money to good work right there on the Corgi. Meanwhile, we're still going.
Yeah, down to the bottom lane. Loki with no summoner spells, no way out, and Robo gets a much-needed influx of gold.
Yeah, get that dub for Loud. Continue to try and prey on the flashless wave because everything else on the map, Cloud9 are just blowing up here. Sven able to finish off the turret after they get those 2 kills in mid lane. Blabber also investing his flash to go for it, but I mean, he's kept up his 2-level lead on Zyra. Nice stuff here for him. His fully completed Leandries is going to be so painful for the majority of these Loud characters to deal with.
And there is a big story of this early game right there. Plus 1,000 gold for C9 just in plates alone. A grand total of 12 taken by their squad to only the 3 secured by Loud.
Yep, definitely a big source of all that gold lead that you see up on the scoreboard here. Of course, the other kind of benefit for Cloud9 of Blabber being so far ahead is even if Loki is targeted over and over on the Quay and kept down, like Blabber is going to be more than enough magic damage for them in the team fights as well. And it's not like Loki hasn't been able to have any income, just gets targeted a little bit more. He's up to the side lane again though here, and his flash will be up soon as Thanatos finishes off that tower as well. 2 now here down.
Easy stuff. Let's see if C9 can take control over the top side river. Loud possess it for now. Wiz and Winsome waiting together here in this control warded brush, seeing if C9 just gets a little bit too cocky, a little bit too careless, like they did the last time they fought over an objective in this top side river. The Herald spawning in about 30 seconds, a little bit more. C9 now bringing more men into the area, means they'll be more confident to push up, and Loud will have to respect it.
They certainly will. This time around too, it's interesting because the teleports are desynced for Thanatos and Robo, and after Robo getting that kill onto Loki, you know, catching back up pretty decently for himself, chops down that gold deficit a little bit, and him being able to have the earlier teleport, Loud may look to try and pull some numbers advantage play on the other side of the map, because currently Thanatos pushing that extra bottom wave, but there's no real like deep wards for Loud to work with. Cloud9 have done a pretty good job of clearing all that out, so maybe no surprise Olaf positioning. And Thanatos actually going to walk his way up because of the teleport discrepancy here, so K'Sante going to take the long walk up the river to make sure something like that second Grove fight does not happen again.
Well, my friend, we are halfway to your earlier stated stat of Cloud9's average game time. 32 minutes. We got 16 minutes on the clock right now, and C9 are starting up the Herald. This is a great accelerant if you're looking to knock down that Nexus a little bit faster. Oftentimes, this will result in at least a single turret being taken, but usually if you've got a lead about 5,000, you'll get way more than that.
Yeah, definitely can use, especially if you can use it to get down the secondary turrets on the side lanes. Big rewards there. Since mid lane is already down and open there for them, they can invest the Rift Herald into a side lane and get a lot of gold out of it. Loud though, they make the correct call, cross map play. Robo just get the bottom side turret, so Robo getting some much more needed gold. Meanwhile, engage onto Hui here.
Nicely done from Tinones. Wants to go after Loki, but the disengage from C9's mid laner with a flash to escape the Between Worlds. I like the aggro. I like the bloodthirst from Tinones.
Yeah, good move from Tinones. And you can tell Loki is sweating here, Flowers. Loki no ult or flash now. So again, he will be the main target, the most vulnerable member of Cloud9. Everybody else on Cloud9 though, still quite powerful. And as the dragon is spawning, they're moving in to try and get their setup first. They pushed mid, they pushed bottom, so very good setup work for them. Minions going down these lanes will allow river control first. And we'll see, with Vulcan and Thanatos both positioning on brush here, it's very scary for Loud to move in.
Oh yeah.
So Blabber should be able to pull out the dragon and set this one up. Loki does have teleports, even though he doesn't have flash now and is way more vulnerable. At least he still does have that teleport cooldown, so would be able to answer, and it is just going to be given over Cloud9 with the extra dragon.
So it felt like Cloud9 was going really fast in the early game, just knocking them over, building up these huge gold leads, and then we've kind of been on cruise control for a little bit now. How does Cloud9 further accelerate this to really bring down that 32-minute average game?
Yeah, I think the only speed bump for them has been the target on the back of Loki, because they have checked the other boxes of keeping the foot on the gas pedal. I would say, you know, you mentioned the Rift Herald. They also go collect the dragon immediately there, and they did their safety work, push both lanes first, ward up both of these brush by dragon first, you know, plant Cassante and Rel to make sure nobody else can get in there. So I think they are, you know, continuing to keep up the quick pace for themselves. And next step, presumably, would be use the Rift Herald on top side. You could get 2 towers, as we were kind of mentioning there before. If you just pop that outer tower immediately, and then try and get a Rift Herald drive into the secondary tower. Can be a lot of rewards there. They do have to be a little bit careful here, though. And it looks like, yeah, Loki take another little chunk of damage here from Tinones.
But Loki's got a lot of dudes behind him this time. This is the Loki bait. They're just throwing him out there saying, oh, look, it's the guy you kill all the time. Don't you want to kill him again? And as soon as Loud goes in to kill him, C9's going to be ready for the counter punch. Loud knows better, though. They're not going to overcommit to just the Loki. Instead, they'll just hang around. Robo trying to steal away a little bit of resources here in the bottom lane. Robo at least caught up pretty well, considering how disastrous the early game was for him. Only 100 gold behind the Cassante now.
Yeah, and you know, getting his kill onto the Quay, definitely helping out there. As well, you know, Ezreal at least got the transform for Muramana. He may be a full item behind Sven, so still like definitely not caught up, but at least he's got his transform on his Muramana there. You know, trying to rush to those 2 item breakpoints at least for Ezreal, bypassing the boots a little bit there. See what he can get done, because Root is really the big, you know, best mechanics on the team. Really looking for him to do a lot of work for Loud. We'll see what they can do. Of course, Sven has been very aggressive with his giant gold lead on the Corki, as he should be, and he's got the rapid fire cannon as his extra item over Root in the matchup, so that's going to provide a lot more poke, a lot of extra safety there. In this Cloud9 group, Rift Herald on top side where Otacon already is, so they got to at very least get the outer tower first. I would say ideally we'd get a drive into the second tower here, but you don't want to fully compromise positioning and have to worry about this Loud team fully engaging and getting a flank. We'll see if they can safely get the second charge off or not. Loud are here contesting a bit.
Wiz did use the smite on the large Krug, so that's not going to be available to stop the Herald, but it's not like it's needed. C9, like you're talking about, they don't want to overcommit to shoving this thing into the tier 2. Instead, that'll get killed off before it ever makes that second contact. True Shot Barrage from Root to check the Voracious Otacon. Just make sure C9 aren't starting it up. We've seen plenty of disasters of teams starting this thing up too early, too confidently, only to have the other team show up and ace them, and it doesn't appear that Cloud9's interested in falling into that trap, as they're going to draw Otacon into the turret. Okay.
Yeah, this one leashes pretty far because of the channel spell, and looks like even Otacon has decided, all right, Loki is the member on Cloud9. I want to attack as well. This Hui that very shortly should have his flash up if the indicator is correct, and have that extra little bit of safety. But Cloud9 currently with Dragon number 3, only 1 minute away, investing some resources to the other side of the map.
All right, C9 making a play on Robo down here in the bot lane, but immediately he pops the Ragnarok and walks it off. It is an ult for ult trade, though, as Vulcan used the Magnet Storm to guarantee the force on the Ragnarok. Now the follow-up from C9. Thanatos forces Robo away, and Sven collects all the damage of the tier 2 turret.
And the Olaf ultimate is a 73-second cooldown currently, as Sven has to flash. Nice little punishment.
Yeah, I like that from Loud. They go for the Solar Flare afterwards, but they aren't going to find Sven. Sidestepping away from that Zenith Blade right afterwards. Cloud9's bringing the whole party. Loud's got to get out of here. Vulcan goes for the engage. They throw down the Zyra ult, but it only hits Winsome. He's got to be a little bit careful now. Vulcan might just out of the Ignite. Meanwhile, Thanatos going all out into the backline, and Root's going to be killed off next. Sven goes on a rampage, and Robo has to run all the way away. C9 gets a 2-for-1 and control over the Drake pit.
Yep, that's going to be Dragon number 3 for Cloud9 after the chase. The rotation over from the rest of the team made possible by Sven dodging both Leona engaged spells there. The ultimate and the E, nice little just sidesteps backwards for him. Here's another look at it though. They were so deep because of taking the secondary tower. And then Thanatos teleporting out, but then returning with the rest of the team, as you can see on the minimap roaming down now. So Sven, he flashes away from Skarner ult, dodges both attempts of engage from the Leona, and that allows the turn from Cloud9. Once they're all here, they know they're going to be able to chase through with their monetary advantage. Still getting the 1 counter kill there for Loud in taking down Vulcan. Having the ignite on him is something for them, but yeah, still smiles for Cloud9. They know at the early game advantage, as long as they're able to, you know, make the rotation over after chasing so far, they will be able to get that Dragon number 3 and their gold lead up here at over 6,000.
Massive.
As we get to the Otacon fight.
Okay, the Otacon starting up. True Shot Barrage did not hit anybody on C9, only the Otacon itself, which is not really being focused down that hard just yet. Now, finally, C9 brings everybody up here. Blabber on the Zyra does a ton of damage to this thing, but they got to make sure they don't allow Wiz to come in and steal it away. Grabbing the false lives and then taking a team fight from that could be an opportunity for Loud to come back into the game a little bit, but Sven and Vulcan going to chase Robo back down into the mid lane here. Otacon itself going to reset on the aggro. Loud are going to take the opportunity to secure the tier 1 top lane turret for themselves. As Robo takes a blast cone, gets all the way away back down to the bottom lane, and he's just going to move on over and keep pushing the wave.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to put pressure on the tower while the rest of the team is up here standing in front of Otacon. 5K on the health.
Okay, Thanatos still frontlining, trying to keep everybody else from Loud away from the Otacon, down to about 3,500 now. A TP's about to show up here from Robo as Otacon resets. C9 looking to draw battle lines here, but they got to be careful. Between Worlds already dropped. Winston's about to die. He's all alone in the back line of C9. It ain't going to matter. Robo, he wants Sven, but he's not going to get what he wants today. A double kill back over to the core key as Root, Tinones, and Wiz are left to run. Root separated from the other 2 members of his team as he tries to kite and fight his way out of it. But C9 haven't lost a single player, and they're back on the objective.
Yeah, it looked like Thanatos wanted some more kills, but the rest of the team says, you know what, we've got Otacon, let's just take the Otacon, finish that objective off, and then go for Baron afterwards. No need to over chase. Cloud9 at 26 minutes here are going to get both of the mega buffs, Flowers. This is just such a huge pushing power with the range that they have with their composition, the extra stats from Baron, and the revive mechanic from Otacon. The next Cloud9 siege should be devastating for the Loud base. Here's another look at the start of it, and Cloud9 are actually taking a lot, of the Otacon debuff at the moment. But it's because they're so confident with the lead that they have. Then when they see the teleport come in from Robo, and the engage actually comes out from Tinones on the left side, it was just Winsome on the right side. So Cloud9 turned on Winsome, got the early health lead, and Robo tried to chase through to kind of like salvage the play there with a little extra pressure on Sven. But at that point, it's just too late. You know, they already kind of desynced a little bit too much on their engage.
I mean, you're talking about this next C9 push should be devastating. I feel like it should be game-ending with all these buffs combined. Winsome Solar Eclipse, not going to find a lot. Roots True Shot Barrage doing the same. C9.
Side lanes.
They are not threatened whatsoever. Their side lanes are already pushing in with the pincer attack as Thanatos will break into the enemy base uncontested. Loki's going to take the tier 2 top the same way, and now the 3-man squad in the mid lane that completely avoided any threat of danger from the Loud engage attempt is just going to continue pushing forward themselves.
Here it comes, the C9 onslaught with the double mega buffs. Already, Cassandre opened up bottom side, and now top side is the next target. This thing melts as well. Top side tower down.
Top side tier 3 is gone. The inhibitor itself about to be rubble as Loud scramble to try to protect their base. C9 still has the false lives here for a little bit longer, and they're going to use every second to keep this push going strong. Nexus turret's under fire. First one's already about to die. It's gone. Second Nexus turret is all that stands between C9 and a fast game 1 win as the mid lane inhibitor falls and Loud scramble to try to defend. Thanatos will be the first one ready to jump in on the Casante as Winston goes to the back line of C9. Big between worlds, but it's not big enough. Loud is simply too far behind. Robo into the back, at least gets one. He takes out Sven. Maybe he's got a second. Spiraling Despair is about to pop off, but a Skarner ulti grabs another. By a miracle, Loud are holding on still, but Loki and Blabber remain ready to fight. Wiz barely gets back onto the steps of the fountain, but the Nexus itself is soaking damage. The minions will win it if nothing else, and C9, 28.5 minutes in, takes game 1.
Cloud9 with such a big early lead. That tower dive from Loud after seeing Blabber over there and still going for it, they just could not recover from that because they committed all their resources to the top side of the map, and Sven and Vulcan all annihilated like 70% of a tower during that play.
It felt like the game was over at 2.5 minutes in this one, man. Reminder, fans, don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR on screen, click the link in chat or the Uber Eats button on LollySports.com to access the Champion Shop exclusively on Uber Eats. Now we're going to head on over to LTA Lounge to break it all down.
Thanks, Flowers. As you two mentioned, that lane swap was a disaster. But I just wanted to break it down because I don't think we've ever seen a lane swap go so badly for a team as it did for Loud, or so well for a team as it did for Cloud9.
Very good for Cloud9.
Okay, why did it go so bad? I propose Loud did not want to swap. So I feel like going into the game, they invested so much into Robo getting this ward because that can then see which lane the enemy deploys. However, he placed it within range of the turret. So Vulcan can just walk up without having to sweep and clear it. And now I'm going to switch to the vision of Loud. After Vulcan clears this ward at 109, they have to guess. They just have to guess. Their vision didn't catch anyone else. Who's going to go where? They guess that Vulcan and Sven are going to go top, so they send Root and Winsome top. Now, back to full vision. What are the keys in the lane swap? For a top laner, you want to leech as much experience as possible. You really want to get the experience from these 3 melee minions. Robo could potentially do the same thing. That would be goal 1. How does this play out? Robo decides to leave. He's not willing to play that game because he's too worried about the dive. Thanatos, though, actually gets the experience for those two and that third minion. He gets every single one. So already small advantage to Cloud9 in this part of the swap. What's next? If you're going to abandon your lane as the top laner, you want to leech experience from mid lane, oftentimes until level 2. Robo doesn't do that. He gets just level 1, is on vision, and then walks up. So they're deciding that they're going to dive. Next thing that you'd want to do, if you're going to dive, you want to be able to deny the enemy jungler some experience. Blabber has cleared 3 camps down here and gets all 3 camps on the top side. So let's actually just recap how bad this has gone to this point. They've given away 2 plates, soon to be 3 on the bot lane. Top lane hasn't gotten experience. Enemy top lane has, and enemy jungler is level 4. So at this point, you probably want to abandon ship. You know there's 2 people here. You probably wouldn't have wanted to pass your jungler over, cover bot side, teleport Robo in, at least catch something. But they double down. They go for more. It's a disaster. As Wiz ease in, it's very easy for Thanatos to buffer the CC. He gets a double stun, they get a kill, and it gets worse. Now, unfortunately, this wasn't the end of it.
It's not over?
It's not over. We're going to go to the vision again from Robo. He's hoping to catch a little bit of experience at the turret. However, as the wave crashes, Vulcan shows. Robo doesn't have time to react. He dies again. It's a 2,000 gold lead by 4 minutes and 30 seconds, Raz.
I've counted 7 mistakes.
Okay.
In about 4 minutes.
Unfortunately, everything went wrong.
Was this the worst dive or like the worst level 1 or lane swap?
I think it's the worst lane swap start of the game we've seen in recent memory in the last several years. And that's why Cloud9 won. So in terms of game 2, if that doesn't happen, Loud actually won a fight or two after that.
Yes.
So maybe we'll see a series, but it did not look good. That is all the time we have for this, unfortunately, though. So we're going to be heading to a break. Before game 2, let's hear from our LTA pros in another episode of Love It or Hate It.
I hate it. I love it. I think love it. I hate it. Timo, I hate Timo. No need for an explanation.
I can't alt attack when he Qs me, so hate it.
Love it.
I mean, I used to hate it, and then I was losing to Taiji, who's a notorious NA one-trick Timo, and then I started playing Timo, and now I'm like part of the problem. So it's like, love it.
I just wish he was played more. I don't really love him or hate him. Like maybe I can love him or hate him if I saw him a little bit more in my game.
I love solo queue when it's played as a team game, and people try to play with their teammates.
Love and hate. There's no other answer to this question.
I mean, I'm tempted to say hate it, but I feel like if solo queue just like disappeared, I'd be sad. So I think I'm going with love it.
I absolutely hate solo queue right now. I am challenger getting in Diamond 3 games. I don't know how to get in higher elo games. If I play against a Diamond 3 player, sure, I can exploit them. But if I have a Diamond 3 jungler and their jungler is challenger, the game is lost.
I love ADC. People think it's weak right now, but I don't think it's that weak. It's just such an enjoyable role to kind of be baby-fed in the beginning of the game and then become the carry later on.
Love-hate relationship. Sometimes you're the GOAT, sometimes you want to pull your hair out,
And competitive, fucking snoozer. I think that there's a lot of champions and drafts that like make it fun, like Aurora, maybe Galio, Talia even, stuff like that's like kind of fun, but honestly, if the enemy team drafts in a certain way, sometimes you're kind of just stuck on control mages. Love it. No, I think top lane is like it's a good fit for me, so I enjoy playing it. Although I think like things like lane swap, it's like I'm forced to interact with like too many random people too early, where it's like it really should just be like an honorable duel in the top lane.
I love playing Ambessa, but I hate playing against it because the champ just has too many dashes, too much damage, and a slow and a shield and everything.
Love it. She's not like the strongest laner, but it's so satisfying to play her because sometimes you just finish like 2 items, 3 items, and then you just one-shot the entire enemy team. I imagine the AD carries are saying hate it to this one.
Hate it. Season 15 champ. So broken.
Most of the time I hate it. Like, it's just so weak, and then it just starts one-shotting everything in the game.
I mean, I love trash talk, as in I love listening to it, and I love other players trash talking, but I don't do it myself.
I think trash talk is very good. I love it. Both love it and hate it. I think it depends how it's done. When I was in EU, I like to banter. Before the game, you talk a bit of trash and like you hype the game up, but this like new 2024-25 meta where people are like, don't say anything before the game, then they win and talk like on Twitter afterwards. It's so cringe.
Hate it. I don't know. I don't know if it's just like because I'm Canadian and I was like raised that way, but like I just don't like it that much. I don't know.
Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, no flash.
Wait.
I saw. He's good.
I get both.
Nice.
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 Good.
I'm coming down. Yes, bears on. Nice. I'm looking corner. No flash corner. No, looking. If he doesn't run, we can kill him. I'm looking again. Yeah, no flash. He's gonna die.
Nice. I'm gonna push bottom, guys.
Nice. Yeah, looking good. Looking good.
Good.
I can change. Ezreal no flash, corner no flash.
It's good.
Look here. Looking.
Ezreal, low flash.
Ezreal 1 HP. Okay, guys, don't get rushed. Go there.
Look.
I'm Leona. Slowly. Nice. Look all of guys. He's running in. I can block this. Kill all of it.
Ezreal, low flash.
Yeah, all of that. Ezreal's stuck. No, we should change. I'm chasing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA cross-conference play. It is day 2. It is one game in to C9 versus Loud, and game number 1 was effectively over very fast.
That was a go next very early on because of the lane swap. So let's go next, Flowers. Let's get into game number 2.
Welcome to next.
Let's go into game number 2 real quick here. Okay, first pick Sejuani takeaway. Yone is already banned though, so there are some other good like melee carries like Jax and stuff still up and available. We'll see where this one ends up going for them. But the Mbessa takeaway here immediately as well, since Cassante was already used in the first game. Fearless rules, can't pick that into it. The Jace as well banned away this one. So other good things are like strong early lane phase into Mbessa, like Renekton or something would be a melee lane that would also pair well with a Sejuani, those types of things. But they slam a Kai'Sa here already in second pick, so they're going dive at the very least there. They have Sejuani with non-committal CC and Kai'Sa definitely ability to follow up here.
And see what else they want to join with that one. Juggling between a couple of mid lane picks, they will settle on the R.
Pick and dive, Flowers. Pick and dive.
Dive.
They may be short range, but they have mobility on these carries. So they've got to take scraps. They have to create skirmishes and take those scraps and pick up some kills there on the Kai'Sa, on the Ahri, if that one's going to work. Meanwhile, they steal away the Vi here. Like you could do some things where you put Sejuani top lane. I've seen Sejuani top lane before, so maybe flex or something there. But the Vi gives you that lockdown to try and take away some of that mobility aspect from either the Ahri or the Kai'Sa. It's very dangerous though a lot of times to like Vi ult an Ahri if your timing is not perfect, so she can draw you to some dangerous areas.
Vi also working really well with both the solo laners that we've seen drafted so far for C9. You can set it up very easy for a seismic shove or a public execution. Pretty much no miss, unless you're just not paying attention to what's on your screen.
Pretty much, yeah. I like that you leave that open.
There's always a possibility. You hear like a loud noise off to the side, you turn your head away right as you click, you miss the guy. But in 99% of situations, you will not miss.
Or sometimes your Vi could be like 3 screens away from you and do it. I've seen that happen too. And then you're like, well, I'm not on the same screen. Even if I flash to follow,
I can't follow you, bro.
With my seismic shove, then that won't work. But yeah, definitely good combos there for Cloud9 for Blabber. Let's get into the bottom lanes here, though. Ooh, another dash blocker.
This would be absolutely dastardly. Yeah, now you've got Ari that wants to dash, Sejuani that likes to dash. Oh, yeah. Pick. That's what it is, man. There's some, like, whoa type of vibe going on with this thing. This is Poppy denying that. This is Talia Unraveled Earth denying that. Dashes are off the menu.
All right, what is a diabolical AD carry pick that would go down there for Sven to pair with the dastardly Poppy pick?
It would have to be something that's just like the most anti-dive possible.
Some CC in the pick or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, Cloud9 are showing a lot of damage already on the team. So, but anyways, for Loud, just keep with the theme. Full dive, Nautilus, the most common pair with Kai'Sa throughout the history of those champions. So no surprise there. Winsome will pick that one up.
Kai'Sa and Nautilus feel like they're practically made to be paired. Like Xayah and Rakan have each other. Kai'Sa has Nautilus. Yeah. That is who she's meant to be with.
It's a true love story. Where were they on Valentine's, huh? Are we sure?
Yeah, where were Kai'Sa and Nautilus? Well, we know they're here right now, and Jax is going to be the last member of the team here with them for that top lane to brawl against the Ambessa. And now we get to answer your question, my friend. What is C9's anti-dive AD carry?
Well, the anti-dive AD carry throughout history has been #1 Xayah pick, the best #1 all-time counter dive AD carry locked in.
That champion is so good at making all of that dive just feel so incredibly worthless. And then, if you're overextended after diving, you might think, oh, I should dash out. Too bad, Poppy and Talia. It's a real problem if they don't get a big payoff from that initial engage.
Yeah, so this is certainly going to be a battle of who can get some early kills. And this time around, again, with Loud, investing some resources into getting powerful top lane matchup pick. Like, they want to get Robo versus Thanatos and have junglers be involved, because early game, Sejuani Jax is so much better than an Ambessa Vi early game duo, because the Sejuani passive just does so much work in those duels. So we'll see if Loud can actually get that this time around and doesn't get completely thrown off by the lane swaps.
And they gotta be wanting it, man. The fans are so passionate for them here in the studio. Even last game, when it was so one-sided so early on, when Loud did have a pop-off moment, when they did manage to get a kill.
The second Grubs fight?
Yeah, the fans were going crazy for them. And with 2 teams from the South already eliminated yesterday, Loud wants to give the South a champion to root for in the next stage.
They certainly do. Let's see what work they can get done. Maybe around mid lane. I mean, honestly, continue to target Loki would be my call for the team. If we're up there trying to coach and trying to get some early focus, it's focus on solo lanes. Focus on that Sejuani being active, trying to help out the Ahri, help out the Jax in those matchups, because those are 2 points. If you can get some solo lane leads for Loud, then they can actually dictate the setups for some of the objectives this time around.
They did a good job beating up Loki last game. Maybe they should have tried to beat him up at level 1 instead of going top lane. Yeah? Every time they tried to beat him up, it worked.
I will say yes, because anything would have been a better choice than what happened.
I know that nobody ever dives mid on lane swap, but there's no way it could have gone worse than game 1 did.
All right, so this time around, we're going to get a good old-fashioned regular game of League of Legends. It looks like no deep invades for lane swap wards. Actually, maybe we'll hold that thought. It might be a delayed invade. Sejuani kind of positioning over there. See if they go try and sniff around for a ward on Raptors. Try and track Blabber. Meanwhile, Winsome and Root over here in the mid lane brush. See if they can catch anyone. See if there's any surprise, you know, little rotation over for our ward there. Sometimes you can get a flash early game or some little advantage, but the mid lane brush camp does not work out. Nobody goes in for anything aggressive from the side of Cloud9, and so we will get standard lane matchups.
So one thing I want to track here is the difference in summoner spells on 80 carries. Root has barrier versus the cleanse on Sven. I think both of them make sense. Sven wanting to make sure that he always gets away from the dive, whereas Root just wants to be more powerful when he jumps in. But I want to see if either of these ends up being a real huge difference maker, particularly early on in this laning phase. There's plenty of CC on both sides for that cleanse to be useful against, and you always can get extra value out of the barrier.
Yeah, definitely true, and we'll see about the early lane phase, as you say. You know, little chunks already. Winsome walking up, getting the push for them as well. Now, problem for Loud's bottom lane is going to be, of course, that they have Wiz pathing away from bottom lane. As we recommended, you know, we're like, Wiz should be focusing on these solo lane matchups because I think there is a lot of potential there for them to gain. But Blabber is pathing down towards bottom lane, so they do have to be a bit careful, and it is oftentimes pretty hard to ward out Vi ganks because of the Q and Vi's ability to circumvent a lot of vision. You know, you can go over the back of the Dragon Pit, wrap around through the Tri-Brush. You know, a lot of options available to Blabber there after he finishes his full clear.
Okay, let's see where he goes, but we'll see that here in just a minute. Meanwhile, checking in on the state of the lanes, it's Robo who's now got the wave pushing back towards him after he initially crashed it into the turret of Thanatos up here in the top side. Both of these champions have the potential to be an absolute menace as the game goes on if they can manage to get ahead of the other. Both of them love to scrap. Both of them have massive threat onto the back line if they can get there in a team fight, or just play the side lane if they get super far ahead, and that's the way the team needs them to do it.
Yeah. And so I think Robo doing a good job. You know, he's setting up for his jungler who's pathing towards him to have some vision to work with. You know, he gets the wave pulling towards him. He can call right now, hey, Thanatos just used Trinket Ward. So Sejuani is going to circumvent that Trinket Ward. Sejuani Q is a very long cooldown, though. So having just used it there, it's a 17-second cooldown. Waiting now a bit is Wiz for that cooldown to come back, and we'll see if they set it up.
All right, they want this on Thanatos. Nice flash for the Counter-Strike stun land. Thanatos trying to get himself back away, but the follow-up stun is there. Loud barely misses out of the damage for the kill.
Yeah, I think that is the good game plan, but they just don't quite have enough damage. They, you know, waited for his Q cooldown to come back and everything, and got the stun there, but flash for flash is the trade in the end. Thanatos teleports back. It is 50% health on both Loud members.
But Vi is also here. Blabber's ready to join. Thanatos goes back in early, gets himself back to safety there with a shield. Does take a massive amount of damage. Remember, Thanatos has already used his teleport. They need to get a kill into Robo here, or at least have Blabber hang out long enough to crash this wave hard into the turret. Allow Thanatos to reset again.
Exactly. He's going to get a bit more money, finish off this wave, then go for his reset and walk his way back. Meanwhile, because Blabber came and did help out with that push, Robo is going to have to clean up this wave before he goes back and uses his own teleport, which the newly reworked teleport, you know, still takes a decent amount of time in the early game, but Blabber will go back into a second top-down full clear for Vi, as is expected. You want to keep up that farm so you can get to a very timely level 6 and be there for those duels, those skirmishes, especially if it does pop out around that mid lane.
Huge power spike for both junglers at level 6. The ulti is just massive playmaking tools, especially when you look at the setup that you have in your lanes. Both mid laners can set you up or follow up. Both bottom lanes, the supports, can set up or follow up. Top lanes singing the same song. There's so many options for these junglers once they have those tools online.
And we got to watch these support roams because the grubs are coming up in 20-ish seconds here. So Winsome after the reset on Nautilus, heading up over here. Loud, of course, are the ones that want to focus on solo lanes, so they want to focus on those grubs. And we'll see about this wraparound, actually, because the pings, they're spamming pings onto Loki coming in towards the river. And it looks like they actually want to focus down here, grab the crab first. and see what else they can get. They do know, of course, that Blabber did start with a top side clear and is going to be ending back up down here on his second clear too. So they're doing a little bit of defense first. Grab that Scuttle Crab, no problem. And they already have their control ward on the Grubs, so they can just cross map right back up to it and not let Blabber in at all.
Gotta try to keep him down early if you're on Loud's side. You don't want to allow C9 to just have this mid-game where they're always in the decision-making seat, where they're always ahead like they were in game number 1. We never really got to see Loud have a fair fight in that first game, but yet we still got to see a couple of moments where they were more coordinated, where they caught C9 off guard a little bit, and you have to think that if they can do that in a more fair game state, it could look really good.
Yeah, definitely looks way better already. And because they left a control ward behind in the Dragon Pit, Loud knows as well that while they're taking Grubs, Cloud9 are taking Dragon. Blabber cleared that control ward that was in the Dragon Pit, and then they take it. Now he's got his level 6 for Blabber, so take a look at the top side though, because Sejuani, as you take away, if he can finish off the red, he would be able to get his level 6, but he can't finish it off.
Yeah, he does not have that one yet. Seismic shove immediately into the unraveled earth as Blabber is ready to stop him. Stands between him as well so that he can't use the Arctic Assault over the wall. Forces the flash out of Wiz.
Okay. So they deny a bit here for Sejuani and take away the flash. It's not the most important flash, of course, in the game, but it also does mean Blabber gets to keep his red and keep a little bit of a lead here going for himself. I mean, honestly, just do another top-down full clear again here on the Vi, and should be able to return to that side of the map. Sven now level 6 too. The Xayah down there, very, very safe. So Wiz's options getting a little bit more difficult. They can still look at Thanatos, although it is kind of hard to pin him down if he is playing safe. See about the timers for his flash though, and they surely have timed that one, and
yeah,
Sejuani with ultimate available, maybe they can make the play, but mid lane currently is where the supports are camped out, seeing if anyone steps up too far.
Yeah, Vulcan playing defense for Loki, who is very low on mana here with the Talia. Now Winsome taking the opportunity, recognizing the enemy mid laner needs to back, can't really participate in full strength in the fight, moves forward, ready to set up this blue take attempt for his jungler Wiz. Let's see, can C9 actually stop it? Blabber's ready to maybe make an entrance here, but instead gets charmed up before we can hit the ball breaker. Sven's gonna secure the blue buff as Root wants to make his way into the fight, but Loki's arrived with the Weaver's Wall. C9 now looking to perhaps disengage. They gotta be careful. Sven gets grabbed right up in the air. The feathers fly, and Loud tries to walk it back off, but it ain't gonna work. It's first blood. Back to Blabber with a ball breaker. Punches back and forth, but it's Loud walking out with a broken jaw.
Ooh, yeah, that is going to be fairly painful, actually, as we move on, because now the bottom lane here is pretty far pushed up. Sven and Vulcan know it is just Root by himself. See if they could actually do much down there. I guess Root's pretty safe with double summoner spells available to him, though, and he just wants to make sure that, you know, lane's not going to get frozen or anything down there, so deals with it quite nicely. And it's just the single kill that does go over. But again, the full dive versus a lot of these anti-dive champions that Cloud9 have drafted, you have to be very, very careful when fully committing like that. And Sven kind of lets the hook hit him, knowing he's going to have the Xayah ultimate for safety, which ends up costing Winsome his life. Let's take another look, though. It was the ejection from Vulcan that kind of delayed this one. And Winston Owens uses both charges there for Ahri. Winsome comes back in for it, but gets just barely locked up with a nice seismic shove from Loki, knowing that Winsome had already used Flash to go for the play in the first place. A lot of times those Nautilus flowers, it's a one-way ticket.
Oh yeah.
Especially if the seismic shove is back off cooldown.
We know Nautilus for a couple of things. He likes to hang out with Kai'Sa, and he likes to go into a fight and never come back. That is how Nautilus plays League of Legends. Two things on his mind. And right now, 0-1 and 0 on that champion. The only death so far, just in that one big scrap. Honestly, a pretty quiet early game.
Has been pretty quiet with the trades that have gone on, with the top lane just kind of pushing up there, but maybe we get a bit of a scrap here for second Grub spawn.
All right, let's see it. We know we had some summoner spells down in a couple of different places. C9 are not going to be the ones to overextend into the topside river here just yet. Tanones from Loud in the pixel brush there near the top lane, but there is a ward from both teams inside that brush as well. Void Grub's on the table for the second time. Blabber going to walk over the ward placed down by Loud. Wiz sees Blabber there, so both of them hanging out. Thanatos squaring off, staring down Tanones down here in the bottom lane. Loki versus Robo. It is an HP advantage for the Talia as Loud makes the engage here, looking for a huge burst on the Blabber, and they've already killed him before the fight even starts. Wiz tries to get away. The feathers don't find their mark, and that means Wiz is in no danger of a counter death. Loud get one for free.
Wow, that was huge, yeah. And then they can get 6 grubs now. Taking down Blabber like that was massive for Loud. 6-pack of grubs should translate into some turret plate money afterwards as well. Nice job annihilating Blabber here with the CC combo.
Big stuff for Loud, finding a fight. This is what I was talking about. They can find coordinated engages. They can show that they're ready faster than C9. And when C9's not 4,000 gold ahead by default, it can get them some pretty big prizes.
And I've decided that the second pack of grubs, Cloud9 should never fight those. And now, this is now 2 games in a row. And Loud have gotten the better than them in both of those second grub pack fights that they have actually gone for. Cloud9 on reset still will get Dragon number 2. But here's a look at it. And during this, we toggle the vision here, but it is just a great little initiation. That brush, this little curved kind of, well,
hold on. We're back live, and Robo's not live.
True. We don't know how it started, but we do know how it ended.
Yes, sir. I like that. I like that. That was a zinger. That's a good one.
We did see how it ended, and actually turret plate money going to be going Cloud9's way because of that kill. So we'll see here who ended up getting the last hit. Looks like Blabber actually did. So Blabber going to get to his Trinity Force that much quicker off that money. And then, of course, Loki getting the tower plate money. That's that combo that you mentioned from Champ Select. You know, the Vi and Talia, with both of them really benefiting off that play. It makes Cloud9's kind of pick combination that much more deadly. Vulcan here watching.
And, you know, talking about Blabber, look at the scoreboard. He is the biggest individual gold lead over his opponent for either team. Almost 600 gold, well, 500 now for the chicken steal, up over Wiz. Second highest being down there in the bottom lane. Root over Sven with his Kai'Sa, has the static shiv completed. Loki now moving back up towards the top side. He'll be there to answer to Nones. Wants to try to give Winsome a hard time as he wants to clear out some of the vision here. Big chunk under the health bar of the Loud support.
Yeah, definitely going to field that one. Doesn't look like they'll actually be able to chase him down or punish or anything. And meanwhile, I did see a tower plate, I believe, go down 1v1 there. So Jax with the Trinity Force also making use of the 6 grub buff already. You know, it's actually quite...
Wait, they're going for it. They immediately engage. Loud! They find the angle and they find Vulcan instantly.
Exactly the game plan we set up from Champ Select Flowers. They have to create those skirmishes. They have to make those picks, get these kills, you know, racked onto the carries. And that one on to... wait, who got the last hit? Was that the Ari one, or was that the Winsome one? Regardless, getting the pick in the first place is
what matters.
That's the key dub there. Wrapping around and grabbing that extra kill, even around the area of the second grub pack, seems to be deadly for.
It's just that part of the map, man. It's full of toxic anti-Cloud9 radiation.
I mean, really good picks here though, and Sejuani and Ari ultimates used on the side of Loud very effectively to grab their gold here. So see if they can get back out on the map, make use of that time to try and set up more vision so that they can have more places to actually operate with those two.
All right, let's see if we get a big fight over this Herald. I feel like we normally always do. C9 invading enemy territory here. Vulcan has infiltrated those brushes near the blue buff. As Blabber and Sven are both going to decide to back away here. Vulcan will take his exit alongside them as Loki continues mounting the pressure up there in the top lane, getting that wave shoved up into the Loud tier 1 as well. Every time we pan down to the bottom lane, it's just 2 dudes trading blows back and forth, farming minions. This bottom lane situation is not changing anytime soon, Kobe.
Yep. Pretty smooth stuff there for them. Both of them with teleports too, so will have the options to join once a big fight does pull out. Let's see about Spawn of Riftherald. Honestly, not the biggest of objectives, so no need to overcommit to it. But if either of these teams, sees one member, pushed up too far, both of them having those pick tools will be able to punish quickly. It's just that Loud have such a big advantage because these wards that we're seeing, these river brush wards here that they keep getting, it's just such good positioning for Nautilus and Sejuani to sit in and get that early jump. Blabber here.
He's thinking about it.
I'll be a little careful though.
Yup. Loud. Now they could be in some trouble. Weaver's Wall arrives. C9 looking to make their move, but their move isn't very good. Wow. Not a whole lot to gain from that one.
So let's see. Sejuani ult for a cleanse there. A little late on the cleanse, and Talia Wall as well. Wow, off screen actually. Down in the bottom lane, Thanatos does finish up that tower though, so solo tower gold to Thanatos. But
that's the biggest win.
Yeah, Wiz will move in afterwards and at least start up that Rift Trail. Probably should be able to finish it since Cloud9 are committing down towards that Dragon spawn. 20 seconds on it. I mean, Cloud9, if they, I think Cloud9 want this anyways, get Dragon number 3. Rift Trail does take a decent amount of time to take, but Root gonna come over and speed up that process for him.
So funny enough, since that's Herald going over to the side of Loud, that means they get the feat of neutral objectives. Cloud9 got the feat of turret. And now, since they're both at 2-2, next kill gets better shoes.
Next kill gets a better shoes. You'll love to see it. They're going to drop the Rift Trail mid, just let it charge in, and immediately rotate over to cut Cloud9 off from that Dragon setup. I mean, Tinones has teleport, so they can just send him back for a base, purchase real quick, and still threaten once again, teleport back out to the Dragon fight. That's the full Horizon-focused finish.
That's big.
Huge burst damage available to Loud now. If they can set up Tinones, he definitely could finish off the kill.
Big power spike for the Ahri. Now Sven's got to be careful. Immediately forced to use the ulti with a nice charm from Tinones, making it happen. That's a massive cooldown for the AD carry of Cloud9 to no longer have available. And now a catch onto Blabber might spell disaster. He has to get himself back out of the pit. C9 trying to redraw their battle lines here a little bit. Keep your eyes on Tinones. First kill finds its way onto Wiz. The jungler on Loud, stuck inside the Dragon pit, trying to posture aggressively and immediately punished. C9 pops the jungler. The fight's over before it starts. And the Drake and the shoes go over to C9. Robo, what kind of a greedy recall was that? Blabber's ready to stop him. And now Loki's gonna pop him. C9 get another one for free.
Oh, Flowers. The beginning of that fight all started. Robo was hiding in the brush that's inside of Dragon Pit because of the Ocean Dragon. But then he handles his Counter-Strike. The Dragon aggro. The Dragon... Wait a second, we might have a follow-up play here first, but we'll get a replay later.
Okay, let's see. Thanatos coming around from the side as Vulcan and Sven are ready to put the damage onto Root. It's AD carry for AD carry. Now Winsome wants to escape. Tinones with the Spirit Rush back over the wall. 1-for-1 trade there. Loud is going to come out on top at the end because of the fact that they grabbed the tier 1 turret as well. Thanatos flashing out of the way of that Glacial Prison to make sure he doesn't give over another.
Yeah, a lot of flashes blown in the last couple of minutes in these skirmishes, but here's what I was talking about. Okay, so Robo does a good job. Like, he sneaks in here. He's in the brush. This is actually really good because they can pincer Blabber. And so that's why they're thinking they're going to annihilate him. Wiz comes over, but the Dragon liftoff knocks Robo's Counter-Strike back, so he could not follow up with Wiz. And then they are just stuck inside the pit, so Vulcan smashes him against the wall, and Cloud9 annihilate the two that were attempting the surprise here, and then they get the Dragon on top of it afterwards as well. And then, as you know, the full chase through and getting the extra kill even on top of it. Big stuff.
And we were talking about this Ahri and the 2-item power spike and how huge that would be for the fight. Yeah. But if you looked at the top part of where the water meets the dirt in the river, it was Loki just tossing those rocks back at him, back and forth and back and forth. Ahri could never get in to use those charges to try to bail them out. And it was just such a mess for Loud. Now C9 with 3 Drakes, they're on Soul Point, and they're 1,500 gold ahead.
Yeah, because like Sejuani and Jax, if Jax gets knocked back on the Counter-Strike, then you're not going to have enough with just those two to finish off Blabber. And because Cloud9 had better positioning to get in there, they end up reaping some huge benefits. So now we're in a world, Flowers, where Cloud9 retook the gold lead off of that, pretty substantial gold lead for themselves now, and they set themselves up with the dragon stacking, so Dragon Soul will arrive pretty quickly in this game. Only 2.5 minutes left on that timer for them, and the extra sustain of an Ocean Soul. I mean, Loud do have a lot of pick and burst damage, you know, with Kaisa and Ari, so maybe they might not be crazily worried about an Ocean Soul, but it's definitely still a pretty big buff.
Yeah, especially like later on, Kai'Sa's often like to build towards AP, poke at people, whittle them down a little bit, but that much harder to do if the Ocean Soul becomes reality. You can see Loud now taking control back over the topside river, but the only thing here right now is Otacon, and they really don't want a hard force on an Otacon.
Okay, Winsome gets his recall off. No catch there. But like you're saying, yeah, Otacon definitely a dangerous objective, as we have come to know and love.
We've got to learn it the easy way. We've seen a lot of teams learn it the hard way.
Yeah.
That armor and MR shred is no joke. Up to a maximum of 50 flat armor and MR at max stacks.
Definitely. You get some of the stacks just from being in the pit while it's leased as well. So it kind of like sneaks up on people that are even doing mechanics. But we'll see about the setup here for the next one. You have to think, because Dragon Soul is coming pretty early in this game, that's going to be where all the focus is. Since it doesn't actually cost Cloud9 very much to set up down there for it. But the rewards would be so substantial that honestly think that the last couple of minutes here, just being fairly calm, they're just kind of waiting for that one. And then once you start to get like 50 seconds ahead of time, everybody needs to go get their control wards, get your supplies ready for the setup here, because setup again is so critical when both teams have a lot of burst damage, have a lot of pick potential for themselves to wield. Blabber can either be the one starting the engage and getting the big burst, or as we saw in the second grub fight, just getting being the one on the receiving end. As tower goes down here though, Robo moves in.
Robo's ready to step up, and the rest of Loud approaching on the flank right next to him, but Cloud9 backing up in time. Meanwhile, the turret, the tier 1, destroyed up in the top lane. Loki responsible for that as Loud continues their pressure here bottom, going after the tier 2. Vulcan wanted to go for that teleport immediate yeet button, but the TP coming in. C9 wants to make their collapse as immediately Blabber jumps in the back line for the full-on engage, but Blabber's taking a ton of damage. He's going to be killed off first, and Root stays alive. Thanatos wants to pick him off. Massive damage coming out from Sven, and Loud gets mopped up. Clean up in aisle bot lane. Triple kill over to Sven, and Loud is looking real quiet. C9 earn themselves a Dragon Soul.
Couple things to note on the preparation for that play from Cloud9, Flowers. It was actually quite nice. Sven had just gotten to enough money to buy his Infinity Edge. So Sven comes immediately from base. Look at him right now on minimap. He's walking straight with a fresh Infinity Edge. So even though Blabber's a couple seconds, or maybe like 1 second ahead of Loki arriving after the teleport and then ult through with the Talia, it is still plenty of time. And Sven walking up with the freshly purchased Infinity Edge just kind of rips through them from a position of relative safety. So it's very nice for Cloud9. They set up a couple things. You know, they timed their Infinity Edge purchase for Sven. Plus, they had been pushing top lane minion wave with the Talia. So Loki was able to get that fully pushing first. Teleports in behind them. Talia walls over. And it was just nicely constructed. Now, they're going for another skirmish.
Yeah, could be some trouble here for Winsome and Wiz. As Wiz tries to jump back in to protect his support, but instead he's going to get punished, slammed to the wall, forced to flash over just to try to survive. Sven under pressure from Robo. The Jack so much threat onto the Xayah, but now immediately the shove right back into the rocks. It's not going to matter. C9 picks up 2, a double kill for Thanatos. Robo, Winsome, and Root all dead. Sven's on a rampage. Baron just spawned and he's about to die with Loud.
Yeah, Baron's actually going to die even faster this game than the first game, Flowers. Baron went down at 20. Baron went down because Otacon died first, they killed Otacon first. It took them an extra, it was 25-50 or something the first time Baron. And this one, 25 and a half. So
this time Otacon is the second giant monster killed in the duo. But both games, they're getting Baron and Otacon back to back. This is a nightmare for Loud that they just cannot wake up from.
Yeah, and this time around, of course, with them previously earning themselves the Ocean Soul, it's 3 mega buffs.
#1 deaths in LTA history.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing a long time.
Yeah, when you look at the other names on the tombstones there, yeah, these are all guys who have been in League of Legends for so long. But Robo, 1-4-1 here in this game. It started off a lot better for Loud than Game 1 did, but unfortunately the mid game has gone C9's way.
It's crazy that Impact and Robo, up there, both are still active. Aframu, up there on the leaderboards as well. Really representing. Here we go though, Vulcan in representing for the supports as well. Looks like, and not going to be too much though. Cloud9 with their triple mega buffs.
Man, that is so nasty. And now Tanones having to flash away alongside popping the Spirit Rush. Wants to try to get a kill back here onto Loki. Not enough damage to guarantee it. Final turret shot at least claims the false life, but that's not enough. That's not good enough for Loud to try to hold on right now, as they're still going to lose their support. They're still going to lose their mid lane inhibitor turret and the inhibitor with it, and C9 are not slowing down.
They certainly have no need to. Loki doesn't have teleport though, so Loki's going to head up to the minion wave on top side. And it's going to be the 4 members of Cloud9 trying to finish. Yeah,
C9 not afraid to put these false lives to good use, as Thanatos is saying, you guys continue doing that. I'm going to work on this turret down here. There's another tier 3 out of the way. Inhibitor about to drop right next to it. Nexus turrets now, what's left in their sights. Loki will get the next wave ready to go here in a minute or so.
He's coming, he'll be here.
Yeah, it's just going to take him a minute. He took a nap, he slept in, his alarm didn't go off, as Wiz and Winsome trying to get away from this one, falling back to the Nexus turrets. Robo's very low, the false life is at least claimed on Blabber. Thanatos into the back line, 2 health bars low, but nobody down just yet. Thanatos also sent back home. C9's assault finally stopped in its tracks.
I mean, that was very necessary for Loud to try and make that engage while Loki was still top lane. Loki's teleport cooldown did end up coming up in time to answer, but still you have to wait for the channel time. It was still a little bit, slower than the engage, so good engage from Loud to get some of those Otacon revives taken off and put a stop to what could have been the game-ending push from Cloud9.
It's still an 8,000 gold game. It is still Ocean Soul for C9. It is still their entire Rift and 2 inhibitors down in the Loud base. Those inhibitors will not respawn before the Elder Drake spawns, and I feel like that situation is not impossible to play for Loud, as C9, again, looking to make a play in enemy territory. Robo is going to be the target. They want to make sure that he remains on that #1 gravestone, Kobe, and they're going to give him an extra boost for it. 1-5-1 now for the Loud top laner.
There you go, climbing up the ranks. Meanwhile, Cloud9, only 1 inhibitor left to deal with. They're going to go for top side, and they're going to go for the kills.
Immediately into the back line with the ulti from Blabber, and the follow-up from Thanatos is enough to bring Root down immediately. It's gray screens for Loud, and C9 is staring at the Nexus. They'd love to get this one packed up and done with before 30 minutes into the game, and they're looking to do just that. Loud scrambling to try to defend at the very last second, the very last moment, but they cannot do it. C9 continues the northern dominance in the LTA, and they will 2-0 Loud.
Another dominant performance here in game number 2 from Cloud9. Nicely set up from them, and yeah, you said it. LTA North now 6-0 so far. Whew. We've got 1 more. Isurus Astral is the hope now for LTA Seoul versus Team Liquid coming up next. Looking forward to that one. Cloud9, take a bow, fellas. Nicely done.
The first game was over right as it started. The second one was close for a lot longer. Loud had a couple of bright moments in the early game, but once that mid game came around, it was all C9, all again. And I think you worded it best to correlate the 2 games. Baron went down faster in the second one, and it just shows that C9 had him figured out, had this one locked up from the start.
Yep, definitely confident play there from them. Fans here, always still popping off regardless. Love to see the energy.
Always a fun time with the Brazilian fans here in the LTA South studio in Sao Paulo. And C9, they're having fun down here. You better believe it. We got to see them in that little video in the first game. Yep, they were partying hard out of game.
Jersey swap going on.
They're partying hard in game. They're having a great time. It is a 6-0 start to the interconference competition, like you already hinted towards. And now it looks like it's time to join Rafa and Vulcan on stage for an interview.
Metendo a banca, você já chegou aqui de óculos de o pai tá on, você não tá entendendo, você já vai traduzir para você. Eu quero saber se com isso você já queria dizer quem é que ia mandar nessa partida. First of all, congrats on the win. You already start, confident with glasses that is on the house. Did you do this to show after the beginning who would dominate the match? When you enter on the stage, your glasses that is on the house. Did you do this for a show? Who is dominating?
Yeah, I mean, it's for the show. We're in Brazil. The energy is crazy. The crowd was like booing us really hard, and I think they might hate us. But honestly, I love it. I was walking during the walkout. I was really close to them, and they were screaming slurs at me, but I was just smiling. I think it's kind of funny, and I was really hyped for the match because of it. So you can still hear them, but I think they give me a lot of energy. So regardless of if they're rooting for me or against me, I like it a lot. So their energy is great.
Ele falou que sim, que desde o começo se sentia muito os gritos da torcida aqui, que eles estão muito próximos dele e que ele ficou muito hypado por causa disso. Dá para escutar realmente até agora a torcida aqui. Bom, a gente puxou os números do seu confronto contra o Winston. E vocês tinham se enfrentado 3 vezes e você não tinha ganhado até então. O que você achou desse confronto da bot lane? E o que você achou, no geral, do nível dos times aqui da LTA Sul? When Wilson played in NA, you guys faced each other 3 times and you had never won before. So what are you thinking about this match today in bot lane and in general about the level of the South teams?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't super worried about Winsome, even though I didn't win against him in NA. It was only 3 games, and honestly, I don't really remember the games, but yeah, I don't care about who I play right now. I'm just focused on myself and my team, and I don't think we showed up very good today, but it was a warm-up, and I think next week we'll be a lot better, and I have a lot of faith in our team, so regardless of who we play, I think we're going to win. So.
Ele falou que realmente se enfrentaram 3 vezes antes, mas que isso, Rafa, não importa muito para ele, porque o que importa é o nível individual e que ele considera que hoje não jogou muito bem, mas que para a próxima semana ele vai estar afiado. Falando em próxima semana, quem que você acha que vocês vão enfrentar? E vocês enfrentam quem ganha de Isurus Estral e Team Liquid, né? Quem que você acha que ganha? Talking about next week, do you prefer facing against Isurus Estral or Team Liquid?
Honestly, we scrimmed Isurus, and they're actually pretty good. So I might rather play Team Liquid because they're a known quantity. We know what to expect from them. And recently in practice, I think we've gotten the better of them a lot. So yeah, I hope Team Liquid wins just because I think we have a better chance against them. But if Isurus wins, it would be good for the league because obviously it would be nice to have someone from LTA Seoul in the semifinals, and I hope so. But please, Team Liquid.
Ele falou que a Isurus Estral realmente surpreendeu eles por causa das screens dos treinos, mas que realmente ele vê a Team Liquid um pouquinho mais fraca, então para ele é melhor enfrentar a Liquid na próxima semana. Bom, mais uma vez, parabéns aí pela vitória de vocês, obrigado pela entrevista. É isso então, pessoal. Agora, próximo confronto Isurus Estral contra a Team Liquid. Quem vencer, enfrenta Cloud9.
Welcome back to the lounge. Thanks, Rafa, Lau, and Vulcan for that interview. That was very stress-free for Cloud9.
Yeah.
Very stress-free.
Yeah, quick 2-0. And 6-0 now for North versus South. Yeah. It's looking dicey.
But it's about to be a 9-0 very soon, and the 9 is your mustache.
So okay.
That's
the final loss. That's the final loss.
It's sitting on his face right now.
That was Vulcan. We have Sven. We can pull Sven in here. Yeah, Sven, how you doing?
Where is he?
Hey!
Hello, what's up?
How is the crowd there? Vulcan says they hated you. What's the energy like? There was all green that I saw in the stands.
Well, at first they were kind of nice to us. They were cheering us when we arrived, but then when we won, I went to do the bow after you win. They were like booing us. That was so fucking funny. I was just standing there laughing at them. I was like, yeah, boo me. I just married your team. you know.
Yeah, because you'd mentioned to us before you left that you had some fond memories from the last time you were in Brazil for MSI when you were on G2.
Yeah.
How is that related to this experience so far?
Yeah, I mean, back in G2, we went to MSI Rio. We were like super hated in EU by everyone. So we came to Brazil, and they were very neutral about us there. They're cheering us on. So it was kind of a turning point for my team back then. So I had some good memories, but so far it's been good too. I like it here, even though it's really, really hot. I'm not built for this.
There it is. You're talking about it now. Basically, how's it been since, basically flying into Brazil? I know the 100 Thieves guys were talking about like not being able to get good sleep. Has it been good for your side and also practice?
I think I've been to so many events these days that I know how to handle like jet lag and sleep, you know. But I think some of my teammates, I don't want to say who, have been a bit griefing in my scrims recently, and they're saying like, yeah, I woke up at 6. They're like, yeah, I woke up at 6 a.m. and it's like, 4 p.m. scrims, so. Some people handle jet lag better than others, and it's only been a week since we got here, so it's been okay, sleep-wise.
Well, I want to get your thoughts on the next match coming up here, because we heard from stage of Vulcan talking about how Istral, you've been scrimming them, they're actually pretty good, so maybe would rather go up against Team Liquid. I want to get your thoughts. First off, how do you think that match is going to go, and who would you rather face?
I think we will beat both, so I don't really mind. But I think if there's any, well, obviously at this point there's only one team left. So, but I was gonna say if there's any hope, it was gonna be Isrus Estral versus Team Liquid, because I think they're the best team. We scrimmed Leviathan and Isrus, and we scrimmed. We played LAT today, right? So we played 3 teams. I think Isrus was by far the best team we played. So I'd say they have a good chance. I'd say maybe like 40-60 to win, based on like scrims we played against both teams in the last couple of weeks.
Wow. I mean, just last question for you, Sven. We were noticing during that game, it felt like Thanatos' team fighting, at least to us, a lot better than he did last year. Has that been a focus, or what have you noticed with Thanatos' improvement from last year to this year?
I mean, I really enjoy working with Thanatos. He's very rational. He takes feedback very well, and he works hard on everything. And his English is very good for someone who's been here for less than a year. So happy to work with him. I think he is very good at both giving and taking feedback. So I think he will just improve very quickly with time. So yeah, I think he's been very good in everything, like laning and team fighting. So happy to have him on board.
Yeah, that's awesome. You guys have been dominating so far in 2025. So good luck next week. Rest up, scrim well. Can't wait to see you again against either Team Liquid or Isrus Estral. We'll have to see. All right, take it easy, Sven.
Bye, guys.
That's it for this game. Next up is going to be the last of the first round matchups, Team Liquid versus Isrus Estral. We'll see you after the break.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun? Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
Bye. I'm moving. Bye.
Okay.
Go. Kill Puppy.
I can cancel if
That's it.
Hey, Loki, can you look TP behind or something? Alright, mid, no?
I'm gonna look TP.
Yeah.
I'm looking guys TP, okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Guys,
slowly.
look. Okay.
Zay's kind of...
Look. Yeah. Go.
Look wide.
Sage art. Yeah. She's stunned.
Look,
Hey, cast wall. Loki, wall.
Yeah.
Kaiser 1 HP.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's good.
Wow.
Like, look, Kai's out.
now.
Kai's out there.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Guys, look, Kai's.
Jackson flash. One more Kai'Sa. I have in 4 seconds, cover. One Kai'Sa, guys. I'm taking the charm.
Look, guys.
Yeah, he's dead.
Look, Nala's out.
Nice.
Go back. Nature? Yeah,
Nature.
I've given you the components of an item. I need you to tell me what item it is, how much that item costs, and then the piece that's missing.
This is Trinity Force.
The Trinity Force.
Oh, Triforce? The item is Trinity Force.
My first bet was that it was like 3333, but I just don't wanna int it.
3,333? 3,333.
I mean 3K200?
Okay, let's say it was 3333.
The English coded Forbidden Idol.
There's too many support items.
Okay, the Codex is 850.
800, no? The free Codex.
Codex is 800, no? Codex 850. I don't play support. 2,250 gold.
2K200?
2250 is the total cost. Yeah.
Support items.
Is the blue one, no? But I don't remember the name.
Okay, I can't guess it. What is it?
Is it Staff of Flowing Water?
Staff of Flowing Water.
Staff of Flowing Water. Dude, no one builds that item anymore. Caulfield's is 1050. What? It's not 1100? They changed the price?
Anti-healing thing.
3100.
3100?
3K50?
3,150 gold. It's gonna be Chem Tank. I don't know, Chem Tank Sword something.
It's like Chain Pump? Chem Pump Chain Sword.
Banshee?
Banshee's Veil.
Banshee.
The Banshees.
The cost of the component is 1800.
I mean, it was like 3K, no? Something like that?
3000? 3200.
3,050 gold.
Oh my god. So it's 1600?
200, not 250. I think Sterax and Speed of Sojourn both have the same build path.
This is Sterax.
Sojourn? Sterax?
Bro, I build Sterax like every day.
How do I not know the combined cost? I think Sterax is cheaper and I think it costs 3,100.
Is it 3200? It's 3200?
Yeah, I think Speed of Sojourn costs 3.2k.
Sterax Gaze was like 3,100. It's the normal boots, the make you fast base, the Swifty boots, the Berserker boots, the Magic Pen boots, the armor boots, the Magic Receiver.
What about the cooldown boots?
After the normal boots.
Normal boots, symbiotic boots, Ionian shoes, Swifties, Berserkers, Stork boots, Merchants, Tabbies.
Tier 1 boots, the boots with the fast recall, DR boots, Swifties, Berserkers, Swifties, Berserker, Magic Pen and Tabbies at the same price. And then it's gonna be Mercs.
The normal boots, Symbiotic Souls, and Ionian shoes cost the same. Berserker Greaves and Swifties. Wait, no. Then it's Swifties. Then it's Berserker Greaves and Stork shoes. Tabbies, and then it's Mercs. I don't build these freaking boots.
I mean, you never really buy these boots. Who buys them?
Nah, you're wrong, bro. Okay, let me do the math again. Bro, oh my god. Whatever. I did the math wrong.
APA's got the mustache.
Yeah.
He's gonna have one
with Kangas
soon.
You're gonna lose one.
So welcome back to second series of the day.
Shave it?
It's versus Strahl versus Team Liquid, Honda, and this is the #1 seed from the South. It has not gone well for the #2, the #3, or the #4 seed from the South. But maybe this will be different. Everyone all week has said if there's going to be a most likely upset North versus South, it was going to be this match.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, and it was super interesting to hear from Takeshi at the top of the day where he was like, if this team is our macro team, right? Like he actually wants them to lane swap, even against TL, into a team that we know really well that can lane swap. This was a team, unlike Leviathan, that was expected to do very well because they are kind of this LLA super team. And then at the center of it, Captain Americas has played in every single available Americas region, Jose Deodo.
And he's been the heart of the teams that he's been a part of. Even when he was on Flyquest, that was a Jose Deodo team, either his like Hecarim play where they played like Seraphine Hecarim or his Lee Sin play. I love just watching his Lee Sin because of how much of a playmaker that he is. And when he was on Estral, he had Snaker and Ackerman bot side, and every like analyst I was hitting up, like Drawal was an example, who was talking about how like that team was like kind of like that friendship group, the power of friendship. If you remember like CLG's thing. So they are a team, like you heard Takashi talk about this team, that can claw their way back into games, and that really comes into play. If you're a great communicative team, that works out, and as you can see through the histories that Jose Deodo has been a part of, like it's been success for him. So I'm excited to watch this team in part because of like how he's going to be playing alongside bot side.
Yeah, most of his success did come in the LLA. Rainbow Seven and Astral, he both made it to international competition. He really rose to notoriety with his Lee Sin performance at Worlds 2020 in the play-in. That got him scouted by a bunch of LCS teams, but he has that really great outgoing personality on stage. You can really see it in his body language, and he's a player that a lot of people can get behind to cheer for.
And by contrast, I think has struggled a bit with TL thus far this year, right? And he's been through a lot of adversity in his career. Like I said, I've been watching him for a while, since his LCK days. But I think the big thing for me is that Jose can flex, as we see this quote from in an interview on his rough start. I don't disagree, but I also don't think has looked particularly in sync with TL, which has been a problem, where by contrast, we look at Jose Deodo, how well he's been performing. He is the engine for that team. And they play quite differently because of that. We can see their shared champ pool is a little bit different, where you can expect Jose to do better thus far this year on bruisers and carries, whereas I think we're still looking at maybe they want to take away the Sejuani and Maokai, like remove them off the board, force them onto something he hasn't looked as comfortable with.
And for me, Team Liquid is a team that is undergoing some real difficulties right now because they had such a smooth summer split with this exact same roster, going undefeated in the regular season and not losing until the finals. And I feel like because they were so dominant in lane swap early games last year, it papered over a lot of the bigger issues with the team, like the fact that they have maybe never had great team fight cohesion, but they were so far ahead in so many of their games that it didn't end up mattering. And now that the game is a little bit more streamlined and they're not gaining as big advantages as they would in the early game from lane swapping, we're seeing dying because he's trying to make something from nothing when the game isn't in a favorable state, or APA feeling like he has to make a hero play and diving ahead of his front line. So those issues are very hard to fix. And they were on full display last week, which is why I feel like we're so skeptical about Team Liquid coming into this tournament.
100%. And all it takes is like one bad day or performance to start bleeding. So hearing from Coach Swiffer in the interview that we did a week ago, where he's talking about trying to get you back into flow, like if you have one bad game or day, trying to regain focus, because it does feel like, at least for the team, a lot of poor performances in the early portions of their games is bleeding into like bad team fighting or something like that. So I hope that coming in to Brazil, they have a fresh mindset.
And I want to set the context for that too, because yes, they're in Brazil, fresh mindset, but also travel, a little bit of jet lag potentially. You know, you have to get back on the same page and recover from that travel and rough sleep potentially. And you're up against the last remaining team from the South. They're going to have a fire under them to perform here. First seed coming in. We've been talking about lane match matchups and how they can be strong, but also the fact that this is technically their guest team in this region. If you remember that, kind of like Toast disguised in our region, they're going to have to defend their spot later on. They built this team to defend that spot. They built this team to dominate, and I think that's why such high expectations are here for Istral and how they can perform against Team Liquid, and why you might call it an upset, but technically it's first seed from the South versus fourth seed from the North. I mean, I feel like we're so confident for the North teams, but I really do want to set the stage that this could easily be an Istral win, and I actually am predicting that.
Okay, there it is, already throwing it out
doubling
early.
down. Well, I think I've already kind of established that with the whole mustache.
Fair enough. I will say, though, I guess kind of moving on to the other side of the map, bot lane is going to be interesting because Team Liquid's bot lane has just been very strong. It has been their consistent point on the map. So both Yan and Core, if you're seeing the strengths, the consistent strengths of Team Liquid throughout all of the faults, it has been their laning, their team fighting, in lane swaps. I think they do a great job at being able to punish the opposing top laner from getting any experience. I think just being able to build off of that is going to be a challenge. Whereas with Snaker and Ackerman, yes, we heard from Takashi that he is not as confident as long as they can hold their own. But even just seeing internationally, I think Snackerman, the combination.
It's Yor versus Snackerman.
True. Yeah. The combination of the two showed a lot of confidence in international play, where a lot of the times, like tier 3 or tier 2 or like regions when they go to international play have a lot of confidence issues, right? Because there's a lot to learn off of. No, they came off firing. That was when I saw Snaker initially. The first time I ever saw him was on his Draven pick. So he is somebody that if he is focused, driven, and he has players that believe in him, like, of course, Ackerman and Jose Diodo, they will play their heart out.
Yeah, I mean, he and Ackerman have been playing for a while now together, and going up against Core and Yan is kind of a cool matchup also because Ackerman was this like super hyped, prodigious support. I believe he made Challenger for the first time at 13, so like a lot of people knew of him when he was like really young, coming out, and we're excited for his debut. Meanwhile, Yan came up through the academy system to join with Core, like legendary support, world champion, came over from being an AD carry previously in a whole other life that Core lived. And specifically Core in this meta, I think it's not just the 2v2, right? He is an absolute menace on stuff like the Pantheon around the map, making plays just as much as a jungler would. So that's also something that Isurus Estral are going to have to look out for.
Especially if this goes into a game 3. Core JJ is someone who really loves the Fearless format, being able to actually reach into the pocket picks that he plays so much in solo queue. But while we have a moment as Team Liquid is finishing their tech checks, I do want to go in, because you touched on the Ackerman lore, a little bit of the Yan lore. Just the fact that he joined Team Liquid via the scouting grounds back in 2021 and has pretty much been working with Core ever since. So Ayla was the academy support, who's now 100 Thieves support for Yan, but with how involved Core was within all of Team Liquid, he was playing and talking to Yan back then. So 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, they're going into their 5th year together, which is the type of continuity that I think gives them a really strong relationship. And just getting to witness it a little bit when I was recording pros, right before the game, they were reviewing on their phones, or right before the recording, then we do a 45-minute podcast recording, and they're straight back to reviewing their game. So when something is broken for Team Liquid, they cannot rest, right? They're going to work on it until they feel like they have something to take back to the team, and I just love that relationship that they've developed between the two of them.
And to double down on the Yan story, remember the context of when he got promoted up. Yeah, we had that short stint with Tactical back in Team Liquid, but this was still an era where you expect Team Liquid to have big names on their roster. And then everyone was like, who's this kid coming up from the academy system, replacing these legends? And I think he had a slow start, but by this point, it's like Yan Masu are kind of in that conversation. Sven, of course, he's still a very strong AD carry, but in terms of like the NA AD carries, Yan and Masu are the 2 top guys right now. And yes, Masu gets a lot of hype, but I think there's a strong argument that Yan is a bigger rock for his team than what Masu needs to be for his team.
Let's pull up the predictions here as well, because it has been so far a sweep for the North in not only match score, but also game score, 2-0 in every single matchup. I did say 2-0 Team Liquid myself because I'm hoping that they can establish some level of normalcy coming into this matchup. But what do the rest of y'all think?
I will start by saying that I have a 2-0 for Team Liquid as well. I think the confidence that we've had from them taking out Shopify in a very clean way, I think that carries over. But you guys think it's going to be 2-1.
Okay, Raz, I see you.
There we go.
Yeah, I see you.
Handshake, Jet.
Yeah. I said 2-1 Team Liquid. I thought it was really interesting hearing from Takeshi again, identifying that he actually wanted Isurus Estral to lane swap against Team Liquid.
Yeah.
I still think lane swaps are a lot more boring now. I can't believe I'm admitting this, right? Like everyone's like, when Emily thinks lane swaps are boring, then they must be boring, right? So they are a lot more rudimentary, but I still think there's so many small things that Team Liquid do in swaps to set them ahead that it's going to be really, really difficult to stop that if Isurus Estral do try to swap against them. And then the other point that I think TL do have a pretty significant advantage over is just that bot 2v2 that we talked about. Like, I do think if they go into a standard lane, that should be very, very comfortable for Core and Yon to get advantages.
I was curious to hear Takeshi say that he wanted the lane swap. I don't know if anybody else had opinions on that, because in my opinion...
I just said,
sure.
I like, not disagree, because I think Isurus Estral are the best at it from this region, right? And he wants to avoid the bot 2v2. But I also do think that Team Liquid still do so many really small things in a lane swap that, especially with Impact, that get him into such a good, advantageous position when it comes to team fights.
And I'm interested in seeing the solo lanes, just in general. Because I would say the off-season choices for Isurus Estral, being able to bring in Bertle and also Mirio, I think is really important. Now, Miro, for a while we've called him Miru, so that's now like we've gotten word that that's the proper way of pronouncing his name is Mirio. He is a player that has found success in the past 3 years. He's been on 5 teams, and they've in EU Masters went second place when he was with the Turkish team. In LLA, he's won. He has been incredibly good within the lane, and people are actually expecting him to be the better of the two against APA. I'm not going to go as far as to say that, but they're going into the introductions.
Para demostrar por qué es el seed 1 de la LTA Sur. Bienvenidos a la fase Américas y Isurus Estral.
This is Isurus Estral coming in.
The last hope from the LTA South right now. They need to have all the support of their fans. They are the #1 seed. Jose Diodo has plenty of experience against Northern or LCS teams, and they need to bring it. They need to bring it today so they have representation for next week. Next week, where the semifinals and finals are being played in Sao Paulo.
A newer organization, because it's a combination of 2 historic organizations coming in, occupying that guest spot. Not only are they trying to carry the pride of the South region on their shoulders, but they're also going to, again, have to defend that spot going into next year. This is our first look at them, and they've looked very strong so far.
I just love the crowd reactions. Like, the crowd is very, very hyped to see them. Again, this is the last chance for an LTA South team to take it. I also think, we talked about it, Takeshi talked about it, I think everyone has kind of identified this being the 1 to 4. And also
LTA.
given...
Olá, Brazil! Please welcome to the stage the team trying to make it a perfect 4-for-4 for the LTA North, Team Liquid!
We got some cheers that time. Let's go!
But also, Azale rudely interrupted you. Emily.
Oh my gosh. I was just going to say, given the form with which they both qualified for this tournament.
Yes.
Right?
For sure. Team Liquid not liking coming into this as the #4 seed. Before their 4 consecutive titles, they were known for being forever 4th. Fourth again, trying to be the 4th Northern team to make it through. There's something special happening here.
I'm going to boo you. But I feel like this is the most split crowd reaction, right?
Yeah.
This is the least amount of boos one of our teams has received.
They started chanting, let's go Liquid,
It's definitely closer to a neutral crowd, I think partially because last year this would have been the LLA super team now up against a Northern LCS team. But I think if I had to guess, the crowd would still slightly favor the South because they want some representation going in to the next match. We are moments away here from Team Liquid versus Isras Astral. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, everyone. We are back for another game, the final of this first stage. To see if Team Liquid's making a for the LTA North.
Very excited for this one. This is the one everyone has been looking forward to that should be the closest. LTA Seoul, #1 seed here. Isras Astral, familiar names. I mean, Jose Diodo here, definitely hyped up. We had Audi Land on the dive, and he was really hyped for mid jungle, especially going into this matchup. You know, not only Jose, but also Meru, very mechanically talented mid laner here. And he thinks they pair very well versus Umti and APA, so that should be the plan of attack for Isras Astral mid jungle. Meanwhile, the North American fans putting a lot of faith in their bottom lane, Jan and CoreJJ, with the way that they have been playing. CoreJJ, by the way, has been streaming all of his speed run of solo queue here in Brazil on the Brazil server. Been dueling with Jan.
30-0, I believe.
Yeah, they went 30-0 so far, still climbing up the ladder, but it was fun. Tuned into the stream a bit. You know, he's playing everything. You know, I saw him playing Lulu games. He had a Pike game. He's playing Poppy games. So lots of stuff they're getting out there and flexing. Jan, of course, always plays all kinds of things. We saw lane dominant stuff. He even had a Felios game. He had a Draven game. So lots of options there for the bottom lane. We'll see what they actually go to here in the draft phase, because this matchup, we're hoping this one is going to go 3 games, and this one's going to be closer than all the other ones we've seen.
I'm sure Team Liquid is not hoping that, though. And I'm sure for another reason, Isras Astral is also hoping that they're going to 2-0.
Yeah.
We will see if we will get a more competitive game here. Of course, Kobe, thanks for covering for me while I was doing the intro down there.
Yeah, run on up.
Yeah, there you go.
Those are fun to do, by the way. I did one on the first day. Yeah. I was a little nervous. I was, whoa, this actually gets you
pumping.
Pumped up before the cast.
There we go.
Now you can smooth transition into play-by-play. You've got your energy levels high.
Yeah, exactly. Just do a team intro, no problem.
Get some of the LTA Seoul fans to pump you up.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say, I think there's extra pressure now on Team Liquid with all the rumors around them, you know, not doing well in scrims.
Yeah, definitely.
And all the other LTA North teams, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. If you are the team that struggles, you really do stand out, and not in a good way. So I do think there's that additional pressure on Team Liquid to get it going right here, right now. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. As we are getting through the first series of picks and bans, Cassante, Talia, Draven banned out by Isras Astral, while Team Liquid's going to take Kalista, Jace, and Skarner off the board. And it's a Varus first pick, and the answer is the Rumble for Impact, as well as Jan's Ezreal.
Interesting, because if they're hovering the Ambessa right now, they were only more worried about the Cassante pick into it, not so much worried, you know, about the Poppy pick or like a Renekton pick into it. The Rumble here for Impact is already, you know, good into it, so we'll see if there is any sort of flex on the side of Team Liquid. But if you pair a Sejuani with the Ambessa, that definitely adds a lot more to the danger of that lane. Maybe the Rumble will have to think twice then, but generally, Impact should be feeling pretty good about that one.
Absolutely. It also does, you know, raise the prio for Miru of some of these, you know, mid-lane melee champions. So it'll be interesting to see if Team Liquid is going to be looking to focus that, you know, ban out some things like Sylas and those types of champs that do pair so well with that Sejuani. You know, when you do have the double melee solo lanes alongside the Sejuani, it really can make it so much easier because you can play to either of those lanes very effectively. Jose, obviously a massive star here for Isras Astral, and a big part of the reason that they are the first seed coming in here. And when I was talking to, you know, a number of the casters and people, you know, from the LTA South, they feel that that is their way in, is Jose Diodo, that this is the mismatch, that he could get an advantage over Umti and really try to take over the game.
game.
Well, it'd be funny if they did it this game because he's the one on the Sejuani, like stealing it away from Umpty, and then Umpty is going with the Xin Zhao, going to be more conqueror, fighter build for him, whereas everybody recently has been like, please get Umpty on pure tanks. He is going to be on the Xin Zhao.
Except for maybe Umpty.
Yeah, except for Umpty himself, and of course maybe the entire TL team.
True, of course.
They very much could have different opinions there, but yeah, you mentioned the mid jungle synergy as well. Of course, Mbessa is flexible to mid lane, but a lot of these mid lane melee champions like the Sylas and the Akali, 2 of the 3 most played for Miru, so definitely very good at those melees to go along with it. So the Sylas ban was good research by Team Liquid, and we are going to get Core JJ's Pantheon back on the Rift. He loves this champion. He was really good with it. Definitely a support champion that can help out your jungle a lot in those plays. Very, very dangerous when a Pantheon is in.
Elite support coming in. So this could be pretty exciting to see how Ackerman is going to be able to perform on this. Elite support, very high highs, very low lows, right? I do think, even though people used to think about Pantheon in that way, I don't think that this Heartsteel Pantheon is as swingy because you're kind of just a lot more tanky and you have the E to throw it up. Exactly. So you're able to block a lot more damage. It is going to be a Ziggs coming through here for APA. So back on the tried, the true. This is the champion that everyone initially is like, he's only a 1 trick on that. Then he's playing Ace, he's only 1 trick on that. Then he's playing Trista, he's only 1 trick on that.
And I didn't want to say anything like before this series actually took off, but Audi, when we had Audi land on the dive, he specifically was like, in scrims they're not good unless they get Ziggs, and I was like, don't tell anybody that before the match, because I feel like people have kind of like put that in the past. They kind of forgot, right? It's like, he's been playing a lot of other stuff recently. It hasn't been nearly nearly in the eyes, but now obviously they have been scrimming a whole bunch with it, and obviously he is still like, that is one of his main champions that he has had the most success with. So I think that's a very good opening draft for Team Liquid to be able to get that Ziggs for APA, at least with what the rumors from scrims and stuff were sounding like.
I mean, it's ultimate comfort, right? And you have that Ziggs ult, you have the Rumble ult, you have the Ezreal, all of these ways to actually reach the backline. You have set up, obviously, Xin Zhao going in, Pantheon ult. There's all of these tools to really get in that backline and pick someone off like the Varus, who doesn't have a lot of mobility. The only way you're getting out of all of those tools really is with the flash, and that is about it. He is going to be playing barrier, not cleanse on the Varus, so that means as well flash point and stun, point and click stun there from Core JJ becomes that much more effective. So we'll see how safe he is going to be able to stay here, as we are going to be shortly getting into game. The last hope of the LTA South is their #1 seed, so they're saving best for last, and we'll have to find out if it's going to be enough against Team Liquid.
Just want to take a moment to revel in the fact that our support matchup is Elise versus Pantheon. Kind of sick.
Why don't you revel in the fact that that is a sparkly hat?
Well, that one also, I'm down to party with one of the sparkly hats.
Where's our sparkly hats?
We need to get some TL ones up here to balance it out. Because the analyst was talking about what they were hearing with the cheers, but what I'm seeing in the crowd is a sea of blue and orange for Isurus Astral here. Massive, massive support. Plus the sparkly hats on top of it. Like, what can we do to that?
We're getting diffed in the fashion department.
We are getting diffed.
We're getting diffed in the fashion. We'll see if we get diffed in the gameplay.
APA's back to chatting. That also makes me feel like comfort here, Azael. Comfort for Team Liquid.
Yeah, exactly. That's absolutely the comfort zone. Even more so than the champion. He's been more of a typer than he has been, associated with any specific champion. They are looking for this early invade here. Snacker going to hit a Q onto Umpty. But seems like it's just going to be a pretty calm level 1. And earlier today, we caught up with Jose Dioto about his feelings heading into the matchup.
I think our team is better relying on fights. I think Liquid is a very good team controlling the map, but we are a better fighting team, so I think we can rely on that. I'm excited to shut up Core JJ because he put us 8 on a tier list, so you'll have to see we are 8 today.
Yeah, I think he put him 8th because he knew they were playing him.
Yeah.
He was really wanted to get in there. Some interesting lore too with these two teams is that Israel Astral, being one of the LATAM teams, here in Brazil, has been renting out TL's facility that's here and practicing here. So then when TL came down as well, I think they're both still practicing in the same facility.
I heard they were going to get kicked out of the TL facility, but I'm not actually sure. There's going to be a fight here around mid lane. Core just dueling mid with APA. This has been the LTA South strategy almost always in these lane swaps. They do bring their top laner down to mid to soak some experience, and the LTA North team's answer has been, you know what, we're not going to do the same. We're going to bring our support there and just 2v2. But we do have coming around here, and SRS Astral will have to be careful if they do get too far up, but Umti's going to be warded out.
And this is what the analyst was talking about with their interview with Takeshi at the beginning of the day, and he was really encouraging the lane swaps, almost like go for it like every game here for SRS Astral, specifically because it definitely felt the bottom lane as well. If it was just a 2-on-2 matchup, might be a weak point for them. So they get what they wanted. Their lane swap here up to the top side, and turret plate will be the price already for that lane swap. CoreJJ and Yang get their first down there, but Bertle and Snacker will follow pretty shortly. Impact as well went for the mid lane soak for his level 2.
Oh, okay, that was really close to Core executing, actually.
Look, they're sending support down to bottom lane pretty early here, so they're probably going to try and teleport top lane in. Ackerman trying to see if he can get up there to that tower, and if they can, then they could, send Bertle on over.
And it looks like that's going to be the case. And as we've already had a little bit of trash talk, going on here, we got to talk about Captain Americas versus Yapton America. Jose Dioto, the only player to play in the LCS, LLA, CB LOL, and now the LTA South as well. So he's been playing everywhere in the Americas and has a lot of experience with and against all of these different players, all of these different styles. And of course, we've got our own Captain America. It's Yapton America there in the mid lane. APA, known so much for his confidence, for the trash talk, and has been making a name for himself over the last year or two with the gameplay as well. He was able to win a title and was one of the most dominant teams in the LCS last year, especially during summer.
Yeah, last year that was one of his main draws, getting in there very frequently. This year, at the beginning of our first split, he has been cooled it a little bit on the all chat and hasn't been in there quite as frequently.
And on the gameplay, so maybe it's related.
Why.
Exactly.
They're paired right there, but we'll see about that in this one, because he has started out opening the gates with his Ziggs pick, one of his main champions as he was coming up. So we'll see about this, because they did go for the play we're talking about, teleport Bertle in there, the level 2 Ambessa under tower, and Ackerman was able to take out the lane ward. TL seeing him on the way, we're like, fine, and so they move off as well. So seems to be very, very close here as far as the beginning of this game out of that lane swap. I think just a tiny bit of extra damage, not even an extra full turret plate or anything given over on the bottom side. So no real big cost.
Yeah, none whatsoever. We are in a pause here. As soon as we get any additional information, we will let you know what is going on. But we haven't been alerted as to the cause of this just yet. Hopefully it's a quick one. It's been pretty quick so far. I don't think we've had any major pauses whatsoever. So hopefully we'll continue that trend. Nope, it's going to be good.
Nice curse.
It's going to be good.
Our pagoda. See if we can get that those pagoda pause toga things that they had.
Yeah.
Actually, Raz has one back at the lounge. I know Raz has one. We got to get him in one.
He actually is wearing it every day. It's just under his other clothes.
Yeah,
He's got it ready.
That's how I know he has it, because it's on him.
Just tears that stuff off like Superman, but instead it's his pagoda toga. His patoga.
Patoga, that's what it was.
Yeah, exactly, the patoga.
Oh, okay, what do we got?
Jose says, I paused. You aren't scared of my Ziggs.
APA wants to get back in on the typing.
Okay, so Isras is investigating a potential audio issue. You can see there's some banter going back and forth between the players. Ziggs goes, you aren't scared. Ziggs. APA goes, you aren't scared of my Ziggs. And they're kind of just bantering back and forth. And we can see Jose laughing about it on the player cams, having a good time. But they are just getting that audio fixed up. You can see the ref over by Jose. So was his issue that he was having. And Can we type? Well, that ship has sailed. You are typing now, so.
Whether you can or are not supposed to, am currently doing it.
All right, well, both teams are ready, so we are going to be resuming here very shortly and going to be getting back on into game. Pretty much dead even. Not much has happened, of course. It is just about a minute after the first minions do arrive to the wave, so not too much has occurred. But it'll be an interesting game. I think there is some kind of high risk, high reward a little bit on both sides. I think more so when you look towards that elite sport, which we have seen really dominate in some games in pro and really fall flat. This champion is just so squishy. And it's like you 100-0 or you get 100-0. There's not really much in between.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pantheon, you know, with the extra health ratios that were added a couple patches ago, it gets really, really tanky and still has the ability to make a lot of picks. So we'll see how active Core JJ can get on the map. Of course, both of them going with Ignites, so both of them with huge kill potential and, you know, maybe looking to influence the solo lanes.
I mean, it's so much harder, you know, speaking from the position of Bertel, when you're playing champion like Mbessa that, you know, definitely in the later stages can be winning out in the 1v1 against a Rumble, to be able to actually play aggressively. You know, when there are things like the semi-globals of the Pantheon ult, of the Ziggs ult, and the full global of the Ezreal ult, because those can absolutely swing a 1v1. You need Mustache to win. That's pretty funny. But it's been a fun trip here so far in Sao Paulo. Has really been cool getting to meet some of the fans and the casters and see the vibe down here. It's been a great atmosphere.
I had to turn around to check how big APA's mustache is right now. It's actually really, really
1 to 10. How big?
So if Kangus's one is like is an 8 or something, I would say APA's is just a tiny bit small, like maybe the 7.
The 7.
It's right under that. But for him, that's like one of the biggest I've seen for APA. So he's put some work.
That's his mustache peak.
Yeah, he's put some work into growing that thing.
Exactly.
Okay, so
someone else might have higher mustache elo, but this is his peak mustache elo. The mustache has never been better.
There we go. Is a mustache good or bad? That's another discussion. But
that's up to interpretation.
But
personal preference.
Yeah, put some work in on that one. Okay.
I feel like it would go well with a cowboy hat.
Yeah, I think it would go. It would definitely go well with some more stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
some more stuff.
Any kind of extra accessories that we can add to it. Yeah.
Okay, so there are some additional issues. Having an issue with the keyboard over on the Isurus Estral side. Looks like it is Jose, so they are trying to fix that up for him. And we will let you know as soon as we do find any more updates as far as that is concerned. But how are you feeling about the draft? So, you know, if you had to choose nameplates off, which kind of comp do you prefer?
I mean, I do like a lot of the long range damage. You're mentioning the ultimates from Ziggs, Ezreal, and Rumble, but I actually like the structure of Isurus Astral. I think I actually prefer their side of it, even though I'm not the biggest support Elise fan, just because of my personal experiences that I've had with support Elises in solo queue. You know, it can be very effective, and if you get
just not when your supports are playing it.
Just not when mine are personally. But you know, we'll see what they can get done with the structure. I mean, I like personally having so much CC with Sejuani ult, Varus ult, Cocoons all having the potential to pick people off, and Bessa having the potential to follow up on any of those very long range, the public execution ultimate. And then, you know, the Azir is always so flexible, can play side lanes, is you know, offensive and defensive, and he's gone with the lethal tempo version, and you know, versus Ziggs instead of the grass, since you know, don't need the grass in that matchup, so is going to have that extra damage potential with the full, you know, lethal tempo stacking. So I actually think I do prefer their side.
Yeah, definitely is strong, and we are going to be seeing exactly what they can get done here, as Flash already forced here mid lane. It's a trade of flashes there, you know, as Ackerman did go aggressive in towards APA, but Umti's in the area. Now Ackerman level 2 is going to be in some trouble. Wind becomes lightning. Ackerman has no flash, no way out.
Just
it's
kidding. I prefer
easy
the other side.
cleanup for Umti. First blood grabbed by Team Liquid.
Yep, I changed my mind. Don't prefer the support Elise. That's
something like your supports.
That's looking like one of those. I mean, he went for the flash play, and the trading on flashes on mid lane is good, but then couldn't back out. And these wards are kind of critical for TL. you know, in the river actually there. So even though the control word is up by Raptors, yeah, APA is back into the chat. All right, full comfort zone, baby. And this may be one of those support elite games where it becomes a liability. Because if you start dying, then it is very easy to continue. But he's back here, level 2. Just keep the action rolling. He's got his boots. That's all you really need.
There you go.
Get
full
those
build.
boots and go make some more plays.
Yep, and we'll see what plays he's going to be able to make. They are stacking this wave in towards Impact. Of course, it is just the 2 members, and Impact's quite healthy, so unlikely to be under any real pressure of a dive here. Ackerman does hit level 3. We can see Umti's going to be heading down towards bot, where Jose has been spotted on that ward, so we'll see if TL can find any sort of an action, but looks like Umti's just there to cover. He's going to be able to base and get his buy off.
Yeah, let's see, because Jose just keep hovering here. Tower's just still going to take damage, so they'll still just keep working away at some turret plates. Play for plate money and get a little bit of a chunk as well. Core used his Ignite.
Yeah, Jan could go for this. Forces the flash with a Mystic shot. It is the Ignite traded out. Core tanks a couple turret shots, but they push Bordeaux back, and he does have his teleport, so he's going to come back wave.
I mean, good ward in here by Krugs. We mentioned at the beginning of the day, Jan and Core JJ have been so good for Team Liquid. Probably the strongest part of the team for this entire year thus far, and they're able to just turn up the pressure here with the extra ward. They kind of waste a little bit of Jose's time, delay him on the Krugs. Then when they see he goes back onto the Krugs, then they go aggressive under tower, go for the trade, Ignite down. They burn the flash from Bertle and force him out, force him to miss a little bit more. Now we're going for the reset though. Notice their lane assignments.
Miru is so low, and Core could actually look for this. We'll see if he wants to go for any sort of a Q flash. And Miru, aware that Core could be playing on that top side, is going to walk out towards bot for the recall, but Core still fishing around, not going to find him recalling in the brush, and Miru will get out alive.
Yeah, and they did go for the reset there, and so lane assignments back out to the other side afterwards, and so we end up with the Varus Elise back bottom while Umpty finishes up on the Grubs and meets up back with Jan and Bertle here. Gonna try and poke off Bertle. See if Jan can move up here and try and keep up the pressure before the Mbessa can get to the level 6.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to do that. Obviously, gets a lot more threatening.
Yeah, once he's level 6, then it's way more dangerous to keep that pressure.
You hit the Mystic shot, he hits the public execution. Could be rough, but Core is in the area, so now Bertle going to have to be careful about that, and has been held down very well by this TL aggression. Only has a 17 CS, and now Core coming in is going to be able to land the stun. There's a shift forward from Jan. Bertle should be able to dash it out to safety, but again, it's him being zoned from experience, zoned from CS. Umti shows up on top side, so they know on the bot side, Isper Estral will be able to grab this dragon no problem. Umti, will he fish over the wall before the wind becomes lightning? He is going to at least clear out this ward. Bertle's going to walk back in. I think
Elise is on the way. So yeah, so he soaks his level 6 and Elise is on the way. So I think it's a good call for Umti to just recall here. Elise does actually make it quite dangerous. So they are going to back off. But the more poke damage, like you still have to pressure. You're still playing for plates, using that grub buff, poking down Bertle. And even with Elise here covering, more turret plate money earned for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, Bertle hasn't been able to even step forward for any of the CS until Ackerman arrives and gets him some of it with the Targons, you know, just support executing these items. Trying to get as much gold as he possibly can, but Impact's been doing much better on that bottom side. He hit level 6, he used the equalizer to push out that last wave because he knows they're down on bot side on that dragon, so stay safe. Kills the wave, is up a good 16 CS right now in that matchup. And when they do meet back up, it's going to probably be even better for him because he's in such a strong position. Already has a Haunting Guys, about to catch another wave where Bertle still just constantly getting poked away at.
Yeah, chunk down here. Jan has free access to the river, which also means Honey Fruit Sustain for more mana for him, for more Mystic shots, and more pain for Bertle. And they just get right back to pushing as well. A lot of pings coming down to try and defend that blue quadrant of the jungle, too. You can see Ackerman kind of heading over there, making sure they have vision so that no aggressive Team Liquid play comes in towards the jungle, but TL don't have to do that at all. Impact able to get his own turret plate on the bottom side, and then they reset their bot lane once again. Jan with his second buy here, also pretty substantial for him. And Core JJ, even when you just slap a Giant's Belt, a single Giant's Belt onto support Pantheon, it feels so good. Early, just straight health provides so much tankiness this early on into the game.
How many belts does one man need?
Well, you do need another one eventually for your Heartsteel, but one.
Where are you strapping it on,
one is good. On your head, it's like a bandana thing.
Okay.
Yeah. It's the first one. Hold up your pants first, okay? Got to get the first
things
one.
first. Let's get the priorities.
First things first. Hold
Pants
up the
gotta
pants.
stay up.
Second thing, you can go for some style.
Okay. So then you got the flexibility. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, I can respect it. Theo up to this top side here with Core, and they have been moving around the map quite a bit together, but hasn't been a tremendous amount of action. They're obviously just happy with the incremental advantages that they have been gaining thus far. And we can see Jose and Ackerman in that top side quadrant as well. And if they go up there, will be waiting. But Israel Astral seems pretty happy to just play it slow, play it safe thus far. And now they're going to be face checking, and we'll see if he wants to go forward. Not going to just yet. Now misses with the wind becomes lightning. Seems like both teams just kind of content to just play it slow, play it safe, and back off.
Yeah, there has been a little advantage for APA in the mid lane too. With his signature Ziggs, doing a good job poking this Azir. It always has been one of the weaknesses.
Would you call it his signature
Azir.
pick?
It's definitely been APA's signature pick. Void Grubs will spawn, but the poke versus Azir always has been a good strat, and it looks like they're going to start with the Grubs themselves. And Bessa walking over first. So Bertle is here, though Impact does have teleport.
I think they're just going to give it. It looks like they are just going to be recalling back towards base. They're going to be happy to try to get another plate. There's no TPs to answer the push on bot, so Core is staying around. They'll get a plate on top side from Yon, and we'll see what they can get else.
Look at the rotation, too. They even sent Ziggs bottom lane. So not only are they not contesting, but they're going to delete a tower. I actually really like that call because you already get your 4 grub bonus, so you get to spawn your extra Void Might. Feats of strength are like, not quite as big of a deal, and so
they get first tower feat.
We'll just take an insane amount of gold here, plus the first tower itself for that feat, and try and snowball that. I think it was a really good call from Team Liquid. In the face of a full commitment from Isserus Astral. Another perk of having a Ziggs and just being able to go delete that.
Oh, Yon in trouble. Nice cleanse. It's going to be able to shift out to safety. Jose does force the summoner. Won't get anything more, but they will be able to likely farm some plates up here on the top side unless Impact wants to TP up and cover. The Ezreal ult will help to clean out some of that wave, so Isserus Astral will just back it up, content with what they've got. But TL have opened up an over 2,000 gold lead. Here is the play earlier. Was Core able to steal one over the wall? Is that how one grub went the other way? I think I guess we were looking down on bot side, so was able to get his 4th of the Comet Spear over the wall. Nicely done by Core, and that also denies that full pack of grubs, so you don't even get any progress towards that feat.
Yeah, that's how they got their 4 for the Void Might spawn, and just comes out huge dubs all around for Team Liquid. 2.6k the gold lead, and bottom lane is wide open, so they have to send Azir down there. The only one that can really be safe in that long lane with no tower now. Core JJ though.
Core in some trouble here. He's going to get locked down. I don't think he has a way out of this one. We'll see if he even wants to use a flash. Surviving for now though. The extra HP keeps him alive. They decide not to commit for it. The public execution is going to force the flash from APA. Isserus almost gets a kill, does get a summoner, but doesn't come away with anything more.
You notice APA even throws a little satchel charge at the chickens to try and protect Core JJ, even though they were releashing back to spawn there. I like the sentiment. Impact though.
Impact's got to be a bit careful here. He has overheated. Will he have to flash? He does have to flash back out to safety. Jose's coming though, and they can actually look for a dive here. Core's on the way. Will Core drop the ultimate to try to get in here? There's the flash forward from Jose. No chance to respond. Core's ulting into the bot lane. Well, they're going to look for a dive on the top lane. Bertle trying to dash away to safety. Ackerman is here, dashes back to the tower. They're going to change it over onto Ackerman, but at the same time, APA's in a lot of trouble. APA gets hit by the Chains of Corruption, does get knocked down, not before Yon gets a kill with the True Shot Barrage, but it's a double at the end of the day for Snacker. And you can see Miro did die on that bot side, but so did Impact. A bloody battle across the map, but TL come out with the first 3 kills and the feats of strength.
Yep, they barely got their kill in first. Core JJ now again meets Jose.
And wishes he didn't. There's the ultimate coming through, and that's just going to set up for that piercing arrow. Nails it, doesn't quite have the damage to kill him off. Thanks to the belt and a couple of red rocks in his pockets.
Red rocks, paying off right there. Still, though, that's 2 times. CoreJJ tries to go and past the enemy half point here, runs into a Sejuani and has to.
Jose's got 2 belts. Not a fair fight.
Yep, there you go. Extra belt, making a big difference there. Here's the tower dive on the top side, though. Because Snacker's able to get there, you see Varus flash in, Varus ultimate, and they're split between the tower. Jan not following there because it would have been way too dangerous, and so it's huge for Isurus Astral
There's a pop-off.
Getting some kills there. Yeah, standing up, trying to get in their heads. You're typing in-game. We're emoting in real life.
Yep, exactly. And this was that earlier play. We saw Core ulting in, and you know, just in the picture-in-picture, was able to get that kill onto Miru. So it was a trade on the bot side, but obviously going positive for Isurus Astral on the top side. Zig's able to get up towards that top lane tower and take that. Well, TL are taking this dragon. We'll see if Isurus Astral can get in, try to contest. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. They're just trying to move towards mid, but APA's already made the move down from top after he killed back tower. He's going to be able to protect this no problem, and you can see the poke already getting pretty annoying. You do have those first items that have been in for a while for TL, and especially for someone like Ackerman, you get hit by 1 bomb, 1 Ezreal Q, you are really low already.
Yeah, and the Ziggs tower destruction led to a lot of this gold lead as well. Being able to have that handy W for execution allow them to make that rotation down to bot side where it was already weak from the lane swap. But TL now sights set on mid lane, which has been chunked to 50% as well.
Yeah, they are moving forward. Cocoon is going to connect, as is the Chains of Corruption, but there's the ulti traded out. APA able to chunk Snacker very low. Jose now in the area. They really want to defend this. They were buying time for Bertle on the top side. He claimed a tower of his own, but now Impact has moved up towards mid from bot. And they want to continue to push away at this in this mid lane tier 1. It's such a bastion of safety, both for the Varus and for the Azir, so knocking it down is really important for TL and allows them to look for many more engages.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get all 3 outer towers down this early into the game, just opens you up for so many more easy setups for objectives, dragons especially. But we'll see with the Rift Herald being started up by Jose on the top side. TL do have a ward in the back of it. But I think with CoreJJ heading down to bottom side, they want to make a cross-map play here on the Azir.
Yeah, I mean, Azir definitely is vulnerable when you're pushing very far up. Core Hex Flash is over, but the recall going to be done before they find him, I do think. And he will be able to get back safely. Core goes hunting, can't find anything. And they grab the Herald on the top side. Miru stays safe, knowing the danger was coming on that bot side, as no one was contesting top. So going to be feeling pretty good about that, and we'll see if they can knock down another tower with that Rift Herald.
Yeah, you love to see that good comms and good alignment here. When your team is committing to a top side objective like the Rift Herald, don't want to leave yourself out as that possible cross-map play to the opponents. Still looks like eventually the Siege here will take down that mid turret. Don't even have to have APA fully there, just walks on over to make sure they can finish up that siege, and they do achieve their goal here for Team Liquid. All outer towers down, and they still have plenty of deep vision here. You can see through the red quadrant jungle of Isurus Astral to allow them some really nice lead up to plays around dragons. Look for these picks, with the Pantheon constantly here from CoreJJ.
And Snacker pretty strong now as well. Obviously, is stacking up that tier, has had the Ghost Blade for a while. When he does hit that 2 items on this Lethality Varus, is going to be pretty powerful, and has elected to go for Comet, which is kind of more of that full focus on poke, as opposed to the Hail of Blades that you see. It's kind of more of that lane focus, for the most part. Umti is here around. They're kind of just waiting out this Azir tower. Will they actually look for the dive? Umti likely to get spotted out, but Miru is going to find him. Umti tries to flash forward. In comes the ulti from Core. I think Umti thought he was going to be able to get the knockback, get behind him, but Miru able to get out of there no problem, and it's just a flash for nothing there from Umti.
Yeah, he went for the flash ulti there. A little bit swing and a miss, cut the tape.
Yeah.
They invested CoreJJ's ultimate also, so.
It's very sunny down here in Brazil,
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. Anything else going on recently with you, Isaac?
Nope.
Nope. Everything good? Pretty much
good.
normal? Pretty good lunch today?
Yeah, it's great.
Well, anyways, back to this League of Legends games. I guess we'll update when those ultimate cooldowns are back and available for us.
Wonder how that was used.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
We'll never know.
Update does not have flash though now.
Strange.
So the Zin's out with no flash is a viable pick target.
Bertle going to be face checking APA. We'll see if he's going to be in trouble. Nice satchel back. The ultimate's going to get used, but Bertle just dashes aggressively. In comes the teleport now as well from Impact, and Core has arrived. Public execution gets used on Core. Bertle on the run. Ackerman is here, as is Miro. There's the teleport in. Miro trying to finish him off. Whiffs though on the ulti. Now comes the Rumble Equalizer over the top. Impact going to be able to trade one back. It looks like the fight will dissipate for a little bit. The tower though is low. He's going to be looking for the cocoon. Can he find it? No. Impact, great sidestep, but Jose and Snacker are here. They may want to look for the dive. The ulti connects, as does the piercing arrow right through the heart. Isrus Astral get another kill on the bot side.
Huge punish there. That's big for them. Jose glides in on this Sejuani. They get the extra kill plus the tower. Huge stuff. A lot of gold going their way. Recall even goes off in time. We had the Ezreal and the Pantheon kind of rotation on over, but really good push here from Isrus Astral. Teleport from Miro. He invested his flash there, going for APA, who also used the flash trying to evade it, and all of that was before the dragon comes up. So lots of cooldowns invested in this play. Does mean that it is going to be started up immediately here by Team Liquid. Umpty has his ultimate for safety on the Xin. They're trying to burn it down.
Yeah, APA is just trying to hold mid. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. And they are going to be able to get the kill there. Is there a play mid? Doesn't look like it, as APA just used the Mega Inferno Bomb there to clear out the wave.
Yep. All right, good chunk of gold back the way of Isrus Astral, but TL's on reset, still getting their objective. Let's see if this siege on outer tower goes well for them.
It's just so hard when Ziggs is there to siege. Straight up, you need to be pushing multiple lanes, or you need to threaten the dive. Otherwise, Ziggs is going to kill every single wave you throw at him.
Yeah, it's also poke versus some hard engage here. So lots of wave clear and poke on the side of TL with Yon and APA. Meanwhile, Isrus looking at angles to try and get their hard engage. Jose in particular.
Yeah, Jose may be in a little bit of trouble, but just going to be able to slide over the wall to safety. Takes a bit of a chunk, but not too big of a deal. They're sending Impact up towards topside, as the rest of the TL4 will defend mid, and will defend it successfully. That wave, though, pushing in the favor of Isrus Astral down on bot side, so we'll see if TL do eventually go down there. Otacon, of course, has spawned now for a little bit, and it is Isrus Astral with control of that bot side area and the majority of the vision.
Yep, steal away Gromp, rotate on over, pick up some flowers on the way, and Miro should be able to farm side lanes pretty nicely for himself. So much mobility on the Azir, even with the flashes having been blown in the previous fight. And it looks like we're just getting another look at the end of that previous fight. This is basically just a look at the rewards that they got. And there was some vision. There we go. That's what they're looking for. Jose Diodo, big streamer, by the way, with quite a lot of fans. He's getting into it here as they make some plays to cut down on the Team Liquid gold lead.
I mean, no region wants to go winless in an event like this, right? You have LTA North coming down to LTA South with all the fans here. The pro players want to show up, want to show that they can, give as good as they take, and we're going to see if Isrus Astral can get a win here. They are still down 2K, but they're battling pretty even against TL, and they have some solid scaling, so we'll see what they can get done in these next couple of minutes. I'm looking in 3 minutes at this next dragon where TL could be moving towards Soul Point, and if you do get Ocean Soul, that does negate, a lot of the kind of poke coming through here from Snacker, but of course, there's still the possibility of 100-0 plays. Up on top side, though, the public execution gets APA, and APA has no way out. Bortles going to grab him alongside Ackerman. Great play from them on the top side.
Yeah, look at that. Control it up through Tribrush. Ward up here by the tower as well. And the support Elise. Sneaky proto belt over here from Ackerman. They get in, fully delete the Ziggs.
Do you want the Elise on your team yet?
Honestly...
You've answered.
Yeah. Because it's later in the game now.
Yeah, it's later in the game.
Generally, the later the game goes, the less I want it. But that was a good play, a good pick. It's just that the dragon spawn was still so far away.
Just that the Elise is still an Elise. Yeah. I understand.
A bit squishier. And you're looking at the Core JJ, Pantheon down there with 2 kills for himself.
Yep.
And his heart steal is completed, so he gets to get that really visceral feeling of stacking up. Mid tower should just go down here though, preemptively, and with all of the next big big objectives on the bottom half of the map. It's critical to get that before Dragon gets here. Autocon's already spawned on the bottom side of the map, so going to allow them to move a lot more of their wards down this way. Currently, a lot of them are on top side.
The gold really at this point doesn't matter at all, and I do think that Israel Astral has done a great job of actually encroaching on top side, getting vision. There's no TL wards up there, and you can see Ackerman is sneaking up towards top side, trying to threaten Impact.
Okay.
Impact could get caught here again. The public execution not quite up yet for Bertle, so he's going to need some time. Hits the cocoon though, is chunking him quite low. Drops the ward there. Impact still able to find the right auto on the blast cone, gets out to safety. I wonder if he used the zoom in trick. You know that trick? If you zoom in, it gives you a different angle. You can avoid
so you
the
can
ward.
make sure you can click.
Exactly. I actually find it super helpful in some of those rare situations, but TL, knowing they were there, are going to start up the Otacon on the bot side. Here comes the teleport from Impact. We'll see how fast they can kill it.
All right, it's dropping pretty quick. Does regain a tiny bit of health there on the AoE, but yeah, that thing should just get burned.
Yeah, that's a costly
Can they get the fight afterwards, though? With the buff, if they could not pick anyone.
Bertle's going to be looking here for Impact, so it might be the fight that they want, but Impact looks like he's just going to be dead already. Does connect with the wind, becomes lightning, but no fight to be had there, especially because Impact has a 15-second respawn and used his teleport to get it. TL going to be happy with the play overall. We'll have to see how much more they can get. They'll definitely have it for the spawn of the dragon, so they'll have it for that and potentially even a Baron threat. Miru here on the bot side. Be very, very quiet. No one is in the bush. We'll see if he's going to walk forward. Great satchel. Does interrupt initially what I thought was going to be the dash, but Miru able to get out to safety. It was just the Q animation that got interrupted there, so he is A-OK. As Impact has eyes on Ackerman. And as a result, going to be playing it very safe on the top side, while TL look to take what is likely to be an uncontested dragon.
Yep, number 3 for themselves. You can see it's, again, this Elise plus Ambessa combo up here, constantly fishing around. Jose doesn't want to give it to him for free, so at least when I try and steal.
Okay, well, they have a ward, in that brush, so that wasn't spotted. He's going to go in. He does not get it. It was down to 52 health, very close. Didn't even get the smite off, but is able to get that dragon regardless. Moves TL to Soul Point. That is a big deal for their chances in this game.
Yeah, number 3 here for them. See how well they could actually utilize it. Of course, Jan on the Ezreal and APA on the Ziggs. We're looking at the amount of poke damage they'll be able to get down before it, because there's a lot of hard CC on the side of Isrus Astral.
How you feeling about the experimental hex play on the Xin?
Not the best, but
it's like a mini phase rush there or something. I'm not sure.
Personally, I like the gold standard of Cleaver when there's a Sejuani on the enemy team.
Teleport coming in. Impact is fighting Bertle on the top side, but it's TL that are going to have the reinforcements coming in faster. They have the Otacon G8. They were trying to take out Impact, but they're not quite able to do it just yet. APA, though, in some trouble, cutting back into that corridor. Miru is here. In comes going to be looking to help them out. Jan arriving as well, but he's going to get poked away on by Snacker. Impact goes down to the bot side, but at the top side, Ambess is already dead, and now it's going to be another joining him. Miru is down as well. It's 2 kills there for TL. The one will stick because Impact is the one who falls, and he's the only one who didn't have the GA.
Still chasing on with a couple of those GAs still available for Jan, Core JJ, and Umpty.
Yeah, Snacker making it difficult for them to close the gap. Ackerman as well hits a cocoon over the wall. They're trying to keep this pressure on. TL wants a committed fight. But IE doing a good job. They're just not allowing them to really get that full-on brawl that they would have wanted with the Otacon.
Yeah, back off a little bit. Interesting here as well. And I mean, back to the Hex plate though, I guess the call is, hey, since we have double Leandries and a Blackfire on our team already, I don't really care about shredding, the Sejuani armor with a Black Cleaver or something. He's like, you guys, I've got that Sejuani taken care of, right? You've got plenty of max health damage and burn and everything.
It seems
so. He's like, he wants to get on a squishy.
Snacker in trouble here. He did flash, but it's a flash follow there from Core. It's a big shutdown for APA, and can they go for more? That Hex play, I mean, it's going to be strong maybe in the 1v1s and the duels, but, could be something a lot tankier they could go for, like Asterix. But TL going to be starting up the Baron here. I definitely have to respond. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. APA staying to the side in the brush is going to be looking for poke as they walk in. Miru trying to get close. Not going to be able to do it just yet. Core gets the distance over the wall. In come the ultimate's not going to land. Miru survives, and that is both the Ziggs ult and the Rumble equalizer. It's up to Jose now. He has no flash. He does have the smite. Can he get vision, and can he get into the pit? In fact, trying to zone them off on the side. They have eyes on Jose Dioto now, and you can see the and Jan trying to poke away on him on the side. Ackerman now down low here, looking to trade damage back and forth. Core has Hex Flash over the wall, and he's going to be going for him, but it's Bertle in on APA. APA tries to flash to safety, but he's still getting hit by the Baron. And now in comes Jose Dioto. Will he commit to this play? The Baron's getting incredibly low, and Jose can't find a way to get there. It's going to be the Baron for TL, but will it be the fight for IE? Jose's trying to keep them close, trying to keep them interested, looking to buy time for Snacker and Miro to get back, but it just isn't going to happen.
Intense game of Ring Around the Rosie, Isaac. that one was definitely feeling a little bit of pressure there with the possibility of Jose looking for angles to get in, but TL clearly making the call, chasing all the way around the outside there to make sure there's no chance of a steal. They don't want this to come down to 50 health like the Dragon did, and so they make sure that they're going to be able to secure it, chase them all the way around, and they do reap the rewards of those kills earlier.
Yeah, and now they are extending this gold lead even further. They'll have that Baron buff ready for this next Dragon, which would be Seoul, and that is going to be big for TL. We'll see if he can find a way in. They're trying to scrape together as much gold as possible to complete these items, trying to be on even keel. Snacker still kind of is that strong point, has the 3 items done, working on his 4th, but Miro feels like he's falling a fair bit behind, almost an entire item now behind of APA.
Yeah, it's getting to be a little bit painful. The extra items come in. Also, you see how deep the vision is? They're going for a pick.
Miro in trouble, but he's going to sweep them both back into that tower. Can they actually knock him down? Core trying to finish him off, does get the kill, but Core's going to fall now as a payment. Do they go for more? It doesn't look like it. They'll just focus on this tower here. Jan briefly pulled aggro, but will be able to finish it off. It's a tier 2 and a 1-for-1 in kills, but TL will keep the push going. Mid lane, it's going to be Impact and Bertle kind of battling it out over there. Snacker getting pushed back as he's here by himself. Has to pay respect to APA and Jan, who have so much damage, especially against those towers. They are just blasting through that, and Jan now, with the Bloodthirster complete for a while, can just shrug off any and all poke that Snacker can really go for.
Yeah, he's just outgunned in poke. APA and Jan's poke is better. Upti goes back in. There's a little friendly banter there as they take away the red buff. Dragon going to be spawning in. All right, Dragon Soul on the table very shortly. They want to go for the fight first.
Yeah, we'll see Umti laying in wait here. Snacker is trying to walk up through mid lane. Was not spotted, but is still chunked a little bit low, and it's going to be very difficult if you're already missing health to ever get in here against the Ezreal and the Ziggs. TL already on the Dragon Impact, trying to zone Jose away, as Core's threatening there with the Hex Flash. It's just going to be an uncontested Soul here going to Team Liquid, as we are going to see Isras Astral trying to kite out to that mid lane. Snacker in a lot of trouble, gets hit by the ultimates, and it's going to get burned down by APA. Core JJ not even needed. The ulti comes in just for style points, and Team Liquid are on the march here, looking to put the finishing touches on this one.
I mean, Jose is pinging to go cut the wave at the moment. So I think he's going to be able to get that wave. Nobody else there is going to contest him, so he'll at least stop the mid lane siege.
Yeah, it just feels like the gold lead is out of control with the Soul on top. And it feels like it's going to be very difficult for Isras Astral to be able to come back. Bertle looking here, but APA and Jan are around. Ackerman is going to flash forward onto APA, does land the cocoon, but it just doesn't even matter. Umti chasing after them. They're not going to be able to find Bertle. Hex Flash being channeled, will go over, but it's going to have to back off. They don't have the minions to be able to complete the dive. And this is where Ocean Soul becomes so valuable in these extended skirmishes. You just constantly are healing back up over and over and over. Jose trying to clear this out. They're going to TP in. Miro, the Azir's coming in. We'll see if they can make their final stand right here, right now. The ulti does connect, but it's only on Umti, and it's way too early. Cocoon going to land. There's the public execution. Bertle is in the back line, but Bertle isn't getting enough done. Miro trying to survive, goes into the stasis. They got the kill on the core. First one goes the way of IE, but it is TL battling back. Bertle barely surviving. Another Cocoon going to land on Umti. He's tanking up that tower. Impact trying to get around behind him. Gonna look with the equalizer. Does get it, and he knocks down Bertle, cooked up in his own base, and Snacker is zoned off. He can't actually retreat through that, so Snacker is in trouble. He's gonna get back to the base with Ackerman, but it's just gonna be 3 members here trying to hold strong against the TL push.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult because the Ziggs is coming for those turrets. They keep up the siege. Minion waves go down. They're farming mid and top side at the same time, so both will push, but Umti is low.
Yeah, Umti is very low. Ackerman went forward with the Proto Belt there, nearly was able to take him down. It looks like IE have held on for now. Snacker narrowly dodges the Ezreal ulti there, is going to be able to survive in the base, and will get back to base, and they're going to be able to spend up all of the gold that they have in pocket here. 3K on APA, 3.1K on Yon to spend, plus a lot of gold there for Impact and So you can see full items going to be purchased up, and that's just going to make things that much more difficult here. He went for the big play, tried to find that teleport angle. They were able to kill off Core pretty quick, but it's just obviously not going to be enough.
Yep, TL, massive gold lead, plus the Ocean Soul available to them, and they have so much range. It's like very easy to proc it and constantly keep it up. And now you've got a Banshee's Veil on APA as well. So he's also got the safety of the spell shield here. They're all coming back. Control wards as well, filling in the rest of the inventory so they can just siege up again. No angles will be left in darkness now as they use all those control wards. So
It
goes up the middle.
It does find APA as Yon shifted out to safety, but that left APA out to dry. No one able to follow up on it though, so at the end of the day, it's just the ulti not getting much. We'll see if they're going to go for Ackerman here, and that looks like he is the target. Ackerman trying to run away here. Core flashes forward, gets the stun, in comes the Sig ulti, going to be repelled over to the Blast Cone. Nicely done by Ackerman, disengaging the play, gets multiple summoners. Even if the Ezreal ult hit, wouldn't have killed him, so well handled there by the Elise support.
Bertle's actually staying on the map behind them too for the flank, the long con here. Bertle hasn't been seen. Jose has been seen. The rest of them not. They're just gonna slip in, finish off the minion wave here. Okay, yeah, a lot sent there to try and go for the Elise, and a good repel from Ackerman over to the Blast Cone, but the Baron is on the map, and the Baron is going down.
Yeah, and Jose now going to be targeted here. There might not be enough damage to kill him, but they just need to keep him away because they're two-minning that Baron, and with the Ocean Soul, you take no damage from it whatsoever. Yon is crushing this thing. In comes Impact. That's not even going to be able to be possible to be contested. TL grab a Baron now, 9.4K ahead, Soul in pocket, and they are looking really, really strong in this first game.
Yeah, Baron empowered resets here coming in, even getting some of the tier 3 boot upgrades. The luxury here available for Team Liquid.
Getting them Gucci shoes.
Gucci shoes. Umpty's got some shiny ones there. We'll see about the return, though. Top lane, of course, has the supers already going down, so everybody from TL spreading out through mid and bottom lane. With the remnants of this Baron buff, they should be able to get those waves all the way up to those inhibitor towers. Still a good minute 20 seconds left on Baron as they move into red jungle.
Yep, and Black Cleaver even completed for Core. He has quite a lot of gold for support there, so does have that Black Cleaver ready to go to be able to shred things up for Yon and and that is going to make it that much more difficult. You can see the Azir has finished the third item, and Bloodthirster on the way for Snacker, but I don't know if he's going to have time to really get there. And it's going to take a very big play. We'll see if they can find it. I feel like it has to be a multi-man Azir shuffle to really have any sort of a chance. Otherwise, you just don't really have the damage to get through them. There's a Banshees on APA. Cleanse is ready for Yon, so even Jose Diota looking with the ulti is not that effective unless they could poke off his Banshees first and try to find some sort of an angle on APA. But they are going to be able to get it off. Public Execution, though, is sidestep. Core going to go back in here, trying to trade some damage onto Bertle, but he is overestimating his strength there. Going to get cocooned up and knocked down by Ackerman. Still pushing in mid. They did at least claim the inhibitor here. And it's going to be one kill back, but TL still on the push.
All right, let's see. Camping on control ward here. I don't think anyone from Istral would venture out into that darkness, but TL waiting around for it, still keeping up the siege with their Baron buff. This is the last minion wave they're going to have it for, though, so not a lot done here. Just a couple more scratches on the mid lane tower.
It's going to be all about Elder, and this is one of those great equalizers. If you can survive in a game, even if you're behind, if you can take that Elder and win a fight, you never know what can happen. So we'll see if Team Liquid even give them a shot at it. Pings over onto that Elder. But again, I think TL's just going to look for the same setup that they had around Baron. You just have a couple members slowly killing it off, healing up with that Ocean Soul, while everyone else just pokes and prods and makes it a nightmare for Jose to even get over there. You can see Rumble is just going to look to solo this, and I mean, IE don't even seem to have the information that it started.
All right, well, still at 10K health. Burns down fairly quickly, though, especially once APA and the rest of TL join. Yep,
yeah, it's gone.
There's no way to steal that one now. Jose trying to get in there, and Yon firing off a couple extra Mystic shots now with the execution buff. Core goes for it.
Yeah, he's going to be ulting in. We can see Jose is going to be able to get out. Oh, the equalizer gets dropped down, but it's not going to be enough. Even the repel cannot keep you safe from impact. Gets him with the burn there from the Elder Dragon, and now APA heading down towards that bot side. TL want any fight that they can take. They've already knocked down the top inhib, they've already knocked down the bot inhib, and they're looking to add the mid one to that collection. Pushing forward, APA escorting in these supers, and it's gonna have to be a last stand here, but there's no way they can wait out this Elder Dragon. They're already closing in on the Nexus.
Yeah, no way they can get away from this siege. Top inhibitor respawns, but it's gonna immediately go back down as well. TL closing in.
Yeah, TL are closing in. We'll see how long these towers can stand. They've cleared out one wave. Impact on the side fighting Bertle. Bertle doing all right in that 1v1, but it's Jose Dioto sent back to base. It's a Nexus, turrets falling, and it's Team Liquid getting closer and closer to taking this game number 1. A couple more autos will do it, and they're going to claim the first one in this one. One game away from making it an 8-0 perfect sweep for the LTA North.
LTA North doing well. Got some fans in the audience as well for them. Saw that. Nice cheering going on. I mean, getting right back to it, though, immediately here. Looking towards game number 2. You said it. It has already been 7-0 so far for LTA North versus South here. And the next game is game points, series points.
Yeah, it's
stage points.
It's for all the marbles, but we'll see if they can make it happen. Remember, tickets are still available for the LTA Finals Block Party connected by AT&T next Sunday. While the games are in the South, fans in the North can watch them in person live at the Riot Games Arena. The LTA Lounge will take center stage in front of fans, and after a show, enjoy a block party with games, team and partner booths, food, and more. Use that QR code and grab your ticket to celebrate the LTA Split 1 Finals in person. Now, let's head on over to said lounge, who's going to be entertaining you at that block party. You better be entertaining, guys, and you better be entertaining here.
Wow. Have we not been entertaining?
Wow.
What is this, Azale?
Wow.
Either way, Team Liquid is being
insulted.
entertaining. And the North has actually been entertaining. Raz, you were more confident than anybody else in the North being able to take down the South. How do you feel up 7-0 at the moment?
Not entertaining.
It's not fun when you're right, you know?
Yes, but no, I'm obviously happy that I don't have to like wear a disgusting mustache. On you, it's beautiful.
Okay, I was gonna say, what are you trying to say, Raz?
But on me, not so much. The gameplay was interesting because it was just swapping constantly in the early portions of the game.
Yeah, and I also do definitely see the things that I saw in VOD review in terms of, okay, this is why you'd want them to swap, right? Because Isurus Estral did look really comfortable in a lot of these like early swapping situations.
Yes.
The thing I really liked, in addition to Core's aggression on Pantheon support, was we got to see vintage TL, right? Like APA on something he's super comfortable on in the Ziggs, rotating him around to take turrets as Jose.
Hey, tell him!
We need to pop off more. I saw
Yeah.
APA was typing, but then it turned into like a chat about mustaches.
I'm worried.
As most conversations
we got
do tend to
keyboard
go.
warriors on our team, while meanwhile they just want to talk
Yeah.
smack in person.
But anyway, I will say I did like a lot of the things I saw from TL in this game because it felt like a return to the things that made them great last year.
Yes, and I think that everyone, their like thoughts on Estral, I'll just say Estral. Estral. Like they were accurate. They're really good on swaps. I felt like they were matching us decently well. They were finding picks on Ziggs on sides constantly.
Yeah.
It was a tough game for APA on sides. So he realized, all right, just get me the push and please let me find a turret.
Yeah, I mean, to Emily's point, Team Liquid was playing a lot like classic Team Liquid, but then they also had a little bit of the Team Liquid that we've seen falter here, and this is partially because of Estral's mid-game, but from 14 to 25 minutes, Team Liquid's goal lead decreased.
Yeah.
And then it was after 25 minutes that they really were able to win the game. So even though you're very confident with the 7-0 for the North right now, there is still some space there to come back.
And a reminder that we did see an empty moment as well when he tried to make the play bot side, flashes in, ults completely whips. So like we know that they still are showing cracks in the armor. And I'm just gonna say it, I think a bit of draft diff. We gave APA Ziggs. I say we as if I'm now rooting for the South. But like, who are you? I don't think that they were ready to play against the Ziggs because of what Emily's point was. This is like old school TL where they're just rotating around the map, getting the Ziggs in these side lanes, taking these turrets. They traded the grubs for that bot turret, and Estral just wasn't ready for that type of game, nor were they ready for Core JJ's Pantheon, who got out of lane very quickly and answered the gank mid lane to turn it around, getting them that first blood. So I think that with Ziggs and Pantheon off the table in a fearless system now, I actually think Estral is much more favored going into game 2 because also they took away the Sejuani. So that means one less thing for potentially, Umti to look at.
Yeah, I also think more than any other LTA South team that we've seen thus far, Estral, they tried to make these picks on sides with purpose, right? Like they were trying to cross-map trade, keep up with TL. That's where a lot of the gold decrease happened in those stats that you brought up, chat. So we'll see if they get a different draft, how we'll do.
With purpose to a point.
Yeah.
The one time they lost a major objective in Vodacon was because they tried to find a pick top.
Yeah.
So it's like it was working out well for them up until they lost track what the major objective is. So hey, if you're Estral, eye on the prize. They're playing much better than I would have expected them, but everyone else thought that this would be the toughest competition for TL. I would say they're right. But for TL, one game away, get her done. You won't have the zigs in your back pocket.
Do it for the mustache.
Do it for the non-mustache.
Yeah, one game away from a complete northern sweep. Team Liquid just needs to win one of the next 2. They would then play Flyquest in the next round. But as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay, connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
Top. Jinja can be stay here.
This one, this one.
Ulti come. I'm already ulti come. They're TPing as well. TPing here. Azure TPing back. Bounce is back.
Yeah, press Azure here. Just very far. Where's going to Bessel first?
Yeah. Bounce very far.
Ian Azure is below.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I'm fine. 연아 바로 여기 있어.
Okay, 보여.
I'm going Azure. I'm eating.
I'm going Azure though. You guys can kill it?
I got that.
Yeah, I'm going Azure. Kill Azure, kill Azure.
Hey guys, I can look more.
Yeah. You're a lot of team.
What about Baron?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
They're going to claim the first win of LTA history.
Free wins? No. Free loot? Yes. Sign up for Uber One and get a free in-game reward. Uber One is a support for your wallet, with savings on eats, rides, and exclusive deals. Sign up now to start saving.
take down the 2-0 and advance to the next round where they will face Cloud9. I misspoke before the break. That'll be the matchup in the next round. So here we are getting into draft for Game 2. Team Liquid going over to the blue side.
Oh.
And I'm just going to say it. I think that going into Game 2, I'll double down. Isurus, this is their chance to strike. The Ziggs is gone. The Pantheon's gone. Even Sejuani's gone. We know that hasn't played Sejuani yet this year, but we still know it's in his champion pool, so it's expected that at some point we will see it. So they're going to have to go a little deeper into that champ pool. And they won't have as many tricks because Pantheon can get around the map super fast. Ziggs can take turret super fast. Those are kind of two cheesier strategies that they will not have available anymore.
I mean, I wouldn't call moving around the map and taking turrets cheese strategies.
Look, I like some bread and butter League of Legends, Emily.
Is that just team fighting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. But I'm 10 times more boring than you are. And I like when TL are allowed to kind of showcase their map play, right? And their map knowledge. And I think there's still a lot of available champions, Corki being the first one, and I'm thinking off the top of my head that A, we've seen them flex bot side to have Yon play it, but also B was, I think, one of APA's more impactful champions last year, and they used it in a very similar way, right? Where it's like, okay, we're pushing out mid, we're trying to get Corki up against turrets to either poke the enemy away from them so we can take it, or just take it in side lanes. So I'm still looking, and I will be curious to see if they do prioritize something like that for APA to, you know, use a similar strategy and use something they're comfortable with.
Sure. And even just taking a step back, I heard your reaction, Emily. Don't run away from your reaction. Surprised that it seems like Estral chose to go red side.
Yes.
So the choice to go red side.
I apologize. It is Estral on blue side.
Oh, okay.
You're kidding us. I was about to be really confused because I was like, I'm glad I didn't mention it in
the way it works in a best of 3 is they will decide, because they were the #1 seed in the first game they got to choose, and then the loser of the game gets to choose the next game. So they get the choice essentially 2 games in a row from their seed and then from the loss. And they chose blue both times.
Yeah, Easterall will be staying on blue side.
Yeah.
That does make a little more sense.
That being said, you're right. I think Corki is the prio pick that you would want to go for. Cassante would still be available. That was a first ban from Isurus Estral, so like that could be something that is let go if they're more willing to play into Cassante matchups and getting the counter. And knowing Bertil well, like he can play counters into Cassante quite comfortably. So that is where I would be interested in seeing, maybe playing around him a little bit more, because his Mbessa was great, and I love seeing him play on side.
But it's important to note that Mbessa and Rumble are both off the table now, so that counter pick champ pool is a little limited, especially if Team Liquid's able to ban some of those away. So we'll have to wait and see what actually happens as the players are getting ready to hop in. Jan, he's locking in.
He's ready over
He's getting focused.
I want to know, as we wait for Champ Select to pop up, how close to actual sleep do you think? Because like I cannot fall asleep that quickly.
Oh.
That's impressive.
You're talking to the sleep expert
I know.
here.
So
how do you do it?
How close was Jan in that moment? Was that the question?
Or how close do you think a player has actually gotten to doing the like pregame nap?
You want my secret?
Yes.
Early in my life, iron deficiency.
I have an iron deficiency.
I thought you were going to say, I'm going to be honest, I was asleep before this pick ban.
For what it's worth, knowing Jan, you can get very close to sleeping.
There it is.
And I would also, to answer your question, Emily, I bet you a player has actually fallen asleep before the game.
Wait, didn't Dyrus actually do that?
Well, you can definitely, that state of sleep where any noise will wake you up, but you're kind of zoned out.
Yeah.
I can absolutely see players getting to that stage of sleep, especially someone like Jan, who when he's in real tournament form is playing like 25 games a day and not having the correct amount of sleep.
Yeah.
I believe he has improved that in recent years.
Not even talk about
it wouldn't
nutrition.
Surprise me that as soon as you close your eyes, you're ready to go to sleep.
Okay, I remember a clip of Dyrus during a pause, bringing his head back up and looking drowsy. Do we not think he was asleep in that moment?
I mean, I've seen so many players do that.
How am I supposed to remember that?
Well, it was a big moment.
Okay.
All right. Shout out to the Dyrus fans out there.
Shout out to y'all.
I mean, they also used to look at Ryu from KT Rollstar and talk about how he always had this pregame nap because he'd be like, leaned back in his chair. And
Guy looked like he was. Look, he looked like a sleepy individual. All right.
Are you attacking my team, my legacy?
Yes, because your team is a sleepy team as well.
Oh my God, my team is not even it anyway.
Every one of your teams.
I'm not
Boston
mad.
teams.
I'm not mad. Let the record show I'm not mad.
You're definitely pissed. All right.
Slept through the last series.
True,
That's
I'm very pissed.
I want to ask you a question because yes, we're waiting to get a pick and ban, so we're just kind of you know, talking about what I'm seeing on screen here. I saw APA's mustache a few screens ago. Does he have to shave 2 if they lose the series?
Just gonna say no.
No?
Yeah.
I think I could pressure him.
I will
I can get him.
say the thing about APA that I learned on pros.
Yeah.
I think it was the episode you did, Raz, where they were trying to get Sniper to do the bet too, and Sniper's just like no. No, but APA was down. Like he seemed down. Like he was like I'll do it. Fine.
Yeah, he's for sure down.
I'm gonna message Ian right now on socials and just say, hey.
He's not gonna answer you.
Well, yeah, he's not gonna answer now, but then after the game he'll see it, and we'll hopefully get an answer going into the next one.
He's definitely someone who's so much more committed to the game that he cares that little about his head hair or his face hair.
Yeah.
Because he just shaved his head last year because it was convenient.
Yeah.
He was just tired of it getting in the way. So.
Oh my God! The God! Whoa!
Hey, you! I remember that game.
You were a part of that.
No.
It was a bad draft.
Who was the drafter,
Yeah.
It
Are you
was
blaming
me.
yourself?
I am. It was bad. So it doesn't mean they're better.
Yes.
It means they had a better draft.
Okay.
I'll just get out in front of it.
What was the draft like? Explain it to me.
From memory.
Yeah.
Ash Thresh bot.
Yeah.
With a TF mid.
Okay.
And then I believe Renekton top.
Yeah.
And something else that also doesn't do damage and has CC like Volibear or some crap.
Yeah.
So they just built 5 pairs of Merc Treads and we lost.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It wasn't good.
That's
But
unfortunate.
the other thing is, that's the only game we lost in the entire play-in stage. We still advanced, they didn't, which does make Team Liquid better.
Oh my God.
So we're finally in the draft.
I like
we'll
the
see if
callback,
Team Liquid
though.
is better today.
Because
All
Ante
right.
is the pick that could go through.
One thing, or 2 things I actually see removed. The Corki, so they cannot flex that, which I think is a good ban from Isurus. And then also Jace, another champion that you would be able to use in a very similar way.
And that's the thing, like, I think you're now, forced to ban the Jace simply because I would say, or the Cassante, because Jace is pretty good in that situation now. The Jax is available. You can go towards Jax if you're comfortable in doing so, but I think Impact has pretty large champion pool to counterpick, so it's not going to be a priority pick here.
Yeah, and I think as we see the Violet in for Jose Deodo, that should be interesting. I also think Impact is probably like, they don't want them to first pick the Cassante, especially knowing that Easterall is going to be a team that does want a potential lane swap advantage, and Cassante does so well in those situations as well.
Already, we saw this in last series, but the Poppy Talia combo to counter the Vi dash. Now, I mean, this is a little early to lock this in though, because Easterall can now kind of counter that and just pick poke, just pick range. It's kind of difficult for these champions to get on top of champions that outrange them. And yeah, like Ashe, non-committal engage, I think that's a great pickup.
Ashe Braum coming in, really good response. On the Talia point, I do think this is yet another champion with which APA is so proficient on that they are willing to lock it in this early because of that.
And one of the things that Team Liquid discussed on Pros last week is that with Swiffer joining the team, they have been trying to expand their champion pools a lot in practice, and that leads to growing pains. And they were also trying to use some of those champions on stage. It does look like that has stopped for now.
Yeah.
The Azir was one that they were adding to their pool that obviously got picked by Isurus Astral in game 1, so now it's banned in Fearless. And because, as Emily mentioned, Ziggs Talia being the first 2, that is the most comfortable for AP.
Yeah.
I would want an Ahri ban here. I think it works really well with Vi, and I think it makes it really difficult for Talia and play on sides. Victor ban, I guess they just want consistent DPS down, but I think it would be a really good pickup here for Mirio.
I do think, though, because the Poppy Talia is already locked in, they're less scared of the Dash champions and more scared of just the Death Ball 5v5, which they're starting to construct with the Ashe Braum. So I actually like the Victor ban.
I do too. Maybe a Hui ban coming in here as well if they're really worried about things that can outrange them too and just be a menace in team fights.
It always stinks in these scenarios because you have Poppy and Talia that are just great flexes.
Yeah.
So it's going to make it really difficult for Estral in this moment. But if you know or confident going into Umpty, then you should be pretty comfortable knowing that that's likely going to be, like you said, a Talia mid, Poppy top, something like, or Poppy support, something like that. We'll have to see if that's the case, though.
Yeah, not like the Gragas ban coming through. Gragas has so much displacement, which would kind of ruin a lot of what the skeleton of this team composition. The Renekton, something that Impact is like infinitely comfortable on in a lot of situations, would be a good blind pick for him. So I like that ban coming out.
That is interesting.
Estral as well.
I would have expected more of a jungle pick here to save top lane counter pick for the last, which is why I see the Gragas ban from Team Liquid. They want to take away one of the safer blind picks, but oh, I'm wrong. It's actually Jax locked in now.
Well, in this case, they can still hold, if they really wanted to, they're holding one of their flexes, as Raz mentioned, but the Poppy flex is pretty much gone. That means it's going to be Poppy and Kai'Sa bot, which is safe enough knowing that they know exactly what they're going up against in Ashe Braum.
And it's just one of the best lane swapping top laners at the moment, the Jax that is. With Cassante being gone, and of course what happened in the first draft through Fearless, Aurora being picked up, this is great playmaking. So a lot of great playmaking in trying to get to the back line with both Aurora and Vi, and you have Ashe ulti, so there's going to be a lot of fear there if you're APA and Yan going into this game.
And I almost think, I mean, you can put the Aurora top if you want to into that Jax. Let's see what they actually lock in. No, with the Braum already, they're just playing around with it here. It's Gangplank!
I like the GP pick. It's fun.
Murdoll Gangplank into Jax. This is going to be a fun matchup. Haven't seen Gangplank in quite a while.
How illegal is that going to be into Jax? We'll have to see if he can survive the early lane swap, because he's going to be very squishy for a large portion of the early game. And Team Liquid has a lot of dive that can get on top of the GP. So it's a bold pick right there, but there were a lot of bans against him already, and he knew he was going up against the Jax.
Yeah, already I feel like the level 1, as they lock in the Rakan, is going to be really interesting. I'm interested in what the casters have to say about this, especially the GP pick. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you, Desk over there in the north. We're down here in the south, but we're still from the north, so we still count.
Okay, taking me on a little journey here, Azale. I like
geography.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. What's up? Hey, everyone. We are looking to see if TL can clean this one up, or if Estral will get the South on the board. Honestly, I want to see them do it. 8-0 just feels kind of mean.
Same. Honestly, I just want a full 3 games. Yeah. Because we've had all 2-0s. We need to make the most of the energy that this crowd has.
Exactly.
They've been shaking our booth. It's good. Keep us on our toes.
It is very good. It's been fun to be here, and I'm going to be excited to see how the GP pick will work out. I do think GP plus the Aurora is a pretty good combo here.
Yeah, and the GP into the Jax is a classic matchup there for the GP, so we'll see how well he can pilot it. I mean, Keen and Kingin both played it decently recently.
Yeah.
But
I worry about swaps.
Yeah, we'll see about the swaps. We'll see, because he's kind of squishy early, but does a really nice scaling and huge damage potential, chaining barrels and stuff late game onto a Talia or something like that can be very devastating. And then you look at the rest of the team, and it's so much dive from them that if you had Gangplank ultimate plus all the Aurora and Vi heavy dive in there, then could be explosive.
And Jose and APA already back at it. APA says GLHF, and Jose says /mute TLAPA.
Honestly, that is a wise choice.
That is a really wise choice. You should have him muted 100%. And you know, when I associate GP with certain players, it's always GP specialists, people that play this champion all the time, that have put in so much practice. This is Bertle's first competitive game on GP, so we'll see how much practice he has put in, how comfortable he's going to be on it, especially if you get stuck in a lane swap where you're going to be in a difficult situation. He's likely anticipating that with the D shield. I mean, you can do things like W start and whatnot, but then it's tough.
At this preparation for a surprise counter, but the trigger for the surprise counter does not come through on the invade towards Raptors. It is to the other side of the map, so they're just going to ward up the blue Gromp.
Yeah, we'll see if they are going to be able to find this swap. TL, I think, would be very happy to be putting Bertel in that really difficult position. You know, not only are you missing out on gold and experience, but you're also not getting your stacks to be able to actually buy the upgrades, right? You're not actually getting the, I don't even know what they're called, the bullions, the gold coins, whatever they are. You need silver serpents, maybe? Something? Yeah. Silver serpents, so we're going to go with that. You need 500 of them to be able to get your upgrades, and those are actually really, really impactful, especially the Death's Daughter. Obviously, we don't see a lot of GP these days, so you don't really talk about it, but that's the true damage circle in the middle of the ult. That scales pretty heavily off of your AD, so it is really, really powerful. And when you are getting lane swept on, not only are you not getting any gold, you're not getting any passive gold, you're not getting any silver serpents.
Yep. Definitely need those huge power budget actually put into those. So we see kind of camping on the brush down on the bomb side. Impact sneaking in, trying to get there for some experience, but those minions are pretty far away from dying still. So his counter strike goes up, and I think he avoided, it looks like on the minimap, avoided letting them fully proc that Braum passive.
Maybe not, though. He just took a big chunk of health, but Bertel on the top side might just be going down. Core does not have Ignite, but he is going to W for it and force the flash out here. Bertel did start W, but still going to be a really tough position. Impact on the bot side, trying to get some of this experience. Looks like he will be able to survive easily towards that level 2 here. He's got a lot of early XP. He has the biscuit, has already popped a potion to try to keep his health high, and Bertel tried to get back to tower. We're going to see if he's going to be able to survive here. He's got no flash. He's trying to survive with the W. Eats some oranges, stays alive, gets first blood on Core, who took one turret shot too many. They're going to look for the redive. Can they make it happen this time? Bertel going to get knocked down. Does fall, just barely survives. Jan gets the kill, but Bertel's going to be happy. The action not over. Mireio going mid for APA. Can't quite finish him with the pullback on the Q. He stays alive. Impact on the bot side, hits level 3. A really good start here for Isras Estral.
Honestly, that was really good positioning from Bertel. He walks up just far enough from the turret so that Core JJ's charge does not actually touch with the turret. Really like towing the line right there, just out of range. And so he avoids that big stun, and Core JJ goes down for the first kill there for him. But we'll see about getting back out, because his experience is still taking a really big hit there. Yeah. Meanwhile, Impact was able to soak up so much more experience. So, you know, while they did get that kill, he still ended up going down afterwards anyways. And really, there's no bonus for a first blood anymore, because the first blood extra money was taken off in favor of the feats, and the feats are first to 3. So the experience is really the true prize.
Yeah, Core though, level 1, so there is a cost there. You know, he obviously died, even used that heal, Impact getting pushed back. And we saw the stats on the bot lane head-to-head. Core JJ and Jan, known as a very big point of power. I would say they're probably our strongest bot lane duo these days in the LTA North. Some arguments to be had, of course, about, you know, Busio or Masu, but we're going to get the rogue charge there from Umti. Still level 2, by the way, so he is actually falling quite a bit behind in the experience as well. It's not just Core. They're going to be going forward, looking for Snacker. Not going to be able to actually connect with him, though. Ackerman doing a good job slowing him down, and now they get that Braum passive. Snacker is getting low, though, and has to be careful, you know, when they do get that Counter-Strike up next.
Yeah, excuse me, it was Umpty's charge, not Core's, but chasing them off afterwards here too, Core JJ and Impact as the new duo. Able to keep their minions in a very nice place for himself as they go for the reset for the bottom lane for Isserus and try and get them on to the other side.
Yeah, and so far it's just Jan kind of laning 1v1 up top against Bertel. Obviously, these range matchups against GP make it a lot more difficult. You can just knock down the barrels. He can't abuse you, by just kind of sitting in the minion wave with those barrels ready to reset the passive autos, where a lot of his power is. That Trial by Fire is so strong on GP, but he saved up these barrels, and we'll see how much of this he can get. Ooh, not enough, unfortunately, to actually kill off either of those melee minions, and we'll be able to grab the cannon. Jan, though, doing a pretty good job here and getting a lot of experience. Well, Snacker has just been glued to Ackerman, so he's going to be falling behind as far as that XP is concerned.
Yeah, really nice for Kaisa to be able to have this good of an early lane here. Lots of solo experience into this champ is also very, very valuable. So he's doing a good job keeping up a lot of this harassment here. You see how much punishment he's putting down in that one.
APA may be in some trouble here. Does throw the seismic shove. Looks like he can get out of range of Mireio.
All right, they barely are able to slip back around. Gromp secured as well for Umpty, so he keeps up his farm no problem. Still is going to mean Jose starts up the Dragon for them.
Looking for the dive, maybe on top side, though. Bertle could be in some trouble. Core tanking it up, but Jan looked like he wanted to back out. Well, Core was thinking he wanted to stay in. They do chunk Bertle down pretty low, but now with Jan out of mana, no way you're pulling off this dive.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of extra damage here. The TL duo at this tower. Bertle dancing around under there is going to be avoid grubs, the trade on the other side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Impact, I don't think he's that worried about the dive, so see if they can actually just finish these off. I can just continue to clear bottom side camps instead.
Yep, going to be pretty happy about that. Umti going to be able to grab the grubs. We'll see if it's going to be a 3-pack here for them. As Mireio pushing back Core JJ there. Trying to play around here with APA, who was under some pressure in this matchup in the early levels.
And Jose really has been a star here in LTA Seoul as well, and he's doing very well this game. After Krugs as well, cleaning these up. Getting a lot of farm racked up on the Vi, even though as junglers, you want to be the team that is the one doing the grubs because you get so many more rewards for those grubs in the terms of experience for yourself and gold. But the Dragon, quite nice for the team. And there you go. Jose has been doing a lot of work as far as damage percentage for his team, #1 for junglers, as well as this CS difference that we're seeing this game as well, him eking out over Umpty.
Yeah, exactly. He's really known as one of those guys that can show up to the team fights, farm heavy style, put himself in a good position to succeed. Impact now pushing down on this bottom side as APA is going to get some deep vision, trying to track where Jose is. I think he was spotted by that ward up on the top side, so they get that info. Bertle now has level 6 and has the ultimate available. This would be a tough dive to make happen, but they're going to actually look for it. The plasma is applied. Jan not going to use the killer instinct to go back in. They just wanted to try to get the orange out there from Bertle, and he knows he's going to have to back it off. Probably just going to use the ulti here and just be able to try to get some plates up on top side. But Jose is behind APA, and it looks like IE might want to make a play of their own. Wallbreaker charging up. Are they going to go for it? Here comes the ulti in on APA, but he's just sliding out to safety. Nicely timed there from APA, but he cannot connect on that seismic shove. Umpty now coming. Are they going to be able to find him? Stuns him into the wall and going to be able to knock him down. A beautifully timed Weaver's wall there from APA.
Because APA was expecting that as they're moving up. He thinks they're going to dive him. Bottom side, Bertle still taking more and more damage down here. Poked under tower, but doesn't get knocked up.
Yeah, Core going to be taking this up. Can he actually survive? Bertle tries to flash out of there. Can't survive. Jan able to knock him down. TL coming up big in mid and bot.
So good though, as you're shouting out APA, because he's expecting it, he's hovering the bottom side because he thinks they're going to come over from the Raptor side, and just as you appear, immediately ult. Not enough distance there for Vi to close, and so APA can get back into all chats immediately because him and Jose have been going back and forth, and so nice little play right there from him. Vi getting dragged really deep under tower. So, see, this is what I'm talking about. The positioning far away gives him the time to get off the ultimate and drag Jose so far under. TL, they have done so many lane swaps so many times that even as mid lane, he's expecting that play. So, nicely done there. And he... It also looks really funny too.
Cool.
And whenever you can do that versus a Vi, as we get a little bit of a Raptor debate here, but the end of that does go to Jose as he finishes it off.
Raptor kerfuffle, if you will.
We're debating who's going to get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Love the chat as well. APA goes, you love me? It's a bit.
Maybe a bit less now after that play.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever actually seen that exact interaction, until you all timed that well. Was really, really nice to see. Umpty now looking down on the bot side. Mireio does give him the angle to get the stun, but Umpty is tanking this tower up. He might go down to this last shot. It's going to be a flash forward from Mireio. Gets the kill. Going to be trying to dodge around from APA. Can he make it happen in the 1v2? He cannot, but he gets a kill. Really nice play there, and that's going to get them a bit of momentum, a bit of confidence, and forces out the TP there from APA, who was nervous about the reinforcements.
Yeah, they saw the Braum and the Vi heading down towards him, so he wanted to get out there, not give over the extra kill, thanks to Aurora antics. Meanwhile, it does open up mid lane here. You have Core JJ and Jan kind of on the move again. They've had eyes for Bertle this whole game. And even though Impact is low, pushing up, the duo is here.
Yeah, those oranges looking juicy. They're going to see if they're going to knock down Bertle. They're able to get the kill. Impact survives. Low health, low mana. Doesn't even matter. They do get the cleanse out with the Ash ult as well from Snacker, but can't hold him in place for Mirio to arrive and try to get a kill back. It's just been non-stop pressure on this GP, like you said. Really making his life difficult. I feel like he's handled the pressure pretty well also. I mean, he got that first blood. He's doing as well as he can, but it always feels like IE's a little bit late to the play. You need the support to actually move and try to cover in some of these situations. But APA going to be battling here against Mirio, trying to clear out that wave and get the tower on him. Can't quite do it. Mirio trying to run, but he has no flash. And this is going to be a tough escape here, but APA taking some damage back. APA flashing forward, does get the kill. Nice seismic shove on Ackerman. Going to try to survive here, but in comes Jose. Jose trying to look to finish off this kill. Can't actually go for it because of the W there from Poppy. The GP ulti has to get used. Does get the shutdown onto APA, so Bertle is going to get paid at the end of the day.
That's some good money for the Gangplank with the shutdown, but it leaves a lane open, Isaac. Bottom side, there is no teleport, no Gangplank ultimate to clear out those minion waves that Impact is pushing in. And so Team Liquid, you know, in the end, APA goes down, but he got his kill before he died anyway, so it's a lot of resources from Isurus Astral, and TL win out on the macro here. Look at that picture-in-picture of Impact like we're talking about, just slamming away at that turret down there. In the end, Bertle is able to push in towards the top tower himself too, so gets a little bit something there, but Umpty working away on as many grubs as he can. Yeah. He uses the smite there, but there's no smite close.
Oh, don't lose it to Bertle. Don't lose it to Bertle. Okay, that was actually making me pretty nervous. Bertle, though, going to get knocked up. Has the barrels down, but he has walked way too far out with no one anywhere close to him on the map except TL members. And he finds out the bad news. 4 of them collapse. They knock him down. Didn't know there was 4 grubs in a pack.
Yeah, four grubs and a bonus Gangplank, or the weird, funny-looking grub he is. Meanwhile, mid lane, they just rotate Impact over there to try and deal with the push, which means that now TL do have an open bottom lane, but they're going to be the ones to grab the turret for themselves as well. So both side lane turrets taken care of to open up a lot of room for Team Liquid to work with. And the gold lead that they wield is going to be substantial. You would think that then third dragon will be where they set up and try and put a stop to that dragon stacking. But here we go, Impact going in.
Yeah, going back in with the Counter-Strike. Does have 3 stacks of that Braum passive, and in goes Jose trying to help finish him off. The Ash Arrow comes through, doesn't actually connect on Impact, but I don't think it matters. Jose going to be able to knock him down, i.e. make a play on the bot side.
Okay, let's see. What can they do with the numbers advantage now? Ash Arrow invested and Vi ultimate, so just a little counter jungling on the way out. Actually going to leave it because doesn't want to overstay and mess up tempo here. A little bit worried about what APA can do on the Taliyah. By the way, APA has put in so much work with this Taliyah during Team Liquid's rise, you know, last year. You know, especially playoffs plus MSI, like they were just spamming this champion. And he very clearly, you know, just so comfortable on it.
Well, Impact is chasing because Jan is actually on the move up here. Remember, Bertle has no towers. This is going to be tough for him to survive. Landing all of these barrels, though, onto Impact. He's got to turn and fight. Doesn't necessarily know it. And Jan, though, is he going to get the plasma applied? In goes the killer instinct, and now Bertle in so much trouble. Drops the ulti. The Cannon Barrage comes down, but can Jose make anything happen? Because he's missing an ultimate of his own. Trying to threaten with the Q. Knows he can't make it happen in the 1v2. It's a good chase down at the end of the day fair from TL. And now they're looking to threaten mid. Trying to wrap around here on a Snacker.
Defense comes in. Are going to push them off, but I think the last play we just saw is going to be the story of this game. It is Jan on this Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Incredibly fed so early because of the way the lane swap worked out, and then he was solo lane Kai'Sa up there versus the Gangplank. Jan has a massive gold lead, plus more experience than usual because of going up there solo. So we'll see. He actually out-levels the Gangplank at the moment. Meanwhile, a little bit of jungle defense going on here.
Mirio coming in. We're going to see if they can actually catch Umti. One more stack of the passive would stun him up, but they didn't get that final auto. Core doing a good job healing him up, charming him up as best as he possibly can, but now he is stunned. Going to have to dash out to safety. Umti looking, threatening with the ulti, but both teams will just disengage.
All right, a little bit dangerous there. Some cooldowns exchanged. but no blood actually drawn here. Meanwhile, I want to see the next Aurora ultimate, because we just got a little sight there, but with Flash, with teleport available, and it is rank 2 ultimate now, he should get it back fairly quickly, even not going for that Malignance build. Still should have a big playmaking potential here for Isurus Astral.
Yeah, and they're going to have to utilize that, right? He has been kind of that point of power. Was able to make that 1v2 outplay happen in the bottom, force an early flash from APA. Mirio has been stepping up for them, but he's going to need to get a lot more done because, again, even though they've been winning some skirmishes here and there, it is TL up 2,000 gold here. It's TL with 6 scrubs, and it's TL in a good position to stop that dragon stacking. Snacker and Ackerman trying to punish Impact here. Good timing on the counter-strike right as that final auto came in to stun him. Not going to allow it to happen.
APA also teleported over, thinking there was going to be the full commitment here, and they're just going to go over to the Rift Herald right now. It looks like Gangplank walking up 2 does mean possible fight here as they look for the engage. Ackerman trying to get some vision down, face checks it, drops his control ward here in the side brush.
Yeah, Bertle on the side, going to be threatening Umti. We'll see who engages first here. Bertle going to get spotted out, but Mirio is coming in. Nice little chunk there onto Core, trying to soften him up for potential hard engage here. Ackerman able to sidestep another seismic shove. Umti trying to dip dodge and dive, trying to get out of there. Good W, keeps him safe for now. In comes the Weaver's Wall. APA, though, kind of split from the team, and APA in an awkward spot, going to get tagged by the Ash ulti, and he's in a lot of trouble, but he flashes out to safety. Umti and Impact into the back line. They've killed off Mirio, but it's now Impact isolated from the rest of the squad. He's going to get knocked down as well. It's TL losing 1, and it's 1 on the other side, but in goes them on to Jose Diodo. A great engage from Core, and the follow-up was there from APA, and Jan gets another kill, but now Ackerman knocking them up. APA has no flash this time and no way out. IE went out in the fight at the end of the day. It's 2 for 2, but they have the health bars.
Yeah, it's getting scrappy here, and they're going to be able to push in with those health bars, the extra little advantage. Even have the Demolish to try and burst through it. Gets very low, but Dragon spawning in 27 seconds, so taking some recalls here to reset to quite possibly fight that one as well. Umti even wrapping around. Teleport flank does come through.
Yeah, we'll see if they can actually chase him down. Umti is here, but he's relatively low. Ackerman is the target for now. Umti has to play this low. Core is just down already. Impact into flash follow. There's the parry. Isn't enough for Snacker. Snacker is surviving. Snacker gets that stun off, and they're going to knock down Impact. That's not the Impact he wanted. The teleport comes in from Bertle. Umti is in a lot of trouble as well. He's trying to get out of here. Jose is there to follow, as is Mirio. They get another shutdown as the dragon spawns. Yes, sir, we'll take that too. Moving to Seoul Point here. IE roar to life, and the fans are loving it.
They wipe TL off the map. The teleport in from Impact and Ackerman. Oh, man. Well, actually, wait. They have to actually stop this dragon because APA moved in, chases Jose out the back.
Mirio looking for this bot tower, should be able to knock it down. They got the mid tower. The top one is incredibly low, and Jose now back on the dragon here. Umti just respawning now. Impact has no TP.
And he's going top.
Yeah, he's going top. It looks like Umti's walking down towards bot side. And we'll see if they get any eyes on this. I mean, Core is just hanging around, but it's more to cover APA than it is to threaten the dragon, I think. Ash ult going to get ripped off there towards APA, but Core spotted it, and that allowed APA to respond. Mirio in some trouble now. They're going to look for the hard engage onto him. Great CC there from Core into the seismic shove, and Mirio went a bridge too far. Feeling confident, gets knocked down by the Kaisa. 5 kills and 2 assists, no deaths to Jan's name.
Yeah, right there, they're looking for a little bit too much because they didn't have full vision coverage. So they're trying to get Dragon while looking for the pick on the side lane on APA because they know APA has no flash. But it's just 1 kill that they give back over, and they'll be still very happy to get to their Dragon Soul Point number 3 acquired. Oh, wait a second. As we push down, there might be an extra price to that play.
Yeah, we'll see. The GPLT is getting dropped. They're trying to knock down this tower, but it's taking them quite some time. AP getting very low, actually, to that cannon barrage. They're going to have to back it up. Maybe
6 scrubs, baby.
We'll be able to finish it off. It just finally, you can see that there's a play over towards the top side, though, as they're trying to look to threaten Impact. TL do brute force that tower down, get some more gold in their pockets here. But kind of out of nowhere, Snacker is now 4-0 on the Ash. He was miles behind the Kaisa, and now has gotten right back into it. They're trying to focus the tower. Impact knows it, and he's going to have to run. Both AD carries really are in a position to carry. I mean, it's Jan, sure, he's in a great spot, but he's only a couple hundred gold ahead now, and not too long ago, he was about 1,500, 1,600 gold ahead.
Yeah, it's this fight right here for Snacker that is huge for him. They pop Core JJ instantly, and then he flashes under tower. tower. He still had his barrier. Impact could not get through the full barrier and finish him off. And the Braum stuns are so annoying, frustrating there for Impact.
I've also got to say, Impact clicked backwards one time on that final auto. I think he felt, you know what, this last auto kills him for sure. I got to be moving out of tower range. Then realized, oops, didn't kill him. If that's a click forward, I think he at least trades his life. He still dies, but he maybe gets that kill. Core going to be getting pushed out here by Ackerman, at least until APA comes in. Is able to land the seismic shove as Mirio threatening by the wall, but nothing further will happen. Impact's just going to be back towards that side lane looking to push, but Bertle has opened up, you know, an 800 gold lead in that 1v1 despite all of the pressure that was thrown towards him. He's up farm, he's been getting plates, and Bertle is in a pretty comfortable spot now.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredibly intense game right now. Pretty good spot for IE.
Jose gonna look. It's not actually interrupted there, and there's the Ash arrow to follow onto Umti. Umti's in a world of hurt now, but he's still surviving. And now Jan's into the backline. Everyone comes in. TL collapse like the Avengers, and IE get torn to shreds. Jose sent running into the jungle. Mirio has to run as well. Thankfully for IE, there's no objective to grab right off the back of it, but still, TL made that collapse happen so fast.
He's gonna go, pops the Herald, gonna go jump on in it as well for the ride out.
Wait,
he's riding in.
Okay, well,
the shield, and gets the pop. Doesn't even have to drive it away. Could just get that shield pop out the back. While TL are taking Otacon though, so that buff will be huge. I mean, you said it, the Avengers collapse here in the mid lane. Jan, big advantage there with the Kaisa, is able to zoom in for the extra support there, and TL will get some pretty big rewards out of it. Impact now in the side lane, not going to push anywhere too far. You know, honestly, pretty big turnaround here as they all again send Jan to the top side. I mean, still has yet to die on the Kaisa. Nashor's Tooth pretty close to completion for him as well.
Might even have it. He's sitting, not quite, but he's sitting on a lot of gold. He's going to be very, very close to actually getting it. And I mean, I just have got to be so careful, because when you look for these fights, Killer Instinct range plus the Weaver's Wall, they can arrive so quick, you know, even if they're a couple screens away. So you really have to track where everyone on TL is, or get that instant kill before they can come in. It was great CCGing onto Umti, but he's still a Poppy at the end of the day and was very tanky and tough to take down.
Yeah, have to say APA on the Talia as well. Not only his walls, but also a lot of these seismic shoves in these fights have been quite accurate from him. So 1-3-1 from Team Liquid. Split push begins. Both side lanes getting pushed in. And the Dragon coming in over 40 seconds. So they have plenty of time here. Actually going to rotate down to Impact to the bottom lane to make sure they can just set up full vision leading to that Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, TL really want to get something more here with the Otacon. Impact almost gets knocked down. False Life will not proc, so he will stay alive. TL likely to be able to get this Dragon thanks to the Otacon buff, but still, it's not the biggest prize to grab off the back of it. They haven't been able to force any sort of a big fight to really be able to extend the advantage. At the end of the day, IE still sitting only 1,000 gold behind, and they're at Soul Point.
Yeah, not the biggest benefit for TL, but good denial
Absolutely.
to deny that soul and not have to worry about getting drawn into a minefield of Gangplank barrels, because you can definitely see a world where if IE can push out first and set up around the Dragon, Gangplank setting up with brush advantage is just devastating to try and walk into. Even with just Trinity Force and Collector, really have to start to worry about all these barrel chains that he can set up ahead of time. So face checking becomes very difficult, and we'll see if TL can continue to try and play some good 1-3-1, spread the map, and utilize the distance that Jan can cover with Kaisa Ultimate, who he's, by the way, is already level 15, highest level on his team and in the entire game here on this Kaisa, and they keep sending him to side lane too, and so you're going to get rank 3 of your ultimate pretty quickly there for him as well. So he's got the gold, he's got the levels, he's got the Nashor's Tooth completed as well.
He's got the skills to turn it into a victory. We'll see if he can make it happen, but I mean, Core and Jan have been so good for TL this year, and in a split that has felt like a bit of a regression, a bit of a step back. They have been stepping forward. You know, exactly, yeah. For TL as a whole, Jan and Core have still been that really, really strong presence for them, and have been that shining star in the bot lane. Nice little chunk there from MT, just being annoying, but knows he's never going to have enough damage to 100 to 0 Mirio in that spot. So just takes the little damage that he can get and backs off. We can see Bertle not going to be going towards an IE, likely just going to be shield bow third. And that's always kind of the debate, you know, can you afford to go full squishy and look for that kind of big one-shot with the barrels, or do you need to go a little bit tankier from a third, fourth item and just try to be able to stay alive to actually keep getting that damage out?
Yep. Got to balance a little bit. Meanwhile, the remnants of this mid lane tower are going to be used to get the cleanse out of Jan. So he gets kind of drawn up, wants to pressure the tower. Ash Arrow traded for cleanse at that close distance.
Yep, going to be able to get that cleanse out. And we'll see if they can actually punish that. Snacker has been positioning well, has only gone down the one time. Ackerman going very far forward, though. Going to let the ulti rip here onto Umti, but again, he is so damn tanky. They need to proc this stun. They can't do it just yet, and in comes the Weaver wall. APA has arrived. Impact is there as well. He's on Jose, and Jose's in trouble. Can they turn it around? Snacker firing in the backline, trying to get up onto Umti. Can they actually chase him down? Umti has to flash to safety. APA throwing out those threaded volleys for safety. Impact backing off from Bertle as he loses that skirmish. TL survived, but it does feel like Isra giving as good as they got in that one.
Most certainly in that one. I mean, you saw Jan get chunked down. Jan now, this big carry we've been highlighting, no summoner spells on the Kai'Sa. I think that was actually a dub for IE, even though, yeah, they don't get any kills. Getting both summoners off of Jan is quite huge for them.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see no one could threaten Snacker whatsoever. He's on 3 full items now himself. We do have that large rod done for Jan. I'm expecting him to go Zhonya's next just to be able to answer against the Vi. It's such a classic answer there. But we are going to see another little skirmish here. Jose getting caught out, and he's going to go back in with the ulti, but it's probably just to give a kill over. And that is trouble now because Impact's going to TP in. They are going to try to force this Baron. Very, very likely. They're in the area. Maybe going to look for a turn first. Bertle is coming. Ackerman trying to get that vision for his team. Snacker pushing up mid with Mirio. And Umti is going to get a good denial. Knocks Bertle back to base. They're just trying to focus and burn this down. Can they actually make a play happen? Snacker's got to step up big, and he has to do it right now, but he can't even get close. Umti trying to grab the scuttle on the way out. Not going to be able to get it. Maybe stayed a little bit too long. There's a stun overrunning on. Killer instinct from him. Shield up from Core JJ on the side. Bertle flashing forward, trying to make it happen here, but it's a stasis for APA, and APA survives. A 1K shutdown does come through, though, and now it's the chase being on here from IETL. Overstayed their welcome. They grabbed the Baron, but they wanted the scuttle too, and they give over the kills for it.
That scuttle might have been way too much there. IE, what can they push down afterwards? Core JJ will be the only Baron buff left on Team Liquid, and IE are going to get solo tower gold there on the side. All right, so Umti does go in, takes a decent chunk of damage, and they have the Ash Arrow back up. They go straight for Jan, who they know has no more summoners. Jan does use the ultimate to dodge back into the pit, but that's back into the pit, and Bertle flashes forward, gets in there so he can sacrifice to make sure that they can get that chase, make sure that he can get that shutdown onto the Kai'Sa, onto Jan, deliver Jan his first death.
Yep, going to be able to get that first kill, and it was a 1K shutdown. Going over.
Lord Dom's here, baby.
Yeah.
That is 3-item Gangplank.
Yeah, Gangplank looking really strong, and it does elect to go for a more aggressive build, and it's going to be that Lord Dom's, as he called out. Death Cap now done for Mirio as well. You can see some Zhonya's coming through. You know, APA has his completed. Jan not with gold to buy his Seekers just yet. And in fact, starting to fall behind quite a bit on this Jax. Has been one of the things that I've been critical of him at times, is he's such a team player that sometimes on these carries you really need to be greedy for yourself to put yourself in that good position. He is just on 2 items with some scraps, building towards Zhonya's himself, but they're playing the 1-3-1, and this Dragon is going to be key. If IE can win a fight here, we'll see if they can make it happen. Core is going to be able to dash out to safety. Nice interrupt from Umti, just pops that steadfast presence, keeps them safe. And APA had to use his teleport. This Dragon here spawning in a couple seconds. Both teams very healthy. Core the only one who really has taken much chunk. Impact trying to threaten a potential flank, but not sure if he's strong enough to do it. No. Oh, he's spotted. They're going to try to chase him down. Bertle lands the Q. He's slowed up. The counter-strike coming through. He's going to try to turn this around, but he is a man on a mission. They're just going to try to burn the Dragon. Can they actually kill it in time? They need to kill this, and they need to run right now. They pull off the heist. Impact intelligently, just buying some space after he was caught. He doesn't try to force his team into a fight. Just accepts his death, accepts the mistake, and they get a Dragon out of it.
Ooh, this game is dicey. There was no Aurora ultimate. There was no Ash Arrow for that one. They do deny, as you say, the Dragon Soul to IE, but the next fight, I mean, honestly, could go either way depending on the setup. Bertle, after that big shutdown, he's got to be feeling really good. So much damage here, so much burst potential on this team.
That is crazy. 3K individual advantage there for Bertle over Impact. Impact is going to really struggle to actually put pressure on. I mean, you're also fighting through a Braum with Locket, with Guardian, you know, the W, armor, and MR as well. Like, he has heal. Like, this is a super defensive setup.
And their team fight is just massive here on the side of IE, so it puts pressure on TL to try and make picks, try and, you know, spread the map, play some more 1-3-1, and they need to try and spread IE apart. If IE are set up in a front-to-back with Gangplank Barrels and Braum in front, then it looks very, very, very good for them. Couple of Zonias have been completed for APA and Yawn for some possible playmaking and diving in here, so we'll see about that.
Yep, Death App almost done for APA as well. Just needs to combine gold, so needs a couple hundred more gold, and will be able to grab that pretty soon, which would be a massive purchase for them. He's one of the richest, if not the richest person on TL at this point. Yeah, right up there with Yawn, just a couple hundred gold apart. It's going to really be on the TL carries to make it happen. Impact, I don't think is going to have much of one in this game.
All right, let's see. Creeping around.
They're looking for the hard gate. There's Killer Instinct in on a Bertle. Bertle may be tanky, but he's not tanky enough. It's a shutdown going the other way. You get one on Yawn. Yawn gets one right back on you.
APA and Core JJ, they set Yawn up. They get the pick on the Gangplank. The massive gold holder that we were just gushing over for Isurus Astral taken off the map. Let's see what TL can do during this power play moment.
Yeah, they're pushing through all of the lanes here. You can see APA playing defensively around mid. Trying to threaten on the side as they're waiting for that mini wave to come in top lane. Impact needs to be responded to down in bot lane. IE looking a little bit like they want to try to force an engage, but they've got to send someone to answer here pretty quick, or Impact's going to be allowed to access that tower. Mirio going down to be the one to try to clear this out, and Snacker can do the same in the top lane. So for now, IE not punished further than just the kill from the gold.
Yep, no extra objectives out there for TL to take, so they just keep the pressure for a little bit longer, and that's about it. They do, every time they do this though, they keep leaving behind more wards in jungle, so they can look for, you know, picks in transition though. That's the whole goal here. They pulled off a pick there, but can they do another one on a critical timing when Baron is closer to spawning and actually get some bigger rewards here? So Isurus Astral, number one thing, move with safety here as they go up and get their vision leading to Baron.
Oh, look at Bertle down on the bot side. A lot of pings spotting out that APA was actually hovering behind Impact again. They're trying to prey on this Gangplank. Is very rich, but has died 7 times this game, so has shown that he can be picked on in these side lanes. APA and Core playing around here with Snacker and Bertle, while Impact pushes through bot. Again, they need to get someone down to answer him in a wave or two, and APA is just trying to be this nuisance and stop IE from being able to have short paths safely down towards that bot side.
All right, still TL not able to have enough resources to actually clear out any of these wards around Baron. Plus the Scuttle Crab will be lasting for Isurus Astral, so they feel fine about that one. And it's just going to be the push and the waiting game continuing here before we can get some extra leverage and actually push it over the edge. I mean, they have mid lane push, and they already have the pre-existing wards.
Back going to stop the recall there, but obviously can't commit to an all-in, down a full item. Will get difficult for Jose now. There's Zonias, or at least Seekers, on pretty much everyone you would want to target.
Yeah, he doesn't have very many great targets, but the Dragon is coming up as well in, you know, 38-ish seconds now for them. So we'll see, because that is a big advantage for Isurus Astral, since they're still the ones with threatening the Dragon Soul, but now they have the luxury of Baron also being on the map and being able to threaten 2 areas here versus TL.
Yeah.
TL though,
we'll see if they actually want to get in there. They're trying to sneak over, but they didn't clear the pit, so they don't know that they have been spotted.
But it burns so fast.
Yeah, it's just going down incredibly fast. I'm not sure if they're going to even be able to get there to respond. There comes the Ash Arrow. just trying to play bodyguard here and keep Jose away. But Jose's at the pit too, and he's going to steal it. Takes it away from dies for it, but how much more can they get? Couldn't keep him out of the pit, and now Ackerman comes in with Snacker. They want to try to chase. They want to take off these Baron buffs. Bertle on the side threatening, but Bertle may be in some trouble. Here comes APA with the Weaver's Wall, and he's looking for Bertle, who's going to flash out to safety. Ackerman throws down the ulti just to get him out. Stay down, Mr. President. Keeping that GP safe is the name of the game. APA and trying to wrap around. APA trying to get the Weaver's Wall down. Trying to get that seismic shove down. Is going to be able to land it. Miru trying to go aggressive. It's multiple members there, tearing them apart. And now Impact trying to flash in. Gets this on 2. And it's the seismic shove coming through from APA that's going to finish them off. A massive play there from Impact and APA. The Soul Laners coming up massive. massive for TL.
Oh, it's insanity! And the dragon is available, so they need to reset and get over there. Get a smite over towards that dragon. That is Seoul. Let's take a look at the path that Jose takes. The Tuki play right through Upti, and then Upti heads back to the Baron to try and get a position for it as well, and Jose gets it 94 health.
Oh my god.
He cues over the side of it, steals away the Baron, but then the follow through from Team Liquid Impact doesn't want to let them get away with it, so they section off the fight, getting some big resources out here. First, the Bertle Flash and the Braum ultimate critical for the ensuing team fight.
Yep, and then it was just all about this play here as they chase in. Impact is able to find a moment here, pops the counter-strike, goes in at very low health here, flash forward, catching both of those carries. Massive. The seismic shove placed perfectly from APA, flips them both in and knocks them down. And there is the double coach cam. You can see the initial reactions of joy there from Estral. That was the Baron steal. And now we're waiting to see the pop-off on the other side. But we got to go back to live because this game is still going on.
That was so hype. Jose gets in there, steals away the Baron, but then TL don't let IE kind of reset and get away with it. And since Jose was down after that, chasing through, getting the extra ones, but looks like during our replays and everything.
TL maybe wanting to try to engage. They knock out Ackerman. Not going to find an angle, though.
All right, knocked that one away. But yeah, during the replays and stuff, now we're evened out. 3 dragons for everybody. Cloud Soul on the table for everybody.
I mean,
in
TL
4
is
minutes.
going to be swift if they get 4 Cloud Dragons, all the out-of-combat move speed, plus the actual Cloud Soul. Or is, again, just trying to position the threaten on the side here. They have Impact pushing up top. Mirio down on that bot side, going to be answered here by APA. Does mean he is sectioned off from the team. Has the Verdant Barrier now purchased, so very difficult to engage on someone with Zhonya's end that. And Jan still trying to collect as much gold as he can to get his death cap. He's sitting on 22, almost 2,300, so he's very close to having it when he finds time to go back to base. Umti takes a barrel, does not like how that tastes. Loses half health in 2 hits.
Yeah, TL, they had their sights set on Bertle early on in the game. Oh, here we go, the chase through.
In a lot of trouble. Mirio trying to chase after him. Going to go forward, does catch him with the weirding, but there's a TP in from APA to cover. The Zhonya's will keep him safe, and that was the flash from Mirio, so that's a pretty big cost to be spending. He doesn't have any defensive itemization whatsoever. Really does depend on the flash to stay safe.
Yeah, big flash. Probably bigger than the TP cooldown expenditure since it's Talia, and APA can just wall on over with the ultimate, and they still have Impact's teleport to be able to play their side lanes no problem anyway, so will be quite big. Of course, this is the stage of the game too where the Kaisa poke becomes unbearable. It is full item Jan here, plus the potion on top of it, to really make those W pokes hurt. So let's see how many he can land to try and soften them up first.
Yeah, lands the first one, second gonna miss. Bertle trying to look with the barrel, won't be able to find it. Snacker as well is full build, has the GA, so you gotta kill him twice.
Side lanes becoming a problem as well. Again, the 1-3-1 from Team Liquid. Talia and Jax split push, gets the minions pushing in their advantage. So Isra Estral gonna have to fire off the recalls, get back to base as the minions crash.
We need to see Bertle really having an impact in these team fights. It's very hard to play GP properly in team fights. You know, you want to be close to land the barrels, but if you're too close, you can just get burst down. You know, you really need to play it properly and land some of these triple barrel combos where you can reach backline, because he's the one who has all of their gold, right? You know, they're up 1.6K, but he has a 3,000 advantage. So, and without him, they don't really have that much going on. So we'll see if they can actually make something happen and find an angle to really get that success out of their top laner, who has had a pretty good game so far. TL just kind of playing around with IE in their jungle here, trying to control vision. Ash Arrow going to be sent up towards top. APA knows it, is able to backstep, stay safe, uses the Weaver's Wall to escape.
Yep. CoreJJ has a Mikhail's, but he's usually hovering around Jan, so the side lane players do have to be wary of getting picked off like that. So immediately going to get out to safety here. But I mean, we're in for another banger with another Baron coming soon. So set up for another Baron already. Jose planting his feet here in the banana brush in river. See if they can get their control wards down and set up. Maybe allow Gangplank some early positioning in the objective. It makes playing those team fights so much easier for him, as you're kind of mentioning. Jose goes for a pick.
Oh, they're going to drop the ulti, and Mirio has so much damage. is just gone, and that is right in time for this Baron to spawn here in 10 seconds. IE make a big play. The question now, do TL bet their game on a fight here? Are they going to try to contest? Snaker moving forward, trying to push them back here with the volley. Jan going to be poking, doesn't find his target so far. In fact, still pushing up bot side, but Bertle is there to answer. Do TL look for the fight? In fact, in a lot of trouble. Has to run immediately from Bertle. Just cannot stand up in this 1v1. Core still in the area. They decide, you know what? It's not worth it. If we risk it and we lose here, the game is over. They're going to try to delay around this dragon, but still, won't be up for about 20 seconds, and the dragon spawning in 3.
Yeah, I mean, that pick was everything, Azael. Jose gets the pick onto and the rewards are everything. Baron and Dragon Soul. Unless TL can force a fight.
They're going to look for Mirio. Remember, he has no flash, but they couldn't get in range. APA trying to get some damage over the wall, but it is secured. The TP comes in from impact. Can they get anyone on the way out? Doesn't look like it. Baron, Soul, all from the pick on
All right, they're going to head down mid. Bertle by himself. He does have flash if he sees the rest of the members pressuring.
Yeah, Core has no ulti as well. He used that trying to chase after Mirio. Couldn't actually get in range. And now respawns, and he may be going right back to the fountain. He gets hit by the Ash arrow. Flashes over the wall, but only to die. It's dead again, just as he comes back from the grave.
And you can't try and base race versus Baron buff. They got to get back here. i.e. they're going to demolish this bottom turret, the inhibitor as well.
Yeah, and you can see that Bertle's actually chasing Jan. Jan can't get back to base. This is going to be very difficult. Jan is still running away, and now it's going to be a TP in here from Bertle. They're trying to end the game right here, right now. Can TL make the stand? Jose Diodo knocked down the first tower. Bertle arrives, and Jan is still basing. Impact going to go in, trying to find an angle to make something happen. In comes Jan with the killer instinct, trying to knock down Jose. Can't quite do it. Impact has to go into the stasis. Leap strike back to the main, trying to stay safe in Core. It's going to send it right here, right now. Goes forward. Can't make the play happen. Jan gets chunked out by Bertle there. Pushed back. Both Nexus towers have fallen. APA into the stasis, but it's APA zoned away from the rest of his team, and he's in so much trouble. Team Liquid had it for a while, but it's IE who stands strong. It's IE who get the pick. It's Jose popping off on stage as the LTA South get their first victory of the Americas Stage.
Huge victory here for Isurus Estral. It goes 42.5 minutes. Getting back-to-back picks there. Baron plus Dragon Soul. They are feeling the win.
Yeah, you could see Jose in the player cams immediately standing up, popping off. The crowd was going crazy, so happy that they were able to take down Liquid. We get our first 3-game series. There was a lot of talk about Isurus Estral, how strong this team can be. They're looking good, and now let's head on over to the LTA Lounge to break down that one.
The first game win by the South, and it was a banger.
They did it! Hey, we got a series on our hands. I would have been so disappointed if it was all 2-0s. This is the best timeline to be in.
What a wild game. It did look like there was a level of control by Team Liquid until there wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The good news is I'm wearing deodorant. I'm sweating is all I'm going to say.
Take another
Bad news is I have to stand next to him. Yeah.
It's not where I was going with this.
Go for it.
I think, to your point, Jet, they did a good job of keeping the GP down early, right? Like, even with a few mistakes that they made around the first dot, like Core taking that much turret damage, they really, really kept him, like, behind for a while. But then when it got to some more of the mid-game team fights, that's where Isurus Estral really began to take over, and the GP got back into it.
That was the thing. For me, I was confident and comfortable knowing that the gold was in Jan's Kai'Sa. But the fights were really hard for especially Impact to navigate because in a lot of cases you're walking into Ashe Braum, and especially with the Cloud Dragons stacking, your job is pretty difficult. You try and split, you're splitting versus a GP who actually is doing quite well and is actually farming up really well. So you had to force fights, and the fights were just better from IE.
Yeah, and the setup for this, like, that's a really, really good placement on the GP ult as well. And even with
this is
APA,
the turning point.
yeah, Here we go. Because Impact going in here, you think he's going to be able to get it, and then the Braum stacking gets him. And this was really, really where Isurus Estral got back into the game.
Really good patience from Snacker pretty much the whole game with his flash and barrier. It felt like he was using those at really pivotal moments in team fights, usually right after Impact would try and make his engage. And from a momentum standpoint, like there's losing a game, and then there's losing this game. Let's show the Baron. Let's show the Jose steal.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I feel like after this point, Umpty's play went down even farther.
I'll start off by saying, first of all, you picked up Baron. You should just be in the mentality of just leaving.
Yeah.
The team fight is genuinely hard, but then taking the scuttle, or at least forcing it, and then when Jax actually tried to jump in and use Counter-Strike, I was like, okay, maybe he's buying time. But they just committed to the fight, but they were a little bit half-assed.
This is the one. So Umpty, I wish we had this a little bit earlier. He used his steadfast presence and his ultimate. Couldn't stop Jose then. So Jose could actually queue over the wall rather than just holding it as TL is trying to burst the Baron. I feel like that's the backbreaker for Team Liquid in terms of their trust in their team in this game, because that is something where the Vi should never have been allowed in the pit. And then they actually make the best of the fight afterwards to actually win the fight and get the next Drake.
Yeah, that Baron setup, I mean, it's known that the Vi ultimate, you're unstoppable. So using both of those abilities is just rough from Umpty here. But you see the difference in the comps. We saw game one, the Ziggs, Istral was having difficulty actually navigating with it. This time they're fighting. Jan has a great performance so far. Not enough to get them a win in the game too. That's a pop-off from Jose Dioto as well. But this is a completely different look when we just have, like I said, Emily, bread and butter League of Legends, where we do just kind of have these team fight setups. And this guy getting the Baron was a huge turning point in the game.
Jose is such a hyphy player. Like, when he was here, he's a hyphy player. He is somebody that looks for plays and moments. Those were big moments. And so for him to show that kind of like passion after the game, hell yeah. And so when you ask questions of like, is momentum real? For that player it is. He's gonna go into the next game knowing that this comp worked, that knowing like he is, in his mind, the better player. So it's going to be really tough for Team Liquid to go into the next game thinking about the draft, thinking about just trying to reset mentally to take this series.
Another thing for TL, we saw the Corki ban come through on blue side for Isurus Estral, and I pointed out I thought that was a really good ban, the Corki and Jace. But in this, I think we've seen APA on his two best champions, right? Like you brought it up during draft. His Talia performance in here was still, you could see his comfort with the pick. Now we're gonna see, I'm curious to see what TL will prioritize, especially presuming that they're gonna go back on blue.
Yeah, they get the choice because they lost the game, so they can choose blue if they want it.
And I just want to remind everybody how impactful this is for the new region. We are the Americas, and for a South Conference team to pick up a win, if they get the series win, there is a South team advancing to the semifinals, which again, I think is the best reality that we could be in. And actually, I have a preview of what Rez could look like here if they win that series. I don't know if we get a close in of that one.
It doesn't even grow that big.
Okay. Raz has been the most confident the North is going to win all 4 series. It will all come down to this next game to see if the semifinals is all Northern or if Isurus Estral can pull off what will feel like a very big upset. Game 3 is going to be up after the break.
By the way, their dive is kind of. Yeah. Corey, can you tank?
Yeah, I will tank now. I can drop now. I should drop now.
W. I think now I will. Oh.
I think he
Pop in the flash. Jack TP. Back. Jack the flash. Hey, man.
Yeah. They engage on Umpty.
Looking to be better.
Look slowly. Watching
Bump. Let's go Archon, guys. Let's go Archon.
Atacan. Keep going.
Pop in the flash. Go please. Play front to us. Jack. Not too much, Alia. You're coming.
No problem. And keep going top.
Keep going top.
here in the LTA South, and we have saved the best for last. Isros Estral pushing Team Liquid to game number 3. And they are happy about it. The fans were popping off in there when they started to win, and so are the players. Players are jumping up and down. It means a lot to them.
That's my favorite part is after a Baron steal, so for every jungler, that is the premier feeling. Like, honestly,
maximum dopamine.
Better than winning the game is going in and stealing a Baron like that. So when Jose gets up and he's like, yeah, I'm like, oh my, I feel that. Like, you just go in 94 health, steal the Baron.
Yeah.
He's like getting past Umpty with his ultimate, getting in there. Like, I was super hyped for him. So,
yeah.
I mean, everybody was thinking this is going to be the closest series. It has already delivered as the closest series. We are going to our first game 3 here in Fearless. We even get a replay of it. It's like, you look at the score lines. Don't look at the score line for Jose. Look at the big plays he made.
Yeah,
he literally made the game-winning plays of stealing the Baron and the pick onto Umpty. So really, really huge stuff there. It was super hype. Definitely a fun one. Looking forward to game number 3 here as we get deeper into Fearless.
Exactly, and game 3 is where Fearless starts to get more fun, right?
Yeah.
Game 3, and when we get to best of 5, I'm actually so excited for the finals next week on Sunday because we're doing best of 5.
Yeah.
I hope it goes all 5 games because game 4, game 5, that's where Fearless starts to really cook, and you have to get a bit more creative. You got to dig. This is going to be an exciting one, and while you talk about the high highs for Jose, it doesn't get any better than stealing a Baron. It doesn't really get any worse than having a Baron stolen from you and then getting picked into your team losing the game. So Umpty has got to battle back here, you know, show what he is capable of, and you know, that game, honestly, Jax, I think, makes sense in the draft, but I just have never liked the pick for impact. I never feel like, you know, he has that level of performance that you need from the Jax, and he's so good on his style of champions. But this has been one of the worries for TL is how will you fare in Fearless? You know, if you are not on your comfort, how do you look? And in that one, I think Umpty and Impact, you know, did not deliver to the level that they were needed from. What APA, I think, had a great game on the Talia. The bot lane was looking really, really strong. But they need that full team effort because IE is no pushover at all.
All right, well, let's get back into that draft then and take a look at the expanded Fearless bans and see what we really whittle it down to, because I believe Kallista's been banned the whole time, so it means it's kind of weird because since it never has gotten a chance to get into the game, then you still have to keep permabanning it.
Yep.
Same with like Cassante and Jace, you know?
Yep, exactly. They are going to maintain their spots on the ban list. Cassante, Caitlyn as well going to be banned out. So a fair bit of focus on bot lane, a fair bit of focus on top lane. We'll see what these last couple bans are. I always think it gets interesting in game 3 because game 3 is where you can really start to, you know, pinch pools and try to attack one person. If you feel that one person is really a weakness on the team, well, guess what? You've already have 4 top laners out from just playing the games. Now you can throw multiple bans to one area and really try to punish. It is going to be a Sylas ban, so I wonder if they're looking towards, I don't know, like Alistar and things like that is where my mind goes, or Gnar, that are really, really susceptible to that. You know, Malphite's another one, Amumu.
Maokai
is a great one.
Ultimate is a good one to steal. Maybe put Umpty on Maokai. That team fighting is really, really... Whoa.
Skarner's up. We kind of forgot about that.
If we do that, then there will be no Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just always am used to Skarner being banned, but it was a quirky final ban there from It's just a straw. So they obviously have to have a plan. You know that Skarner is going to be grabbed up when you do let it through. It is still such a popular champion these days, despite the nerfs.
So you can go, the Ivern was, of course, really popular into it, still is very popular. You can go the AP options with Liandry's into him, or you can go Conqueror style, like Xin Zhao stuff. Xin Zhao is, of course, just an example, because Fearless, he's out, but they go with the first option there, the Ivern, the most popular champion into the Skarner, which makes the Skarner's life quite annoying. And the Ivern with so many heals and shields and Daisy really creates a strong team fight for yourself. So we'll see what Jose can get done on that one. And pairing it with the Yone, I actually love putting, you know, these melee carries with it, slapping the shield on the Yone. When Yone goes in, just further allows the Yone to go super deep with some of these plays and play very aggressively. And Ivern has such a quick first clear that you can get to hover around mid lane a lot on Ivern, because you just channel your camps, hover around mid lane a lot, channel some more camps, hover around mid lane a lot. So it often does pair really nicely with stuff like that.
Absolutely. It's going to be the Cassio answer here. Of course, Miasma always so annoying for champions with dash. You also can't snap back, I believe, with the Soul and Bound when you are in that Miasma, so makes it very difficult. You know, sometimes if you go forward, you are kind of committing to that and can, as a result, get burst down. But we'll see. I mean, Jose, it is a pretty big departure from kind of his classic style. He has not played it yet this year, but he does have 8 games on the pick and has done well, 6-2 overall on it. But, you know, when we talk about Jose, when we look at his stats, he's, you know, first in damage done for the team. You know, he's this big playmaker, heavy farmer. That's not really Ivern's role. Like, yes, you can farm decently well, but you really are that
Get you a jungler
style.
who can do it all, Jose.
Exactly. And we'll see if he is going to be that jungler here. And pressure is on You know, you are on a playmaking champion here like the Skarner. Eyes are going to be on you. And it's 2 aggressive soul lanes that both pair really well with the Ivern. You hit the Q, they get that free dash in. You can support them on these dives and on these aggressive plays. Like you said, Camille works just as well as the Yone with that.
And it means Isrus Estral are going to have good split pushing this game. So last game, side lanes, the constant 1-3-1 was posing a problem to them at points and getting picked off. But if you have a Yone and a Camille, those are quite substantial side lanes, especially when the enemy are the ones with the Cassio and the ones trying to group.
And I'm really interested to see where Impact is going to go now, because they've banned out, you know, the Renekton. Traditionally, people are pretty unhappy to play Gnar into Camille. That can be a difficult matchup. Cassante is gone, Jace is gone. We have already 4 other top laners that have been played that are all gone as well. So does Impact try to go to a carry to match, or does he just go to, you know, another tank like a Sion or an Ornn or whatever and try to play that role for the squad?
Love this Leona ban. That thing is so dangerous with the amount of damage. These solo laners that have been locked in IE, so taking away some of that super long range engage, as well as the Alistar. Similar thinking here. The Alistar also extremely good into the Rel, of course.
Yeah, we are not seeing the Alistar ban show up on stream, but just so you guys know, we are in the client. We see that Alistar was the final ban, so I'm sure that will get changed. Liquid did not miss a ban. That was an Alistar final ban there. And it's looking like they are going to grab some engage. Won't be the Leona, won't be the Alistar, of course, but it is going to be the Nautilus. Still one of those primo engage supports, and that is available. I do wonder if they're cooking up an AP bot, you know, for Snacker, because they're leaving it for last. They have double physical damage soul laners. Yes, there's some mixed, but basically double physical damage soul laners. And maybe they want to play some sort of an AP carry and try to get a winning 2v2 as a result.
Let's see. Since Ziggs was used in the first game, like that's usually the go-to, but you know, yeah,
I think Victor and stuff like that can be played as well.
Yep. Victor.
Yep. There's a number that I think can fit in pretty well.
Shen.
Oh, this is exciting.
That actually, yeah. I mean, and the auto attack block is so useful as well. You know, not just the ability to go save teammates with ultimate, but the auto attack block is insanely good versus Camille and Yone as well.
Yep, and particularly with Camille, it's all about timing your parry for when he does that Q3, that true damage Q that is so much of the power in these matchups. Shen, I honestly never even think about it anymore for Impact, because I've wanted him to play this champion for like 4 years, and he just never goes towards it. So I was like, all right, well, he just obviously doesn't think it's strong, isn't going to go for it. But I think Shen has been solid for a long time. I do think it's a decent matchup into Camille. Obviously, you're going to get outscaled because of all the true damage, but if you use that little parry zone well, it is quite powerful. Also, it makes it very difficult to make cross-map plays, because the Shen can obviously ult in, can have that response, and they do have a good Shen delivery system here with the Rel for Core JJ. So it's an exciting pick for me, one of my favorite champions to play top, and I'm going to be interested to see how it does on it.
Yeah, I always love it into Camille, not even just for playing versus Camille, but then whoever the Camille is going to try and ult later, then you get the ult to get in there inside the hex. Yeah, exactly. Who's trapped with who inside here? Extra shield and extra teammate coming through, but pretty solid lineup that TL then also you know, round out their comp with themselves. So with the added safety of the Xayah for Yon, they have very large amounts of counter engage. Cassiopeia and Xayah both really do excel when your opponents are trying to charge into you there. So that's how they're going to want to look at these team fights versus Isrus Estral, who have shown super early on in the draft with those double melees.
APA already talking trash. It says 1-6 Yone, and we blind. Is that his record on it? I'm actually gonna look this up now and see if he just knows that off the rip, what his record is on it. That would actually be kind of crazy.
I mean, that's the prep the analysts are feeding into him.
Jose goes, Impact Shen, is this 2012? Yeah, he is 1-6, so he just had him downloaded, man. He had the stat ready to go there. Impact goes, I played in 2022. All AD, thanks. I will say, nameplates off, I would not want to be playing IE's comp into this. Like,
yeah, I mean,
Xayah is so hard to dive into. Full sending it on Cassio is an easy setup for the ult. And like you said, Shen ult there. You're all grouping up and diving in. Well, that's a free Skarner ult. That's a free Rel ult. So they're going to have to play the side lanes really well, and I think have to get picks.
And the first thing that came to mind is the auto attack block is just so insane. And then when you're playing Jhin and you're like, I got to take 10 years to reload my bullet, you block one of those bullets, that's huge value.
That's a quality bullet right there. Can't afford to have that thing get blocked.
Exactly. So we'll see how quick Mr. Old Man at Impact is with his...
Wait, are we actually not going to have a lane swap? Are we going to get to watch real lanes?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Hell
Chat,
yeah, brother.
Chat, do we want regular lanes?
Yes, sir. We do. And, well, maybe we'll see if I spoke too soon, because none of us in the Jhin are walking up towards top side. They're like, no, we don't want it. But we'll see if it's going to be a double swap.
We want it.
I think they're doing the double swap. Both are like, you're swapping? Well, I'm going to swap. And they're saying, well, I know that you're going to swap, so I'm going to swap while you swap. So it's not a swap.
And I love those mind games because there aren't no deep lane swap wards. So it's all the mind game of...
We're getting Aussie lanes.
I know that you're going to do, but then you know that I know what the response is going to be.
And here's the versus Strahl timeline. Now, these two teams combined to make a super team here, has worked well so far in the LTA South. Look at all the championships between these two teams, coming over from the LLA, joining the LTA South as one squad here, really built to dominate. This was a super team coming in that, all the former CB LOL teams are saying, okay, well, this is the one that we really have to watch out for. Yeah. And they were right. They've been the top dog so far this year.
And they matched lanes up to the top side, so we do get the Aussie lanes. Meanwhile, let's see about Mr. Ivern and how quickly he can go pay attention towards mid. Full channeling up here, red quadrant. And to head on back down towards blue buff there. That's fully finished. So we'll end up all the way back here.
We'll see exactly how APA is going to be able to do in this matchup. This is one of the picks that, I don't think in pro play people associate with him as much, but he's always known as this really strong Cassio player from solo queue, and as well as from some of his tier 2 and collegiate days and so on. So definitely a comfort pick for him, even though it's not one that you see him play a ton in pro.
All right, so let's see. Jose uses first smite on the Gromp so he can end his route on the top side. See if he goes up towards duo or makes a pass on through towards mid, which is already warded out. And APA is going to get his first recall off.
Is it an early tier?
Instantly right there for him too. Has enough money.
Yep, and that is always the limiting factor when you are playing Cassio, is your mana. You're so heavily gated by your mana. You hit a Q, you spam with this, eats tons of damage, and you're like, oh, oops, I moved. So gets 475 gold, buys that pink and the blue, and we can see that he's going to be going in onto Core, though. Core's going to be in some trouble at the same time. Ackerman being threatened, but of course they can't commit to the play because Jose is behind him.
And Jose showing, walking in, Scryer plant as well, because Ivern clears so quickly.
Mireo, nicely timed soul and bound there. Was trying to be anticipated by APA, but he just kind of soul and bounds over the top of it. Hasn't based yet, so just trying to get the best possible buy that he can. Impact playing pretty aggressively down here on the bottom side, but that tactical sweep gives so much sustain if you can't actually dodge it. Parry is going to be used there by Impact, as again, Mireo being pushed back, but APA needs to get this wave reset because he's the one without teleport, and he's going to want to try to just crash it and then look for another buy of his own.
Yeah, I like this control ward purchase as well, and putting that safety onto the bottom side brush for him, so you can kind of hover down there.
Ooh, this is kind of sneaky. Ackerman's going to be able to walk out of sight into that brush, and he finds a hook from Fog. That was beautifully done. The ignite should be enough. First blood going to be grabbed by Mireo as he snaps back with the soul unbound. Really clever placement of the brush from Jose Diodo, and Ackerman makes the most of it.
And Jose's still active because he put that brush so long ago, he can show up on bottom side and mess around there with Impact. I mean, Jose put that brush up as he was, just before he goes for the recall before, and you don't kind of expect the trailing Nautilus on through their huge combination play for first blood.
I want to see that replay, but from APA's point of view, would be interesting. Core JJ has stuck around behind him, but could be tough to knock him out. There's a soul bound used, and it's going to be right into the crash down here, but they don't have the damage to knock him down. Mireo should just be able to back it up. still a nice little bit of chip damage. It was just so clever because the Iron Brush blocks vision behind it, so he just hugs that wall. Played it out really smart, but up on the top side, there's the Jin root out of the hook. Ackerman getting a lot of damage down on Jan with the help of Snacker. So Jan gonna be able to survive.
The other thing adding to it is like because Jose put it so long ago, as we have another mid lane trade here, because he put it so long ago, you're not then still thinking that there are threats around, you know? So,
this is actually over the shoulder cam, but after he had been hooked, you can see. And a little bit of frustration definitely shown there from APA. They're going to be feeling the pressure. You lose one game, you're the only team to have dropped a game, and now all of a sudden you're saying, what if we lose the series? You know, that is going to be weighing heavy on you on every single play that goes wrong.
Always talk about bot lane recall timers, or top lane in this case with Australian lanes, but support recall timers. So critical for those mid lane matchups. Getting money onto the Yone is a very, very scary thing early on for Team Liquid. And again, we were mentioning in Champ Select how much Ivern's going to hover mid. Guess what? It is just so beneficial. Can just come straight out of base, pop down another brush. Now you're always going to be worried about them. But looks like Umpty's got plans for top side. Will be warded out, so can just take this one down. Grubs are up and ready.
Yeah, Mirio has pushed though, and he hit 6 first. APA now hitting 6. Jose looking like he wants to start this up as Ackerman's moving into the river. Umpty without level 6 definitely doesn't have the same level of power, and without APA coming, it's going to be tough. So it will just be both teams kind of backing off as APA starts to push out through mid. The Grubs will leash, and it's just constant scrapping down on bot side. Pretty much dead even between Bertle and Impact thus far.
Yeah, Ivern either has to have the level lead and have Daisy, or have to have his lanes fully pushed in to be able to do Grubs. Otherwise, he just sucks at Grubs.
APA in some trouble on the top side. There's the crash down onto Ackerman. The root comes through from Jan, and that's looking like that's going to be a kill. We'll see if he tries to even flash out. Not going to go for it. Umpty looking for Snacker. Can't really find anything on him. But still a great play from the TL bot lane right when they need it. Jose trying to knock down one of these Grubs. We'll see if he can do it in time.
Ivern damage.
Ivern damage is nothing. There is the ulti coming out from APA, but now Mirio has that ulti advantage and really is starting to pressure APA after getting that first kill. Got the early Berserker Grease and is kind of running away with it in the 1v1, it feels like, for now.
Yeah, but it's just because of the topside kill. That topside kill is everything for Team Liquid. That's going to get them all their Grub pack as well. That gets Umpty to level 6. Very, very big stuff there. And you have to say, how many times are we going to say it? But Yannick or JJ, that has got to be where you play around. They have really been delivering for TL.
All eggs in the Yon basket.
Yep, definitely.
Yep, and we'll see if that's going to pay off this time. Obviously was very, very strong in the Kaisa game, but still, you know, wasn't able to get the win there. Impact looking like he's just going to be going towards Sunfire. I was curious to see if he would go for Heartsteel. Sometimes when you're playing against multi-melees like this, you're always going to be just scrapping and stacking up that Heartsteel, but your wave clear is really poor if you don't go towards Sunfire or Titanic as first. So that's always the trade-off, and that's kind of the push and pull I always feel when I play Shen.
Yeah, definitely something you have to worry about, especially Camille as the game goes on. Meanwhile, some pings down onto the bottom side. You do have CoreJJ and Umpty hovering around, looking to move in to get that control ward down. But looks like IE and Jose are moving over. No Daisy popped quite yet, though.
Yeah, and TL are hovering. They're saying, yeah, do we want to go for this? But again, Mirio has push in mid.
Daisy.
That will make things a little bit difficult. Daisy's going to get popped. Core threatening on the side. He does have his flash, but no ignite. Jan and Umpty playing from that bot side. APA trying to get back with the team. There's a root there and a hook coming in. And now it's going to be Umpty potentially in trouble. Throws out the ulti, but it is just on Ackerman. And Mirio goes in the back line. It's going to be flashed out by Umpty. Nicely avoided by him, and the crash down comes through. Mirio's got a flash to run. He's trying to get out of there. The Dragon getting very low. It's going to be a smite fight. Will this one go to Jose? It is not grabbed by Jose. Umpty ganks it. And now Ackerman may have just gone in to die. Mirio trying to run again. Core looking for the chase down. Can't quite find them. But Liquid get the kill, and they get the Dragon.
Some redemption from Umpty this game. Flashing the Yone ult, critical there. And he immediately turns around and drives Yone into the wall so they can get that extra priority on Dragon and actually secure the smite as well. Topside, a bit of trading, but that's just going to be that.
Yep. I mean, as we've learned, the more belts, the better. And Umpty had 2 of them for that fight.
Certainly did.
He was strapped in.
Yeah. As he got snared, he just said, okay, fine, I will stand here. I will ult the Nautilus. And so we go frontline for frontline. Here it is. So Nautilus goes in. He gets the ult off on Nautilus. But wow, we go back to live, and Jan and CoreJJ have whipped up some magic for us. The Yone is gone.
Yeah, Mirio missing his flash, missing his ulti from that earlier play. I'm going to guess it was just a brush play. Really kind of what makes sense is maybe he thought he could push out a wave and they were just sitting in the brush. Catch
JJ
him.
classic.
Exactly. Catch him in the brush. It's easy to have that follow-up when you land that initial CC with the rel. You get that root from the pullback there on the Xayah and really been that point of power. Unfortunately, Jan hasn't got any of the kills, just 3 assists to his name, but still in a great spot, has the Essence Reaver already done. And because Snacker made that pit stop for the Swifties, we'll see exactly how this play happened. And yeah, it's core in the brush. It's just got kind of only way it could happen.
Yep, nicely done from him. The Q flash combination. So it can be quick and not painless. A little bit of pain delivered during it.
Yeah.
Quick and painful.
Yeah, quick and painful. Not sure if that's, well, it's still better than slow and painful.
Yeah.
It's not like my top tier choice, but it's oh, okay. Forces the flash. Yep. Nicely done there by Umpty. Playing around vision, was behind him, and Court just kind of pushes him back. And now they could potentially threaten a dive with no flash onto Bertle, but he is full health. We'll see if they have the confidence to go for it.
He has ulti available too. Kind of hard because Camille ult, using ult to try and dodge some CC there makes it a little dicey tower diving. Does look like reinforcements also making their way up the river.
Yep, Snacker, Ackerman, and Jose. I just want to call them the Snackerman duo.
Do it.
There you go. It's Snackerman making their way up the river.
Sounds delicious.
It does, actually. I'm pretty hungry, I'm not going to lie. Maybe that's part of why I want to call them that.
I am also a snacker man.
Yeah, exactly. All of us have a little Snackerman in us. His core is going to go in for the interrupt on the hook shot. And Bertle now in trouble, no flash. And we'll see if he has any way out. Uses that Camille passive to try to stay alive. Nice tack sweep, gets a little bit of a heal, but it's just really not going to matter. He's got no way to go. He does ult in, tries to make it happen, but he can't. Jan finally gets a kill. He's on the board. All 4 kills have involved the TL bot lane.
Yeah, Essence Reaver damage here for him. Void Grubs they're being taken currently. Jose is poking his head around like he wants to steal one.
Yep, in fact, just kind of fighting it out here on that bot side with Mirio. And Jose now in the area, has the smite. Umpty already used his, so he should at least be able to steal 1. We'll do that, and I think they're going to say, you know what, that's enough. You don't get 6. We'll have to seed the 5th. But still going to be feeling pretty good about it. And you can see in the picture-in-picture, it's just a scrap between Impact and that Yone.
Okay. Umpty didn't have smite either, but if you lose the grub to Ivern damage, then people also laugh at you.
Kobe's got problems with it.
All right, Daisy down too, though. That's actually big. Nice $50.
4 grubs in all these games. Last game was a GP. This time it's the Daisy.
What's happening? These grubs are really funny looking.
Yeah, this is strange,
Okay, so Bertle, no flash, no ultimate though, and Jan is very happy to get more turret play money. Like CoreJJ in his position in the brush.
Yep, he is in his home,
ready to go.
Nice and warm and cozy over in that brush. Yep.
Unbothered,
moisturized, unbothered,
thriving
in his lane. Life is
well,
good.
He's in top lane, so I guess it's their lane.
It's his lane. He claims it. Yep. And he's going to go in with the Shattering Strike. There's the crash down. There is the root. But a nice buffer on the hookshot should pull him out to safety. We'll see. Jan trying to chase after. Lets the ulti rip and knocks him down. The lane. Feathers fly. It's his lane.
It's his lane. You're right.
Yep.
You were correct first time.
Bertle was on your side. Bertle thought it was his lane too.
I apologize, CoreJJ. That is your lane, buddy.
Like, CoreJJ can't be in this bush. It's not his lane.
Well, every time you see Jan, you got to be like, CoreJJ's got to be here, right?
You got a CoreJJ in his pocket.
Yep. All right, tower goes down as well for the Team Liquid duo. Meanwhile, it does allow a little bit of extra information for IE, trying to at least make the most of it and know that you can get the Raptor Ward down at least. Dragon will be spawning, so a little bit of benefit there. See if they can actually make use of it, though.
We've also got the information that your top laner is now typing subcap in chat. Unfortunately.
Unfortunate that there, or maybe APA's typing it for you.
Yeah, exactly.
He's great at trash talking for teammates as well.
He uses them as a proxy,
Definitely good at that.
Okay.
Smart. Bertle does have his teleport back, but and Trinity 4. Honestly, Trinity 4 is completed for him. So
yep.
It's a real teleport. He's coming in on that Raptor ward that they placed.
Oh, APA, great sidestep, though, is going to be able to be a swing and a miss. We'll see if Bertle can go over the wall. APA sectioned out. There's the hook shot in. There's the ulti. APA doesn't really have any way out. They avoid the ulti. They go back in. They knock APA down. They caught him moving out by himself, but it could be even more rewards as the Dragon is there on the table. Impact going to TP in from that top lane. Elected not to use the Shen ulti on that play. Maybe just saying, you know what, APA is dead. Let's not waste it.
Yeah, now let's see about the Dragon afterwards.
Yeah, going to be potentially coming over the wall. Impact just battling out with Bertle. goes in, and there's Mireio getting in onto Yon. Yon not going to use the ulti because he doesn't have it from the top side. There's the Nautilus all coming through. There's the Jin shots coming through. Yon's in some trouble. The teleport now is going to be arriving here from APA. The Dragon getting low. Impact threatening on the side. It's going to be claimed there by Jose. Mireio and Bertle push out Impact. I get the Dragon and walk away.
The revenge of Bertle. It was a domino effect, Azael. That one ward that they got in Raptor Pit that we were talking about during the TL bottom lane success on top side when they kill him actually ends up being what he uses. Wait, CoreJJ.
CoreJJ very far out here. Does actually let the flash go, but he's not going to have any way out. Going to get chased down here by Snacker and Jose Diodo. They do claim a tower down on the bot side, but that's one flash I think he's going to want back.
Yep, all right. Tower killed, but CoreJJ also killed.
Ooh, Yon just bought an entire item, by the way, so had a lot of gold in pocket. Now already on 2 items with the quick blades. Going to be such a strong power spike there for Yon on the Xayah. The cooldown reduction is so important with the SSG where you're just spamming out spells non-stop now. And with the, excuse me, Flicker Blade, not Quick Blade, I said call it Quick Blade, but is a really strong item.
Certainly is. I mean, it's exactly what Xayah wants. Meanwhile, allowing Xayah herself to burn through this Rift Herald, no problem. But the the cooldown reductions for blade callers especially. Let's see about the side lanes though, because this is one of the things. Impact has held that Shen teleport throughout the last long sequence, and in side lanes, it's still such a powerful tool here. So you can see even Ione is like, all right, I'm not moving up on a Cassiopeia. You know, Impact's still holding the Shen ultimate is like this big threat, this looming threat that they have still yet to fully utilize.
And I always really prefer, like, I play a lot of Shen. I prefer using it aggressively so much because oftentimes when you use it defensively, the other team kind of just can back off. But when you're the ones hard engaging, you know, you can kind of guarantee that you're looking for that play. Of course, if they overcommit, using it defensively can really work out well as well. But we are 17 minutes in, 0 Shen ults used. We'll see when they can find an opportunity to do this, because while he's definitely holding strong for now, you know, he is doing well in those side lanes. Eventually, you're going to get outscaled, and Bertle is here chasing him down, hits him with attack sweep. There's the slow. Jose going to look for the root. We'll see if he can find it. Is going to connect. Daisy comes out, and Impact likely to get chased down. Pops the parry, though, is going to flash, trying to get back to the minions and back to the tower. Bertle going forward, gets the shield there from the Ivern. Taunt backwards, didn't actually connect, unfortunately, for him, and the hookshot going through. Bertle going to take another shot. Impact barely can't take him down. That missed taunt was the difference. Now APA on the side, threatening Snacker. Gonna pop the ulti. That forces the flash from Snacker. Now he's gonna let the Jin ulti rip, trying to take down Yon. Can't find the angle to get him. And APA battling against Mireio. Gonna be able to sidestep. Nicely done on the Fate Sealed. Gets out alive. It's a battle across the map, but it's IE the only ones to get a kill.
Yeah, they come out advantage. I mean, that was Rift Herald used mid by Team Liquid, but really it's Isurus and Strahl that are looking at the mid tower. They move up on the minion wave as Umpty tries to clear it out and does enough defense here. The side lane pick, though, very successful there. You mentioned it, not getting the taunt under the tower. Bertle's able to finish off that. Huge rewards for him. So much extra money into this Camille.
Yeah, that's massive. I mean, they just kind of cut the gold lead in half. They were up above 2,000 gold. Now it's down to about 1K. You know, you get that kill, you get the tower off the back of it. Very close to having the outplay was Impact, but just quite not enough. You can see the Rylai's done now. Going to be really strong as we're going to watch this one more time.
Okay, so Bertle comes in, got his empowered Q already, and then Impact used the block now for not quite that much. Flashes over. Daisy knock up under tower is what they used for a while. Jose did take one of the tower shots. Now it's on to Bertle, though. And because that taunt did not hit, he's able to get an E off, and that E stun.
Yeah. Very, very close. I mean, you could see Impact went for the back step to try to step backwards into range, then taunt him back into the tower, pull him under the tower. Just didn't quite have the width that he was hoping for. It was a bit of a skinny taunt. And you're looking for the fat ones.
Yeah.
You don't want your taunt to go on diets.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
As much McDonald's as you want.
Feed that taunt. Build them up. Nice and healthy and strong.
Yeah.
All right.
Dick taunt.
You got that. Got to get it overlapping taunts.
Exactly.
Core JJ though, trying to flex a little bit here in mid. They are still going to push them off. Again, the Dragon is coming in 30 seconds, so what they're trying to do is get all the setup towards it.
You know, maybe some trouble here for Bertle. He does have the flash, but he just used the hook shot. He's going to get stunned against the wall. Nice use of the ulti there to avoid the Skarner ult. He flashes out. Can he actually get to safety? They can't stop the hook shot. Bertle plays it well, times the ulti perfectly with Umties, and gets out.
Side lane priority achieved, and they're going to use that to head over to the Dragon, but teleport from Impact up top side because he has his ultimate. They're going for Otacon.
Oh, they're going to be able to kill this pretty quick. There's a blue buff on APA, and you shred these things as APA. Yon here as well. IE doesn't even know it, or they don't think they can respond to it, but they are going to be way too late to the play. That hurts. A couple of good plays in a row, but then you give over a freebie like the Otacon. That is tough. And now there's an easy force over to Dragon if they can't find anything else. Bertle, though, pushed up here, going to be slowed down by the Rylai's. In comes the rest of TL. Bertle, though, able to easily hook shot back, and TL should just retreat. AP going to kind of try to keep going forward, but at least forces out that redemption.
And again, it's the beginning of these plays for TL that set themselves up for almost like win-win situations. They took over the jungle first, and Umty's counter jungling. So either, at the very least, you're going to get a little counter jungling and you have your vision set up for the Dragon. But at the best was the scenario we saw where Bertle pushed up in the side lane, and then he's able to leave the counter jungling, go attack Bertle, get the flash, push him out, and then they get the bigger reward of that Otacon, like you're talking about, and then turn that one again into another Dragon. So now Otacon buffs on. Let's see how far TL can push with it.
Yep, Core JJ getting a little bit of damage, but he's the crash down defensively there as Bertle holding strong now in that 1v2. The reinforcements do arrive, and he's going to be able to clear this out. TL hasn't been able to get the most out of the Otacon. The nerfs have done their work, to be fair. You know, the 15-second respawn timer plus the additional gold that's given over now means people aren't just throwing their bodies recklessly in. You have to be more measured, and it does mean a team with strong wave clear can sometimes wait it out. But let's be honest, the wave clear is very dangerous here for IE. They have 2 melee champions and a Jhin. It's not really the best to actually clear out all these waves, so we'll see if TL can push forward and try to really force the issue.
Meanwhile, Impact is pushing up, and he still has his ulti. So they've got Otacon buffs and a Shen shield that's going to come in. So there's like very, very little chance that Isra or Strahl are going to take a fight or force anything there. They're just trying to focus on minion waves, clear it out, kind of bide their time during this buff and wait that out.
You can see Mirio up on the top side, takes the blue buff, takes the Gromp, and now Bertle going to be threatened, stunned out of that hook shot, now into the ulti APA. He's just held on the miasma. No way out of this one, you have to think. Going to be knocked down. Nicely set up there, nicely timed by Umty, making a key play with AP to back him up, and now they're getting the turret damage down here. Mirio's trying to come back from that top side, was threatening Yon in mid lane, but this tower is just going down. They've got no wave clear. There's a hook forward. APA likely to go down. Does get Nautilus ulted. Burst down as well by Snacker. Umty just going to stay in, stand and fight. Does knock down the turret. He still has that Otacon GA trying to get the wave. As they push up top, they push up mid. It's a full core press right now from TL.
Yeah, they made the call. You know what? We're pushing on all 3 lanes. So we'll stand and die here with our Otacon buffs in order to get this inhibitor tower. But also it requires so many extra resources for the enemy team to even kill us at that tower that they do push on top side and mid side during that as well. Again, though, like you mentioned, the extra 200 gold now given over for those double revives, plus the flowers.
You can see double Randuin's now done. Impact and Umty completing that. They are getting very tanky. Even some armor purchased up here by APA as he's grabbed the Seekers. So going to be tough to punch through this TL topside. We do have the LDR already completed for Snacker, but I mean, Jhin is horrible at killing tanks. I mean,
that's immediately what I was going to say. Like, that Jhin is going to have a really hard time. Killing this TL front line.
I mean, you could build whatever you want. You can give me a trampoline. I still can't jump higher than LeBron.
Fair enough. I'm not going to ask to even see you try. I'll believe it.
Definitely nobody wants to see that. Umty going forward here. We'll see if he can.
What is a sales vertical, actually? When's the last time you even measured?
Last time I measured was literally high school.
Okay.
I used to have a pretty good vert in high school.
Okay.
Not bad. Not
Do you
bad.
remember what it was?
It was a little bit over 30 inches was the best.
That is good.
Yeah,
and you're already tall.
I was really into it. I could dunk.
I'm seeing it. We got to set up a team here, actually. TL, though, they're going to use the rest of the pressure to continue pushing on that top and mid lane tower. Again, Impact Shen Ultimate is available. That could be our tagline for this game as well.
Yeah, it has been true at all points. Bertle, though, going to be getting caught out by but we'll see if they can turn around because IE is coming in with extra members here. The reinforcements have arrived. But the Miasma just says no. It's so difficult to fight through that corridor, but now the hook is going to land. Nice buffer on the ulti, and in goes CoreJJ. It's a melee. Everyone's stacked up and getting shredded down by Yon and APA. TL find the fight that they want. Bertle running. It's only the one kill, though, at the end of the day. It was looking so good for TL, but they just couldn't chase through and finish off any more than the 1-for-1.
Yeah, let's see about the tower afterwards. Looks like IE are going to be able to stick around with Iron Brush and defend it, and they even get a hook on Impact.
Impact's in a lot of trouble. Does pop the parry zone. Going to be able to taunt back towards CoreJJ. We see Yon in mid lane, though, so TL now have to get out of here. You don't want to overstay your welcome and give over any easy kills. It's going to be about the setup for this next dragon, very likely. Cloud Soul, so powerful these days, and a lot of champions that can use it quite well, honestly.
So for Isras Astral, they do get out the Impact Ultimate finally, and that thing is still a long cooldown. So before the dragon fight, that is actually kind of critical for them. Let's see if they can get some vision down. Nice little pathway here. Jose's the first one out, but can't lay down any vision himself, so just crosses on over to Baron first.
Yep, gonna be able to try to get some vision in this area. The Snackerman duo out on the map here, getting some wards down. It is gonna be likely a play towards Dragon for TL, though. Ackerman over the wall, Jose just making sure they have vision on that Baron. Mirio up in top side, but it's going to be TL just grouping, pushing. They're not going to deal with the 1-3-1. They're saying you have to respond to us. We're the ones ahead on objectives. We're the ones ahead on gold. And they're not just going to give them that time to do whatever they want. Impact now will be going back to base. And he did use his first Shen ult to the fight in that previous one. So he's going to be back up towards top side. Yon, though, solos down the Dragon. And Impact still has TP. That is always the advantage. You've got that secondary global.
Yep. All right, let's see. Can they get the engage here? Because now face checking again. Umpty's going to scrap a little.
Yeah, Umpty's going to get hooked in. He's in trouble. Jin ult going to get popped. The teleports are coming in. Will Umpty be able to survive? Trying to retreat. There's the block. Mirio goes in with the ulti. Doesn't have enough damage to actually finish him off. Yon now with the target. Oh, the Jin ult snipes him down. They do get the first kill, but Yon's still standing strong, as is APA. And there's the route over on Mirio. He's going to flash out. And Core's turning on to Bertle. Bertle in trouble here. They can't get through to help him. Bertle's going to have to flash and hookshot over the wall to safety. But that pressure from TL is very tough to deal with. So many summoners forced there. APA is out of mana, otherwise they maybe could have looked for even more.
Yeah, Umpty took so much damage really early on. Watch this on the pick, but TL almost get him out alive until Snacker bends the Jin bullet around. Here's another look at it. So 3 members immediately dumping damage into Umpty, Jin bullets into Umpty, and then even with Yone ult, he immediately snaps back because he's worried about the collapse from TL. They get the lock-in on Ackerman, and there's the 4th shot as Umpty was trying to scramble away from it because he was so low, but did not sneak behind one of those teammates. And then the peel here, CoreJJ into Impact, taunt into Miasma. They were trying to get some sort of counter kill, but could not actually get it. Yeah.
I love the coach cams, man. He's like, what is going on?
He's like, come on, man.
Yeah. You want a fat taunt, but a skinny scorpion. That's what we've learned. You got to be able to dodge those bullets. As Mirio
Snacker really accurate, though.
Yes, very accurate. Nicely shot there. As Umpty did try to sidestep it. You can see the QSS now finished there for Mirio. And does have, he's building towards a, I guess, tank item next, as he's feeling he's just a little bit too squishy. But it's, you know, it's Blade of the Rune King, it's Immortal Shield Bow, and he's got the Winged Moon Plate to go towards like Deadman's or something. I'm not really sure. We'll see. As Ackerman could be in some trouble, can be able to hook back the wall. The Jin ulti's getting popped, and there's an interrupt on the crash down there as Mirio is in the back line. He's teleported in, but Impact is there with Yon. And on the other side, Umpty finds the ulti onto Bertle. Bertle trying to run from APA, doesn't have his flash, but does have the hook shot and has the Ivert in his back pocket. He is safe for now, but TL do have the blue buff this time around. Mana's not going to be an issue, and they're going to try to threaten around this Baron here. The lights have been turned out here for IE, and TL trying to threaten a turn here. You can see the Hex Flash is being channeled. They've got control over this mid wave, though, and TL wants to fight for it.
Yeah, they do, and they want to get on that minion wave. They immediately jump on it. A little bit of poke damage done. Bertle on the side, half health, but still looking for angles over here. Daisy goes down is actually a victory.
Well, there's a hook back in onto but that W shield fully absorbed the fourth shot from Jin. That is not what you want to see.
Impact was able to use his blocker there.
Yep, Impact nicely timed, and you can see APA pushing out Mirio. Bertle on the other side is going to look for a re-engage. Over the wall is getting quite low here. Will they go for it? In they go. There's a hook shot. Not going to commit to the fight. Core survives, as does Very, very close, but they get out. Now IE have Prio. They're the ones moving in towards this Baron area to try to reclaim some vision and sweep out the TL wards, and they're actually just going to start it straight up on the pink ward. We see that Bertle's going back to base, but he has his teleport, so he's going to rejoin. TL do see that teleport on their own ward. They're looking to try to get in here, but they have to wait for and Core JJ. They're trying to delay. Bertle is behind them. This is dangerous for TL. APA going to go try to answer that mid-wave. Impact just straight up walks in, gets vision for Yon. Yon going to pop the ulti, lets the feathers fly. Mirio trying to go on the side, but he can't actually find Yon. He's got to snap back to safety of that Baron, but the Baron's not looking too safe. It's thanks for the leech potentially here. Jose still has his smite, has his flash. Core going in with the engage. The Baron's getting incredibly low. Will he be able to get in the pit? Mirio goes in, he gets in the vision, and he goes Jose, and he steals it again. Back to back to back. Don't mess with Jose at the Baron. He's going to take it from you every single time.
Jose Diono picks it up again. Thanks for the leash, just kidding. Goes back in, gets it again. Are you kidding me? The crowd is shaking the stage right now. I can feel it. Oh my goodness, this had looked so good from the TL perspective because the Yone ult is unable to get Yon. There's no Nautilus ult, no Yone ult, and Yone is low health, so TL are chasing them out of the pit. APA had also run Bertle off the bottom side, but then they really want to finish this Baron. They see it so low, and Jose takes his route onto Umpty to go take it, and then flashes out. He hit the, look at that, spamming keyboard, that is hype. Oh my goodness, another one here. Jose does it again, hits the root collar, takes his root collar in onto Umpty. Like, that's like insult added onto injury. Goes right onto your face, uses you to get into the pit, steals it, and then flashes out.
Yeah, exactly. Crosses you over, you fall, and then he uses a trampoline to dunk.
Oh, man.
That's rough for Impact, though, going to get rooted up and could be in some trouble of his own. Pops the parry zone. Bertle on the side, going to get spotted by APA, and Bertle is sectioned off from the rest of the team, but he's going to use the hookshot, try to get safety, but he can't get anywhere. Core JJ is collapsing in, and Bertle gave over a freebie, and now Jin out to the side. Impact could threaten to come around and try to look for him. This is Cloud Soul on the table. That was really rough from Bertle. It's a massive play from Jose, but then Bertle just gives over a freebie and allows TL to take Soul and get pushed bot where there is no tower to defend the inhibitor.
Exactly, exposed inhibitor here, so they run straight for it, take that blue buff on the way. This stage in the game, that thing goes to everybody. All right, Ivan Bresser up. The defenses are here, but honestly, with Bertle being down, you can't overcommit to this. It's just one inhibitor. Don't risk too much.
Yeah, still, that Baron's still so massive because their wave clear is terrible. So if you have to face that Baron buff, it's probably just GG. TL staying around, though, want to try to see if they can threaten for more. Impact is pushing in the wave mid, so they're trying to buy time for that core. Looking to threaten here onto Ackerman. Are they going to be able to knock down the Nautilus? There's the crash down, gets interrupted. There's Yon, though, getting ulted as well by the Nautilus. Mirio trying to come in from the side, going to have to snap back as Bertle does respawn, but they lose the Nautilus. This tower going down. Impact barely doesn't catch Snacker there with the taunt. He's taking a lot of damage. There's a flash forward. There's a petrifying gaze from APA. He locks him in place and shuts down Snacker, and that could just be what TL needs to put the finishing touches on this one. They're going for the base. Mirio's got to make it happen. He goes for the soul inbound. He can't actually get him. He gets locked down by the miasma. Yon has gone godlike, and you can say that again. This man will not lose. 8-0-4 on the Yon. He is killing it here in the LTA South, and Team Liquid are going to put the finishing touches on this series. It was a battle back and forth between the two teams, but at the end of the day, it's Team Liquid taking down Isras Estral, and it's the LTA North going back to back to back to back and winning 4 straight series as they conquer the South.
This one was a battle. Jose pulling out the heroics yet again, but not enough in game number 3 here, and TL will reign victorious.
Was by far the closest series. This one really was anyone's, and you can see just how good of a team Isras Estral is. They really pushed Liquid to the brink. They had their opportunities, but some big plays when it mattered most, and some incredibly consistent play from the TL bot lane, I think really being the difference maker in this one. Jan rarely stepped a foot wrong in this entire series. He was pretty much as close to perfect as he can get.
Definitely a good job from them. They will be moving forward, and we shall see about the rest of the tournament next weekend. Definitely going to be a fun one as we close in. All of the North representatives now sizing each other up. Everybody knows each other quite well. So we get to see some of those matchups.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. And it does mean all our matchups will be set now. It is going to be an all-northern affair here in Sao Paulo next weekend, where we will have those 2 semifinal matchups on Saturday. And then, of course, on Sunday, we will have the best of 5 Fearless Finals. That is going to be so much fun.
I got to say, though, there are going to be some long-lasting effects of this series. If you get 2 Barons stolen from you like that, there might be some more hesitation around Barons.
Yep, we're joining Lau and APA on stage for an interview.
Pergunta tem que ser se você esperava que jogar contra eles do Astral fosse ser tão difícil como foi.
Did you expect the Sirius Astral to be such hard opponent today? What do you think about them?
I didn't expect it to be easy. I expected it as a 2-0 still, but I knew they were still good players and good teams after watching their games.
Ele falou que ele esperava que fosse ser mais fácil, que fosse ser 2-0, sobretudo depois de ver o jogo deles em stage.
Bom, durante a semana você comentou nas gravações aqui que você sempre gosta de jogar com bastante barulho. Hoje foi um dia que teve bastante barulho aqui e principalmente torcendo para você. Eu queria saber se você esperava ter tanta gente torcendo por vocês assim.
In a preview recording with us, you said you like to play with a noise, and today we had a lot of noise here with some fans supporting you guys. How do you feel about it? And did you expect to have some fans supporting you?
I knew there would be at least some fans here, just because Team Liquid has a lot of esports here. But honestly, just the Brazilian crowd here today was amazing, even when they're cheering against us.
Ele falou que a Team Liquid tem uma base de fãs muito grande aqui em esportes em geral, mas que os fãs brasileiros são incríveis.
Vou fazer mais uma, tá? O próximo confronto de vocês vai ser contra a Cloud9. Como é que tá a sua expectativa para esse jogo? É um time que vocês já se conhecem e agora vão se enfrentar na semifinal.
The next match for you guys will be facing against Cloud9. What do you think about this? Expectations for this match?
I mean, Cloud9 is just another good team. I think we have a hard tournament ahead of us, but I'm very confident we can win this entire thing.
Ele falou que a Cloud9 não é um bom time, que foi bastante difícil para a Cloud9 esse torneio, então ele está bem confiante.
Bom, uma última pergunta aqui é o que você espera da semana que vem, porque vai ser todos os jogos serão da LTA Norte. Você espera que essa LTA Norte tenha apoio da torcida brasileira?
The next week, LTA will be whole LTA North, so do you expect support? The Brazilian fans will be supporting you guys?
Honestly, it will be really fun if any of the Brazilian fans come out to the studio and just support us. I think the next match will be a banger.
Ele falou que sim, porque ele acha incrível que os fãs brasileiros venham até a arena apoiar eles e que vai ser um banger, vai ser incrível.
Wow, muito obrigado pela sua entrevista.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for your eating once more. Bom, agora a gente fica esperando aí o confronto então de Cloud9 contra Team Liquid que acontece na semana que vem.
Thank you very much for that interview, APA. Close one.
Okay.
Close one. Well done.
You hear that? Okay, not yet. Not yet. We're gonna do it next week. Top of the show.
You're right. You're
next week. Keep it away.
Okay.
Control yourself.
We also have Jan. We have Jan joining us from Sao Paulo.
Here?
Woo! How are you, man? How do you feel after that series? So for us, it was tense. How was it for you?
I will say I think a lot of our players probably were under pressure and we're not making the same things that we usually do in practice. I think for sure some of the practice has gone to, or sorry, not practice, the nerves got to us. So I actually just think we were very nervous, despite like being like the supposedly winning team, I would say.
How did you guys, because there were moments in these games that didn't go your way, but eventually you were able to regroup and have some really strong team fights. What is the conversation on the team like in those moments to kind of bring you back into a better position mentally?
I will say whenever we messed up, we were just like trying to figure out why we lost like at a specific moment, you know? But since we were having a lot of like fails, especially this series, I will say like some of us were probably a little bit frustrated and were like very visibly trying to talk about it in the game to fix it. But I just don't think we were playing very natural. But
okay.
And then we came back with good macro play.
How about yourself? Because you had some great performances. Your Kaisa game, the Xayah game, I thought you had, at least to me, it looked like you were remaining focused. There's a lot of distractors, I'm sure. You're in a new environment, loud crowd. The pressure's getting to your team as a whole. How did you keep focused throughout the series?
So there's like an ongoing, I'll say it's like a meme. We just say, listen to our champion's voice. So I was just listening to Ezreal, Kaisa, and Xayah's voice, you know? When the game gets messy, I just started listening to my own champion's voice and what they want to do.
That.
I like that. I like that. Well, I want to congratulate you, Jan, because we actually have confirmation. You are player of the series from that one, so well done.
Well done.
We were showing some of your highlight reel there on screen, so that's awesome. But the question I have for you is actually not about the game. It's about the crowd and the expectation going forward. We heard APA, but this is your soapbox. This is your message you can give to the Brazilian crowd, Jan. Why should they show up and cheer for you going into your next match?
I think that Team Liquid has probably the biggest streamers / I think we have the most connection in terms of like our team-wise in Brazil, and it'd be very nice if you guys supported us instead of that one guy who was screaming at me and I didn't understand what he was saying. I feel bad for his voice, honestly. I think he was dying. He's gonna die tomorrow for sure.
That seems to be a trend. I was wondering, as you guys are walking out, is there like almost like a fan tunnel that you pass as you go back into the stage?
Yeah,
or what's the setup like?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that guy had a Jackie Love jersey and he was like, "This is your daddy" or something. I have no idea what he was saying, but like, it sounded like that.
Oh my god.
I think the guy's pretty funny.
Is there any way you can track him down and find that poster and maybe get like a photo holding it?
It wasn't a poster, it was a Jackie Love jersey, I think.
Oh, it was a jersey.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, even better.
Just a big Jackie Love stand.
But how's the practice been? For a few teams, we've been hearing like, you know, tough sleep and everything like that. How has it been just traveling over?
Thanks to like our facility in Team Liquid, thanks to like the Alienware Team Liquid facility that we have here, it was very like an easy transition compared to other players, I think, especially. So I think we do have like an unfair advantage and we are utilizing it well.
Yeah, I heard you had to share that space with another team. I don't remember offhand which one it was. Yeah. What was that experience like, having to share the space? And did you ever have to like fight over computer setups or kick them out?
No, not really. We just do you mean our team or other team?
Your team. Did you have to assert yourself like this is our office, this is the Team Liquid space?
Nah. We barely even saw them, and like the room sharing one, I room with Core, so it's nice because I just talk about the game when we're about to go to sleep, so it's kind of fun.
That's awesome, Jan. You have the most professional answers so far. But now that it's all the North, you guys play Cloud9 next week. What are your thoughts going into that matchup?
I think a lot of people will be expecting C9 to win, and it'd be fun being the underdogs for once in a fat minute.
Yeah.
I'm excited to beat them.
That's awesome. I mean, good luck next week, Jan. Thanks for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Completing the sweep.
Yeah.
You all did the North proud in round one. Let's hope you didn't scare away all the South fans. Yeah. All right. See you, Jan. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Okay. 4-0.
Yeah.
8-1.
8-1.
Overall. Kangas did lose the bet.
I did.
For sure.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up again. I had forgotten already. I'm sure no one else has. Raz definitely hasn't. You're looking at that razor like something else, man. I don't know what to say.
I'm going to have to shave it off. Not today.
Yep.
We're saving that one for next week, and it's going to be done.
One thing I think is cool that we're seeing here is like all of the fans afterwards going up to the TL players. So it seems like a really, really great atmosphere like after the game. Outside of that one guy with the Jackie Love jersey
who is just a true sports fan. He's trying to get into his head. It clearly did not work.
I appreciate that. No.
It clearly did not work.
Seemed to have derived more strength from it.
It lit the fire under Jan. Yeah, but player of the series, I think, well deserved. It was cool to get his reaction to that, but man, did he pop off. He didn't die in that last game, like 8-0-4, something crazy like that.
I'm interested in the player of the series for the first one.
Okay, let's pull it up.
Yeah.
Let's pull it up all of them just because I'm curious. Oh, all of them throughout the week.
Oh, so what's Sven? Well, I was waiting for Raz to be like,
the trend of AD carries. It's a lot of AD carries, guys. They're taking over.
Inspired, dominant as usual in the jungle. Quid, dominant as usual in the mid lane. I'd say Sven has looked very comfortable back in AD on Cloud9, even though it had been many years since he's played AD for Cloud9. He played it last year for Dignitas, but he's definitely feeling more comfortable being reunited with Vulcan in support.
That was a bit of a shellacking that Cloud9 did, and the solo kill that he had on Rue was just like a really fun moment, an unexpected moment. So now that we're just full LTA North going into the next stage, I'm interested in like who is the better team? Because he's right. Like when Jan was talking about it's been a while since they were perceived as the underdog. I don't know who the best team is. My gut tells me it's Flyquest still. Because there's just not that much information out there. And you can just have a bad day and bad drafts, all these things. But like 100 Thieves look better. Cloud9 are just convincingly better. It is just going to be a very fun and unpredictable semifinals and finals.
And I gotta say, it's gonna be tough for the live fans there that there isn't a South team represented in the semifinals. But a reminder that we didn't get to see 100 Thieves versus Flyquest, and we didn't get to see TL versus C9 in the earlier bracket stages here in the North. So it is kind of cool that we actually get to see these teams now against each other. So all the top 4 will get a chance to play each other.
Yep, let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. The 4 quarterfinals that we saw, North versus South.
Favorite time of the week.
I gotta get closer. I'm not wearing my glasses.
I was going to say, Raz, you were like, that's a lot of AD carries. Another AD carry who could have gotten it if it hadn't been for Quid's insane performance was FBI. I think FBI has been, like, he was on all of those leaderboards we looked at the beginning of the day. He has been on a tear with this 100 Thieves team, and it seems like they're such a strong team fighting team.
Yeah.
He's fit exactly as expected in that team. It's been great.
Yeah, Blabber 6'10", fastest level 6, clears everybody else by 21 seconds. Woo! No Inspired on there, so Blabber is the temporary CEO of Full Clear, as we've learned. But also use code 990PRO LTA 2025 through February 23rd to unlock 50% off the 990 Pro SSD, available in 1, 2, and 4 terabytes on Samsung.com. And there's one other award that we are coining for this split.
Oh, yeah?
Because it is the Fearless split.
Okay.
It is the most fearless player.
Ooh.
So that means who's played the most champions?
Who fears no one?
Who fears? who goes into a best of 19 and says, I don't care?
Are we reading this left to right?
Why is Quid on there?
So it's interesting that we don't have
Quid
Quid and Quad.
I can't read.
They're all tied at the same number. I just don't know what the number is. It's 8.
8. So
okay.
They've all played 8
champions. So they're all tied on this one. That is interesting. Yeah. Especially as an 80 carry to be on this list. I feel like I'm just going to give him the title. Obviously, it's not being decided just yet. It's the leaderboard. But just seeing an 80 carry in contention with any Fearless player.
That is impressive.
Is crazy.
Fun fact, this is the northern leaderboard. The southern leaderboard has Robo leading with 11.
Oh, wow.
He doesn't get to play again. So I feel like the North is going to pass him in the semifinals and finals.
I also like seeing Jan on there because I remember in pros when you were talking about like how much Fearless has opened up for scrims in particular. He was another one who's like, yeah, I'm so glad I don't have to play like a few specific champions every single day. So it opens it up for players to have a little bit more fun, I think.
100%. If you're an 80 carry, the biggest complaint that you usually get in a practice or a week schedule is like, guys, even though like because you're early picking, is like, is my life just Ashe, Varus, Ashe, Varus, Ashe, Varus?
Jhin occasionally, yeah.
This time it's Jhin.
Maybe a Kai'Sa.
Maybe a Kai'Sa if it's like, if you're lucky.
Fancy.
Exactly. So it's just fun to see them be able to flex their champion pool.
80 carries and top laners, I think, like Fearless the most. Let's look at the bracket now with 2 rounds left, semifinals and finals.
Oh, we get a brotherly hug first.
Yeah.
They need to.
They're going to be in the semis.
We're going to have TL Flyquest final again. I can feel it. I don't know why. 100 Thieves and Cloud9 have both looked really good. TL looks super shaky, but they just 2 splits in a row. They were in finals.
Yeah.
Think it's inevitable?
I mean, if it happens here, then it is becoming inevitable.
I will say I am super curious to see the 100 Thieves Flyquest rematch again, specifically because the last time they met, it was not close. It was in the 3rd place match coming in, and Flyquest absolutely out macroed them by such a significant degree in a lot of lane swaps. I think 2 things have happened. 100 Thieves look more comfortable because lane swaps are just a little bit easier to execute right now. But also, again, this is a team fighting team. And if they can force Flyquest into fights before Flyquest particularly want to fight, especially with some of the scaling comps that they like to lock in, that could be more interesting than it might look on paper.
But it's a lot on line for 100 Thieves fans because they've been fighting tooth and nail defending that #1 seed. Everyone's saying, no, it's actually Flyquest, they're the best team. Now 100 Thieves gets to prove whether they deserve that 1st seed or not. And also C9 TL is going to be an incredible match because C9 is on the up and up. TL is looking shakier than they ever have before. So this is a really big opportunity for C9 to overtake them.
Am I reading this right? Championship weekend? Things come back so quickly. Well, I mean, that's not championship weekend, but anyways, Saturday, 100 Thieves versus Fly, Team Liquid versus C9. And on Sunday, you finally get to see 100 Thieves, Fly versus Team Liquid or C9. This is such a short split. Or maybe I'm just having too much fun.
Yeah, it's over. That final will be best of 5. The final will be best of 5 as well. Remember that the start time is the same as it's been this weekend. It's different than what we've done for the majority of the splits. So we'll be back Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific for 100 Thieves versus Fly. And now we're going to send it over to a very dear streamer to our heart, Audilan.
Oh! So they're teasing you shaving your mustache.
There's still a mustache. No, it's gone! No, cover it! No, get that out of here! Get that out of here!
Goodbye!
You don't need to see it. It's still there.
All right. Let's get ready to rock and roll here for some C9 versus Loud. I want to see if we get anything spicy. Obviously, if we're going from day 1 results, the Southern teams are going to have to throw a couple of curveballs if they want to have an edge over their Northern counterparts.
Wait. I saw. He's good.
I got both.
Nice. Nice. Look at all guys. He's running in. I can block this. Okay. Digital low flash. Yeah, all dead. Oh, yeah, just stuck. No, we should check. Oh, yeah, card. Oh, yeah. Okay. I hope we're not done. We can still win. Nice. Yeah. Go. Sage art. Yeah. She's stuck. Look at wall. Yeah. Kai's 1 HP. Yeah, it's good. Wow. Look, Kai's on now. Kai's dead. Nice, guys. Look at Kai's. Nice. Kill now. We can end it. Nice, guys. Nice, good job.
It's versus Straw versus Team Liquid, Honda. And this is the #1 seed from the South. It has not gone well for the #2, the #3, or the #4 seed from the South. But maybe this will be different.
I think go fight. Six. Hitting towers. Play slow. I'm okay. Top side. I'm okay. We can end the game. GG. Keep going. Pop in the flash. No, please. Play front door. Jack. I'm killing Jax. Not too much, Talia. You're coming. Talia, no como Talia. Talia, kill Talia. Careful, Jack. Okay, nice. Oh, this one. I'm looking. Chin. Okay, yeah, front. You're the front. You're dead. I'm looking front. You're He's rude. One shot. It's okay. Look, come here. Nice, guys.
Not bad.
Oh, end the game. Good job, guys.